to kill this man in order to live. There was something primal about that clarity, a kind of liberating realization that the laws of civilization no longer applied. This was survival at its simplest. Kill or be killed. The man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he took the measure of her. Blood ran down his chin, dripping off in long strings.
"What do you see with those eyes of yours? What do you see, Katie girl? I think you see too much."
He spit blood off to the side.
"It doesn't matter, really. I'm going to bring you everlasting darkness, just like I did to Johnny Boy."
The grating sound of his voice made her knees weak. She couldn't imagine the devil himself having a more terrifying voice. She remembered John saying that if she ever looked into the eyes of the devil, she would know it. It was bone-chilling when the man smiled at her. It was as if, behind that smile, he was thinking of exactly what he was going to do to her once he had her, and while she was still alive. Before she could move, she saw a dark shadow come out of the night, flying at the killer from behind. In a blur of motion, what looked like a leg whipped around the man's head. The torso of the shadow came up, spinning around, led by the arcing swing of the leg. A coat flew behind like a billowing cape. As the dark shape spun, driving the killer to the ground, Kate heard a sickening snap. The night fell silent. The killer lay still on the ground, the shadow over him with one hand balancing himself on the ground. Finally, as the shadow rose up, Kate saw that it was Jack. She staggered gratefully into his arms, panting, out of breath, letting herself sag under the weight of her relief as he held her up.
"It's okay,"
he said, holding her tight.
"He can't hurt you now."
Her face was starting to throb in pain. She could taste blood and felt the warmth of it dripping from her chin. Kate pushed away and then slapped him across the face. "Why did you make me go alone? You knew there was a killer out here, and you sent me out alone like bait!" Jack nodded, understanding her emotion.
"I know. I'm sorry. But you were never alone."
"What are you talking about?"
"I was behind him every step of the way. I was watching the whole time so I could step in to end it if I needed to."
Kate slapped him again, harder this time. "You bastard! You let him attack me? You left me to fight him alone when you could have helped? I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die." Jack caught her wrist when she tried to slap him a third time.
"I had to know what you would do. I had to know if you would fight or simply shut down and let him kill you. I've learned through bitter experience that I can't help people who won't fight for their own life. Some people simply give up and surrender to death. I can only help those who have it in them to survive. Once I saw that you were going to fight for your life, I needed to know how you would do, how you would fight, and how good you are so that I know what more I need to teach you. It had to be real. I needed to see it. I was doing what I had to do so that I know if I can help you stay alive. I didn't like letting you fight him alone, but it's the only way I can help you survive what's coming for you."
Kate stood glaring at him, still catching her breath. "You needed to know how good I am? You let me think I was going to die? That's why you left me to fight him alone?" He nodded.
"You were really good, Kate. You really were."
"Then why step in now?" Kate asked, still panting to catch her breath, still angry. "Why wait until now before you helped?" Jack gestured down at the man on the ground.
"Did you see him pull out a knife?"
Kate blinked. "Knife?" She looked down at the dark mass slumped on the ground. She saw the glint of a blade not far from his outstretched right arm. With a sickening sensation, she realized that was why the man had smiled. "I never saw a knife," she admitted.
"He deliberately distracted your attention by talking to you, taunting you, to help cover what he was doing."
Kate didn't know what to say.
"Did you notice that Mike's throat had been cut?"
Kate swallowed at the horror of that memory as she looked up at Jack. "No, I guess I didn't."
"Did you see that AJ's throat had been cut?"
"No," Kate admitted in a quieter voice. "There was so much blood and other things he had done to her that I guess I didn't really notice that part of it. I thought that Mike had been killed by having that big sharp piece of the baluster driven through his chest."
"No. That had been done after he was already dead, probably on the killer's way out. It was an act of spite, an act of hatred meant to demean him."
Kate's gaze drifted to the ground in shame. As an investigator, she should have paid more attention to all the evidence right there in front of her. She prided herself on catching details when others didn't. This time, it had been she who hadn't noticed critically important facts. It had been such a shock and such a bloody scene that she had been overwhelmed and failed to see what was right there in front of her. Still, she knew that was no excuse. She had made a mistake. If not for Jack being there, it likely would have been a fatal mistake. The knife that cut Mike's and AJ's throats could just as easily have cut hers. With a finger, Jack lifted her chin.
"There was a lot to take in, Kate. That was something you weren't prepared to deal with. Few people ever are. Don't be hard on yourself. But for future reference, had you seen that their throats had been cut, you would have known that the killer had a knife, and you would have been on alert for it and mentally prepared to deal with it. Bullet holes in them would have told you he had a gun. You have a chance to handle a predator with a gun as well as one with a knife if your mind is on top of the situation. You didn't see him pull that knife. I did. I couldn't take the chance that he would cut you with it, so I had to put him down."
Kate swiped strings of sweaty hair back from her face. She looked at the dead man again. She looked at the knife again. "Thanks, Jack. I'm sorry I slapped you." He dismissed it with a wave.
"You were doing good. I think that you might have been able to finish him, but I could see that the fight had gone on too long and you were running out of energy. I didn't want to allow a mistake to get you severely injured or killed after you had fought so well. You fought really well, Kate. So give yourself some slack."
The word seemed strange to hear. "I fought well?"
"You ruptured his eardrum first, which made it easier to inflict more damage. You were systematic about inflicting injuries and reducing his ability to fight."
Jack checked the area to make sure there was no one around before he squatted down. He used a finger to push the man's jaw down, opening his mouth. Kate could hear the crunch of bone.
"You knocked out his front teeth. Did you know that? You broke his mandible. It takes a blow of about 40 or 50 pounds to break the mandible. A powerful blow delivered in just the right place can do that. I suspected you knew that, and that's why you went for that spot when you saw an opening."
Kate nodded when he looked up. "Yes, I knew."
You also broke his collarbone. That only takes about 8 pounds of pressure, but you need to have just the right opening to take that shot. Again, you saw an opening, took it, and broke his collarbone."
He looked up at her.
"Do you still have your front teeth?"
Kate wiped her bleeding lip and felt her teeth with her tongue. "Yes."
"Do you have any broken bones?"
"No," she said, finally feeling in control of her breath.
"I'd say that's pretty much the definition of fighting well."
"I guess I didn't know I had it in me," she said. "I only knew that if I wanted to live, I had to stop him."
I think you have more in you than you're aware of. This is a man who just murdered an ex-Army Ranger and a trained policewoman. I think that what you did to a man like that took an avenging angel. That's the way you fought. That's what made the difference. And you stopped him when they weren't able to. Kate didn't think she was an avenging angel, but she did feel like something within her had changed. Now that I know you have that inner will to survive, I can provide you with the rest of the knowledge and skill you will need.
Kate gestured down at the crumpled heap. Did you break his neck?
Jack nodded.
This was a man who not only had killed her brother, but had just slaughtered an innocent family that she cared about. I kind of wish I could have been the one to break his neck. Kate looked both ways and saw that the streets were empty. She could hear the distant music coming from the party. She squatted down beside the dead man. The man's face was bloody. She was pleased to see that she had also broken his nose. Can I see your flashlight? Jack fished it out of his pocket and handed it over. Kate clicked on the light and looked into the man's eyes. They were terrifying, just like the photos of killers that AJ had shown her. Even in death, the man's eyes betrayed his evil and gave her a primal chill of fear.
We need to get out of here, Jack told her. But first, look through his pockets on that side and see what he has on him that might help us.
Jack pulled a wallet out of the man's back pocket and, without looking in it, slipped it into his own jacket. Kate reached into the nearer side pocket and felt 2 fat cylinders of something. She pulled them out. Each was a tight roll of $100 bills with at least a half-dozen rubber bands securing it. Kate held them up for Jack to see. He didn't look surprised.
There will be 10, 12,000 in each roll.
How do you know that? She asked as Jack pocketed a phone.
Just put them in your pocket and keep looking for what else he has on him.
Kate pushed her hand into the other back pocket and felt something flat and smooth, like a stack of irregular cards. She pulled it out. In the dim light from a street lamp down the block, Kate was shocked to recognize the photos. These are photos of me. She shuffled through them, looking. These are the photos of me that were on John's refrigerator. These are the photos missing from his house. Jack didn't look at all surprised.
Put them in your pocket. We want to take anything he has on him.
Kate held up the photos. This is the man who killed John. This proves it.
He's likely the one who killed Everett as well.
So he killed Everett, came here and killed John, then came looking for me?
That would be my guess.
Kate reached across the corpse and gripped Jack's sleeve to make him look up at her. Then, this means it's over. Now that he's dead, this ends it. The nightmare is over.
I'm afraid not.
But he's dead. The killer who did all this damage and came after me is dead. How can that not end it? Jack looked away from her eyes.
It's not that easy, Kate.
Why isn't it that easy?
It has to do with a nesting period we're in. This isn't about catching a murderer. This is about something much bigger.
You said that before. Nesting period. I don't know what that means. Why don't you think this ends it? Jack gestured with a rolling motion of his hand, urging her to hurry.
We need to get away from here. I'll explain it all later. For now, see if he has anything else in his pockets.
Kate found some keys. These two?
Everything, Jack said as he glanced over his shoulder, checking the empty street. We need to get going. We can't risk someone spotting us with the body. We can't risk being connected to any of this.
In the distance, Kate could hear the wail of sirens. It sounds like the police will be here in a minute or two. Jack nodded as he stood.
Let's get to your car and get out of here.
Chapter 35. As they reached Kate's car, the piercing wails of police sirens racing toward the scene at the Janek home were only a block or two over. It sounded like half the Chicago police force was coming to the rescue. As was so often the case, they were not coming to the rescue. They were coming to the aftermath, after the murdering was over and done with. That chilling realization only added to the things that Jack had said, as well as what the Sifu had once told her. She shouldn't depend on anyone coming to help her. Flashing lights strobed off tree branches and houses in every direction as the police cars and ambulances raced in. Kate saw a number of people in the distance come out on their front porches to see what the commotion was all about. Fortunately, the distraction of all the flashing lights left Jack and Kate in the obscurity of darkness and in the opposite direction from the sirens that everyone's attention was focused on. With such a large police response, it was only a matter of time before the body of the killer would be found. Forensic evidence, especially blood evidence and DNA, would show him to be the killer. Although they would have no idea how the killer had met his fate, the crimes at the Janek home would be solved. But those murders were over and done. The killer hadn't been stopped beforehand. While it served justice that the killer would be identified, AJ and her family were gone forever. Their lives, their world, had ended. That thought brought home the significance of what AJ had been doing with John and then with Kate, stopping killings before they could happen. AJ had done that work secretly because such methods would not be officially tolerated. Jack had gone to Israel because those methods would not be officially tolerated. What had happened to the one person who had been trying to stop these killers. Kate knew that she would remember the horrifying murder scene in AJ's house for as long as she lived. Kate thought that most of those officers who were about to discover it would never forget it either. A police officer shot in the line of duty was tragic enough, and dead was dead no matter how it happened. But for an officer and her family to be slaughtered in such a gruesome fashion would be viewed on an entirely different level. In a way, it shook the very foundations of law and order, exposing the barbarism that was leaking through the crumbling veneer of civilization. Expanding rules and regulations aimed to deny reality. Officials hid comfortably behind those regulations. AJ had instead found consolation in finding a way to stop killers. AJ had been interested in protecting her, but the police would not have been so understanding. They didn't know her the way AJ had. They didn't know anything about her. Jack was the only one who truly understood what was going on and the danger she was in. Kate didn't even grasp the whole picture, but Jack did. Jack had been the one who was there to help keep her alive. He was the only one who could keep her alive. She was beginning to see his wisdom in getting them away from the scene and staying off the police radar.
"Why don't you let me drive?" Jack said. "I don't think you're up to it at the moment."
"I think you're right," Kate admitted, as he opened the passenger door for her and let her get in. She noticed for the first time that her hands were bloody. Some of it was from cuts on her hands, but she knew that a lot of it was from the man who had been trying to kill her. Once Jack got in and closed the driver's door, he watched the cross street as ambulances raced by. Just then, a man suddenly appeared at the driver's side of the car. With the light behind him, Kate couldn't see who he was. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. She didn't know if he was a cop or maybe a neighbor. Her immediate thought was that he was someone who had seen Jack kill the man and then the two of them go through his pockets and thought it was a robbery. And then the man tapped on the driver's window with something metallic. Kate saw that it was a gun barrel.
"I saw what you did,"
the man's muffled voice said as he stood outside the car, pointing the gun in at Jack. Kate's heart felt like it had jumped up in her throat. The man gestured with a tilt of his head.
"I saw what you did to that man back there. I saw you rob him. Now get out of the car and put your hands up."
He leaned down a little and pointed the gun at Kate.
Both of you.
Jack already had his hands up. Kate followed his example, holding her hands up where the man could see them.
"All right," Jack called out, sounding compliant. "We don't want any trouble. Take it easy. I'm getting out."
With a quick look over at her, Jack whispered,
Stay where you are.
Jack kept his left hand in the air as he unlocked the doors and then leaned over and popped open the driver's door with his right hand. He looked and acted like any terrified victim of a mugging at gunpoint. Looking confident, the man waved the gun, directing him to get out. Kate heard a soft, metallic click. As Jack carefully pushed the car door open so as not to startle the man with the gun, it forced the man to step back a little to make room. As Jack rose up out of the seat to step out, and as if reaching for the edge of the side window like he meant to close the door, in one smooth motion, he instead took hold of the gun hand of the man and twisted it sharply inward. The man cried out from the sudden pain of having his hand turned inward in a way it wasn't meant to bend. He leaned toward the right as his hand was being twisted inward. At the same time, before the man had a chance to struggle, Jack calmly swiped something along the exposed left side of the man's neck. Jack stood quietly, holding the man by his bent wrist to keep him from being able to move, to point the gun at them, or put up a fight. The man's free hand went to his neck as he started to sag. Kate knew that with the way his hand was bent, if he resisted, Jack could easily break the man's wrist. Kate saw great gouts of blood pumping out between the man's fingers as he held the hand against the side of his throat. His knees buckled. A few seconds more, and he had slumped quietly to the ground. Kate sprang out of the car and ran around the front. "What in the world did you do? The guy was probably an innocent bystander who saw us picking the dead man's pockets." By the time Kate knelt down beside the man, she could see that he was no longer breathing. Still holding the man's gun hand back, Jack clicked on his little flashlight, shining it at the man's face.
"Look at his eyes, Kate. Look at his eyes and tell me if you think he's just some innocent witness."
With a finger on his chin, Kate turned the man's head toward her a little so she could see his eyes. The blood that had been gushing out in spurts only moments before had slowed until it merely oozed. She knew that his heart had stopped. The man's eyes were open. The sight of those eyes gave Kate an icy jolt of fear. They were the eyes of a killer. She looked up at Jack as he clicked off his flashlight. "What in the world?"
"Like I said, it's not over."
"You mean he was with that other man? How did you know he wasn't just some innocent witness who saw you kill that other guy and go through his pockets?"
"Experience. The way he moved, the look on his face, the way he held the gun. I can't see in his eyes what you can see, but looking up at him made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Doesn't that ever happen to you?"
"Yes," she said. "As a matter of fact, it does." Jack had just killed 2 men, swiftly and with a minimum of fuss. With the second man, he hadn't even looked like he was trying. It seemed as if he had done nothing more than step out of the car and hold the man's hand, helping to ease him to the ground. Kate now understood what she had seen the first moment she had looked into Jack's eyes. If she had killed the first man, when she looked into a mirror, would she see the same thing in her own eyes that she saw in Jack's? Jack was already going through the man's pockets. He pocketed a few items and then stood in a rush.
"We've already spent too much time here. Let's get going."
Kate gestured down at the dead man lying at the curb. Where did he come from? What's going on? Was he working with the other one?
"Now is not the time. We need to leave. Get in the car, Kate."
Chapter 36. Jack pulled away from the curb in a relaxed manner, as if he were just going out to the store to get a few groceries. Kate knew that with all the police cars descending on the neighborhood, he was trying to maintain a low profile and not attract attention. The police would soon have the entire area cordoned off as they started frantically looking for the killer. She knew that Jack wanted to be gone before they were caught up in that net. Kate understood his reasons, but she couldn't help having mixed feelings. It went against the grain of how she had been raised, how she lived her life, and how she always tried to be completely professional in her job. She realized that she didn't know where they were going. He seemed to be simply driving, simply covering ground to get out of the area. "We can go to my house," she suggested. "No, we can't." "But we should be safe there now." "I wish it were that easy. But it isn't. For now, it's too dangerous to go to your place. Are you forgetting the second guy who showed up out of the blue? The first guy you knew was looking for you. He killed your brother and came looking to kill you. You didn't realize there was a second man hunting you. You don't know who else might be hunting you. If there are others, and there will be, they will look for you at your house." "I don't understand. Who was that second man? There was just one person John hit over the head and chained in his basement, and that's the guy who killed him. That guy had my photos. So who is the second guy? Who are these other people you're talking about?" "It's complicated." Kate's head and neck were throbbing in pain. She was rattled and losing her patience. "What's complicated?" Jack glanced over at her after going around a corner toward a main street. "I'll need a computer to show you." "I brought my computer. It's in my carry-on bag in the trunk." Jack shook his head. "We can't use your computer. We need to use a computer that can't be traced to us." "Traced?" Kate wiped both hands back across her face. "Who would trace it? How would they? You mean you think these predators could somehow track me through my computer?" "In this case, it's not the people intent on murder I'm concerned about. The government traces everyone who goes where I need to take you online. We need to use a computer that can't in any way be linked to either of us." "I sometimes work with the government," Kate said. "They already know all about me. I have a security clearance. I learned about your work for the Mossad from them. Maybe I could get my contact to help us." Jack shook his head emphatically. "No. This is different." "Why? What is it you need to show me?" "I need to take you into the darknet and show you the face of evil." Kate had only vaguely heard about the darknet. Brian had mentioned it in passing once or twice, but she had no idea what it was. As unnerved and shaken as she was, she tried to think of a way that wouldn't link them to a computer. "I've heard Brian at work, my computer expert, say that hackers sometimes use college computer labs as a way to use a computer without anyone being able to tie it back to them. Our computers at work are under continual attack. Brian says they sometimes try to hack into KDEX from school computer labs or internet cafes. I think we could bluff our way into a college computer lab. Once we're in there, we watch when people are about to leave, and then I could sweet-talk some guy into letting me get onto a computer before he logs out." "College computer labs are a risky way to do what we need to do. There are too many ways to get caught." "Not if we're careful." "And how would you explain a surveillance video of us going into a college computer lab? Those places are monitored. And if anyone checks into us for some reason, we have no legitimate excuse for being there. We couldn't explain what we were doing there. That alone is a big red flag to the police. Once they could see what computer we were on, they would look into what the computer visited. The government would get involved. If you want to stay alive, for now, you need to be invisible." Kate couldn't imagine that Brian didn't know the best way to be clandestine with the use of a computer. She didn't know if Jack was just paranoid or if he had legitimate reasons for his concern. So far, all of his warnings had proven well-founded. "So then, what do you suggest?"
I have a way that no one will know what we're doing, and it's a lot simpler, he said.
Like what?
I'll show you tomorrow. Right now, we need to get you somewhere safe. Do you know a nice motel not too close to here?
Sure. Lots of them. Kate looked at her bloody hands. Her face hurt in earnest. Her lip was throbbing. I must look a mess. Jack stole a quick look over at her.
I think you look beautiful. But we do need to get you cleaned up, and I need to get a better look at those wounds. They need to be cleaned and treated. We need to get somewhere safe and alone, where you can get cleaned up before anyone sees all that blood on you.
Kate flipped down the sun visor and opened the lid on the mirror. Jeez, she said under her breath at the sight of herself in the mirror. He was right. If anyone saw her the way she looked, they would probably call the police thinking she was an abuse victim. Kate pointed off to the right. Go that way at the intersection. Jack drove for a time in silence. He seemed preoccupied. Kate certainly was. She was still unnerved by how easily, how casually, how quickly Jack had killed the man with the gun. If she hadn't been paying attention, she would have thought that he was merely getting out of the car and had done nothing more. She was even more unnerved by what would have happened had Jack not been there, and that man had her at gunpoint. By the look in his eyes, her fate would have been no better than it would have been in the hands of the first guy. Kate stared ahead out the windshield, watching the sparse traffic. How did you kill that last man so quickly? What did you use to cut him? She finally asked. And what was that sound I heard just before? You heard that? When she nodded, he said, Good observation. Jack held up his right fist. She could tell he was holding something, but she couldn't see it. He flicked his thumb, and a blade popped out of his hand, as if by magic, accompanied by the soft metallic click she had heard before. The blade wasn't very long. It was so short it was almost triangular-shaped, kind of like a box-cutter blade, but a little longer. It was the same blade he had put against her throat in her bedroom.
Like I told you, inside 20 feet, a blade is your best bet.
But it's so small.
The guy's dead, isn't he? It doesn't take a big blade to cut the carotid artery. That cuts blood to the brain. The person loses consciousness in seconds. Death follows quickly. The fight is over.
Kate stared out the window again, feeling a little sick. That's what you want to teach me?
I want to teach you to stay alive. The world is becoming a treacherous place, Kate. I just want to give you a chance to be safe.
She rode in silence for a time before asking him another question. What are we going to do?
Go to a motel, let you get cleaned up, give you some first aid, and then you need to get some rest.
No. I mean, what are we going to do after that? In general. Longer term, she said, staring out the side window at the dark businesses along the street. You said the threat isn't ended. I presume you mean that there will be more men like those coming after me.
I'm afraid so.
Has anything else suspicious happened lately? There was a man arrested near where I work, she said. He attacked a woman a few days before I got back to town. He hit her in the side of the face, just for the fun of it. She died. When they arrested him, he had a piece of paper in his pocket with my name on it. From his description, he wasn't that second man. Besides, I'm pretty sure he's in jail. With everything that's happened, it seems pretty clear he was coming to kill me as well. That makes 3 men, that I know of, hunting me. How do I end this? How do I make it stop?
Jack shook his head. I'm sorry, Kate, but I don't know yet. We need to get more information. Let's take it one step at a time, okay? Tonight we get you some rest. Then tomorrow, I need to get onto a computer to find out how serious the threat is in your particular case.
That killer had my photos on him.
Jack nodded. That's part of the reason I need a computer that can't be traced to us.
There were so many thoughts crashing around in her head that Kate decided she didn't need any more confusing or frightening things to think about. So she didn't press him. Instead, she simply gave him directions of where to turn to get them back onto the interstate. She figured he wanted to be a good distance from the scene of the murders. The interstate was the best way to cover ground quickly and get them farther away. After a time, she finally had him take an exit to a nice motel in a good part of town. He pulled up under the portico and put the car in park.
I'll get us a room.
Us? Kate gave him a look. We're staying in the same room? He looked suddenly embarrassed.
No, I didn't mean it. I'll get us adjoining rooms, okay?
Kate realized that she really didn't want to be alone. Jack's calm presence helped her to keep herself under control. She was afraid that if she was left alone, she would break down in tears and not be able to stop. "Twin beds would be okay," she said.
He smiled. Sure, that works. But if you'd rather...
No, that's fine. To tell you the truth, I'd really rather not be alone right now. Jack looked sympathetic.
I understand. Sit tight. I'll be right back.
Kate watched him go inside the well-lit reception area. It occurred to her that no one would ever know by looking at him that he had killed 2 men that night. He was calm and polite. He didn't look aggressive or dangerous. He looked like a nice guy. As the woman slid a sign-in sheet across the counter, Jack took ID out of his wallet and then bent to fill out the form. Kate scanned the motel parking lot. She looked carefully at everyone, at every movement. She checked the shadows and doorways. The world had changed. She had changed. Jack returned to the car and handed Kate an envelope with receipts, restaurant ads, and an electronic room key. With your concern about security and secrecy and staying off the radar, don't you think that registering at a motel is rather risky? He put the car in gear and drove on into the side parking lot.
Not considering that I signed us in as Mr. and Mrs. Weldon. We've just come down from Milwaukee for a few days of sightseeing and shopping. I requested a nice suite because it's our 4th anniversary. The lady thought that was sweet and gave us their best room.
But they need ID.
I gave them ID. I told you, Kate, I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this kind of thing for a long time now.
She had no idea how one would go about getting a fake ID, but she supposed that maybe the Mossad was able to supply him with those sorts of things. "How many of the people you've tried to help have ended up dead?" Kate asked. After he parked near the dark end of the lot, not far from a back entrance, he sat for a time, staring off at nothing. It was a pretty blunt question. She hated for it to be so harsh, but that was the way the investigator in her asked questions. If you wanted to know the truth, you sometimes had to ask tough questions. Kate had to look away from the anguish in his eyes. She hadn't intended the question to be hurtful. "I'm sorry. That was a terrible thing for me to ask." He put his fingers under her chin and turned her face back to look into her eyes.
Considering your position, it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask.
She stared back into his eyes a long moment. "You don't need to answer. It's just that—"
"Too many," he said. "I try as hard as I can to help people with your ability, people who are able to do what you can do. Despite how hard I try, too many have been lost. Most never come to understand their place in all this. Most don't want to. That makes what I do pretty discouraging at times. Each one of those deaths cuts my soul. With each of them, a part of me dies too."
She looked down at her hands. "I'm sorry, Jack.
But you should know that most of those were not like you."
She looked up at him. "What do you mean?"
They weren't avenging angels. They didn't have what it took to live, given their unique ability. And they weren't protectors.
Kate frowned. "Protectors?"
Protectors of mankind. Most were simply victims who had a talent they couldn't accept or use to help them survive. Having the special vision like you have didn't help them to survive. Survival is ultimately up to the individual, not their vision. You do more than survive, Kate. You protect others. That's really rare, even among your kind.
Where are you getting all this? I'm no protector. You're the one who protected me, remember?
That's different. You helped AJ identify killers, didn't you?
Well, yes, but
that's what a protector does. She doesn't simply run from killers. She turns and faces them. She wants to stop them. The woods are full of wolves. Your inherent nature is to protect the flock from those wolves. You, Kate Bishop, are part of mankind's never-ending struggle with itself.
You talk in riddles a lot, Jack Raines.
He showed her a brief smile. Sorry. That's why I'm writing the second book, but since it isn't written yet, tomorrow, after you're rested, I'll try to make it more clear for you. And then you can decide for yourself.
Decide what?
If you really want to survive. Sometimes even I don't know if I want to.
Chapter 37. While Kate waited in the car, Jack went by himself to casually check the entrance, except that as she was getting to know him a little better, she recognized that he was anything but casual as he looked for potential problems or people who could possibly see Kate and end up causing them trouble. Once satisfied, he returned to the car and opened the trunk, taking out both their bags before opening her door.
I didn't see anyone. The place looks pretty quiet. Turn your collar up and keep your head down. Let your hair fall down around your face. I don't want anyone seeing you before you have a chance to clean up.
She knew that he really meant before you clean off all the blood. She knew that she had a lot of the killer's blood on her. He'd had a lot of Mike's, Ryan's, and AJ's blood all over him as well, and as she'd fought him up close, a lot of their blood had gotten on her. The thought of it sickened her. More than anything, the weight of grief was crushing. Kate took the handle of her carry-on from Jack, rolling it behind her as they left the relative darkness of the parking area for the well-lit rear hallway. Skinny columns separated the hall from an atrium with a koi pond. Real plants and flowers grew around the pond, making it an oasis of sorts among the artificial grass. The humid air carried the sharp smell of chlorine from the pool. On the other side of the atrium, a small group of people, talking and laughing, moved down the hallway. They were self-absorbed, possibly drunk, and didn't look her way. After the events of the night, the civilized normality of the motel was jarring. She felt as if since leaving her office with Jack, she had gone through the looking glass into some kind of alternate world where she no longer knew the rules. Once Jack checked the hallway around the corner, they took the elevator up to the second floor. A man and woman at the far end of the hallway were letting themselves into their room. Given the distance and her black top, Kate doubted they would be able to make out the blood all over her. She kept her head down as Jack inserted the key card in the slot. At the click, he opened the door and went in first. Kate was getting used to him checking things out, so she stood just inside the doorway until he was satisfied and tilted his head, signaling for her to come in. She was tempted to ask him how in the world a killer would have known the motel she would pick out and the room they would be given, but decided to let it go. It was a comfortable-looking suite, done in soft yellows and mellow tans. Beyond double French doors was a sitting room with a TV. There were 2 bathrooms, and in the bedroom portion 2 king-size beds. Even though there were 2 beds, it felt a little awkward to know that she was going to spend the night sleeping in the same room with him. This was a man she had only met that day. The thought of the alternative was more unnerving. Jack gestured to the larger of the 2 bathrooms.
"Why don't you use that one and get cleaned up so I can take a look at you?"
Before getting into the shower, Kate put her top in the sink to soak out the blood. Surprisingly, it was only on her top and not on her jeans. She was dead tired, and her neck and shoulders ached, but it felt good to stand under the shower and let the water beat against her skin. When she looked down, she saw that the water spiraling around the drain was red, like in the movie Psycho. By the time she washed and rinsed her hair twice, the water was finally running clear. After she got out and toweled her hair, she washed the top soaking in the sink and hung it over the shower curtain to dry. She used the hairdryer belonging to the motel rather than unpacking her own. Inspecting her face in the mirror, she thought she looked a little like an abused woman. Her lip was swollen around a cut to the left side. There were a few abrasions on her cheekbones. Fortunately, she had prevented the killer from having enough distance to be able to pile-drive his fist in at her, so most of the rest of it was bruising she thought she could tone down with makeup. Considering how hard the blows had felt, she was actually surprised she didn't look worse. The way those blows had snapped her head back left the muscles in her neck tight and sore. Had he ever connected using his advantages to the fullest, he would have probably killed her the same way Wilma had been killed. Kate put on her nightshirt and the white guest robe. She tied it around the waist before going out. Jack was waiting on the couch in the sitting area. He had a first aid kit out, no doubt one he had in his carry-on. He gestured to the couch beside him.
"Come sit. Let me take a look at you."
Kate sat on the couch beside him and tucked her legs under herself. The room was dimly lit by lamps on end tables. Jack put his big hand on the top of her head and tilted it back for a better look. He gently pulled her lip down with a thumb, then put something on a gauze pad and pressed it to her lip. It stung like crazy. He got another and cleaned the scrapes on her cheek.
"All in all, you look in surprisingly good shape."
"If you say so."
"Anything I can't see that I should know about?"
Kate shook her head. He put antiseptic ointment on another gauze pad and gently rubbed it into the cut on her lip.
"Nothing needs stitches. That's good. You can't really bandage your lip, so we'll just have to put some ice on it and let it heal on its own. I think it will be fine."
Kate hardly heard him. In her mind, she was seeing AJ lying on the floor, silver duct tape wrapped around her head to blind her, half naked, covered in blood. She would never be fine. Kate swallowed. Why did he put duct tape around her eyes? There was no doubting who she meant. Jack didn't answer. "I want the truth," she added. "Don't say you don't know. You know." Jack looked at her a long moment. "To add to her terror," he said in a soft voice that somehow made the words more horrific. He probably wanted her to hear her son screaming for her, but not to be able to look at him for the last time, to have her know that her son couldn't see his mother. And why didn't he put tape over her mouth? Jack didn't shy away from the question.
With the party going on across the street, he knew that no one would hear her. He killed her husband immediately, then surprised and overpowered her. He didn't put the tape on her mouth because he wanted to hear her beg for her son's life.
Kate was having difficulty breathing. She knew how much AJ loved Ryan.
He killed her husband first, so that he could take his time on her. He must have known that you were going to be coming over. He wanted it to be as gruesome as possible for your benefit. He left the card with the bent corners for you to see so that you would know that he was also the one who had killed your brother.
Kate lost it. She broke into sobs, unable to stop imagining AJ's horror, her pain, her terror, her agony. She felt a mountain of guilt that Mike, Ryan, and AJ had died just so the monster could strike horror and fear into Kate. Had Kate never gotten to know AJ, she and her family would still be alive. Kate had brought the devil into their lives.
"It's not your fault,"
Jack said, seeming to know what she was thinking. She knew it was. Even if it wasn't intentional, it was her fault. All the connections with Kate had brought the killer into AJ's home. As Kate gave in to the crushing weight of grief, Jack put his arm around her shoulders and gently pulled her over against him. Kate buried her face against his chest as she wept uncontrollably. She had no strength left to hold back her tears. He put his hand on the back of her head and held her, letting her cry, not trying to get her to stop. It wouldn't have done any good. Kate couldn't be stopped at that point. Everything that had happened seemed to come falling in on her. All the people around her who had been murdered because these predators wanted her. Wilma had died because the killer couldn't get to Kate. John had died because Kate hadn't been there. Now AJ and her family had been slaughtered because Kate was in their lives. Jack reached back and turned off the light on the side table. He hugged her with wordless sympathy and sorrow for what she was feeling. Kate had only just met him, and he was the only one in the world who could understand her helpless agony. In a world gone mad, he was the only one she could turn to. Her fingers clutched his shirt, her face pressed against him as she wept in choking sobs. She wanted out of the nightmare. She wanted AJ's family to be alive and well. She wanted Wilma to be thinking about retirement. She wanted John to be alive and living his life. Even though the man who had slaughtered AJ's family was dead, it wasn't enough. It wasn't justice enough for what he had done. Beautiful lives had been snuffed out in the most horrific manner by a worthless human being, and he got to have his neck broken and die in an instant. It wasn't fair. His useless life was not a fair trade for their priceless lives. Kate didn't know how long she cried in Jack's arms. She didn't try to stop. She wouldn't have been able to, yet her sobs slowly lessened and, in her exhaustion, finally died out. She lay where she was, against him, not wanting to move. In that moment, she was a helpless child in the comforting embrace of someone strong and good. It had been a very, very long time since she'd had anyone comfort her, since anyone had let her give in to her fear and anguish and just held her. At last, she had to turn and snatch some tissues from the end table. She blew her nose and wiped her tears. Jack didn't say anything. Not saying anything was the kindest thing he could have done for her right then. Oddly enough, she didn't feel embarrassed that she had given in to her grief in front of him. That he understood and simply held her made her feel closer to him, on a human level, rather than the guy who wrote the book with all the bad reviews who had come to tell her that there were crazy people trying to kill her. Her cut lip ached. The blows the man had managed to land left her face hurting and her neck sore. Her arms ached. On top of that, she was flat out exhausted, both mentally and physically. She finally looked up at Jack. "I think I'd like to get some sleep."
I think that's a good idea. Jack finally got up and retrieved a pill bottle from his bag. He returned and shook a pill out into his hand. Here, why don't you take this? What is it? A Valium. Kate shook her head. I don't want to take a tranquilizer. It's really a muscle relaxer. It's a low dose, only 5 milligrams. It will help you sleep. Kate stared at the pill for a moment. Thanks, but I'm so tired I think I'll sleep fine without it. I don't like my head to get foggy from medications. I understand, he said as he put the pills away. It occurred to her that with all the horrors he must see, with all the things he dealt with, he probably needed to take those pills himself sometimes to dull the pain of it all. Kate shed the robe and crawled under the covers. Jack turned on a smaller light in the bathroom, closed the door most of the way, and then shut off the light in the bedroom before taking off his shirt and shoes and lying down on the other bed. Kate tried to close her eyes, but they kept coming open as her mind raced. She wondered if maybe he had good reasons for offering her a Valium and she should have taken it. After a time, she turned on her side, toward him. His fingers were locked together behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. She watched him in the near darkness for a time. Are you asleep? She whispered. No. What is it? Can I ask you a personal question? He shrugged. Sure. You seem to know all about me, but I don't really know anything about you. What do you want to know? Well, do you have family? Do you have kids? A wife? He simply said, no. She thought about it a moment. What about a woman in your life? Aren't you involved with anyone? Isn't there a woman somewhere waiting for you? Someone you love? Someone who loves you? He was silent for a long time before he finally answered. I can't afford to become involved with a woman. Because of what you do? Yes. So you don't go out with women for fear of becoming involved? He nodded without looking over at her. It's hard for me to explain. I suppose that seeing a woman socially is an intimate taste of what I know I can't have. But you must have been in love before. I'm afraid not. Not even close. He looked over. Have you been in love? No, Kate admitted. A few times guys have told me they loved me, but it was pretty clear to me that they were just trying to get laid. Other than a crush or two in high school, I guess I've never really been in love. Sometimes life gets kind of bland and empty without someone, you know? Without at least the hope of finding the right person, existence would be pretty desolate, don't you think? I think that someday I'll find the right guy and fall in love. You will too. After a quiet moment, he said, That can't ever happen. I've had to come to terms with the fact that I can't bring a woman into my world. But why not? How could I care for anyone when I know that doing so would endanger her life? That's right now, Kate said. Maybe things will change. I'm afraid not. He reflected silently for a moment. I know it probably sounds strange coming from a guy, but to tell you the truth, it's pretty damn depressing sometimes. Never to have had a woman say she loves me, and to know that I never will. Kate thought that was about the most disheartening thing she had ever heard. It seemed to suck the meaning out of being alive, out of being human. But you need to get some sleep, Kate. Tomorrow I'm taking you to a very scary place. Chapter 38. This is the scary place you wanted to take me? Kate asked,
looking around the big parking lot. An electronics store? The store itself isn't the scary place. Think of it as a doorway. A doorway. She shot him a skeptical look. A doorway to what? To Onionland. Kate shielded her eyes with a hand as she squinted over the top of the car at him in the bright sunlight. Onionland? What's Onionland? The place where the boogeymen hide. His tone was sobering enough that she knew that there was something very serious behind the vague response, and that she was finally about to get to those answers. Cars jockeyed for parking places or waited for people to pull out of spots in a lot busy with Saturday shoppers. People with jumping kids rolled out of the store with shopping carts loaded with new game systems, TVs, and computers. Kate wondered if it wouldn't be better to come back on a weekday when business was slower, but she also wanted answers about the dimension of the danger they were in. Considering what had happened the night before, waiting didn't seem like the best option. She had thought that killing the man who had murdered John, AJ, and her family, and had been hunting her, to say nothing of killing the man who had come out of nowhere, would mean that it was over, and she was finally out of danger. Jack had discouraged that notion, saying he needed to show her. Considering her newfound ability, she was apprehensive that it could never really be over. So she guessed she was going to this Onionland place to meet the boogeymen. Jack leaned closer as they walked toward the entrance.
Listen, Kate, this is going to be hard.
She looked over at him. What do you mean?
For one thing, this is an electronics store, so there are going to be lots of TVs on display in here. You're going to see reports on the murders last night all over those TVs.
She looked away from the concern in his eyes and nodded. I understand. I'll be okay. As horrified as she was by the death of AJ and her family, she knew that she couldn't let herself become trapped in a yesterday that she couldn't change, or she would be lost. She needed to focus instead on the problem at hand and what she might still be able to change.
Seeing the news about the murders isn't going to be the worst of it, Jack said.
Kate took a deep breath. What could be worse?
I'm taking you to the underworld.
The underworld. She made a face at him. Do you have to talk in riddles all the time?
The riddles are about to end. To do that, I need to bring you face to face with things that most people will never see and wouldn't accept if they did. You need to see the reality I'm dealing with, the reality I'm trying to protect you from, the reality you're going to have to deal with if you want to live.
Why wouldn't I want to live?
You'd be surprised. Some people with your ability that I try to help simply can't handle it and give up a level of control over their own fate.
Kate scanned the crowds funneling with them toward the store entrance. She wanted to live and was determined to face whatever she needed to.
I need you to keep in mind that we don't want to attract attention to what we're doing, Jack said.
Meaning?
Meaning we need to blend in. There are cameras everywhere, so if you lose your cool, it will be recorded. We need to look like nothing more than a couple out Saturday shopping. So stay as calm and collected as possible, no matter what you see. After last night, I have faith that you can handle this.
I understand, Kate said, as they went through the glass doors into the store. Despite how tense she felt, she consciously tried to act casual. She didn't rush, and she didn't make herself obvious by looking around at everyone. She knew that they were there for a very different reason than every other ordinary person she saw. Mere days ago, she had been a relatively ordinary woman living in the ordinary world, going to work, going to the grocery store, caring for her brother. But now, she grasped that she was living in an unfamiliar world she didn't yet understand. It was disorienting, not knowing the rules of this strange new world she found herself in. Every face that turned her way seemed to momentarily elevate her heart rate. She scanned every pair of eyes that turned in her direction. They all looked so ordinary that it made her almost doubt her newly discovered vision. Almost. Inside the store, crowds churned through the maze of aisles made from shelves and tables in the vast open warehouse space. Off to the far left, she saw a wall of TVs. Jack was right. Most of them were showing the news. Kate recognized AJ's place, surrounded by yellow tape. Reporters stood outside the tape barrier, speaking on camera, or interviewed neighbors by the looks of them. She was glad that she couldn't hear what they were saying over the store music. While the murders of a police detective and her family were the lead story, it was only one of a number of murder reports. She saw a parade of bodies lying in the street or on sidewalks, all lit by strobing police lights. It had been a busy night for killers. Shoppers roamed down row upon row of shelves lined with merchandise, from copy machines to cell phones to a wide variety of speakers and sound systems. There were aisles of supplies with everything from reams of paper to pens to hard drives. Banners hung down announcing sales. Computer boards and video cards were mounted on a display high up against the end wall. Below it were shelves with numbered bins corresponding to the parts on display, and one aisle was dedicated to empty computer cases for people who wanted to build their own systems with the parts. Jack led them on a meandering course, stopping momentarily to pretend to look at Wi-Fi routers and portable hard drives so as to make them blend in with the rest of the shoppers, until they arrived at a long white counter dividing the computer portion of the store. On each side of the counter, sample computers were set up for shoppers to examine. Near the end of the far side were desktop computers and monitors. The side they were on had dozens of laptops, all open, most of them running. Jack looked at a few of them, checking the price, acting mildly interested as if he were just another shopper. A young man in a dark blue shirt and tie intercepted them as they moved along the counter. "Can I help you find anything in particular?" "Thanks," Jack answered casually. "We're just looking at laptops. Are these here last year's model that I saw advertised on sale?" The man gestured to the ones in front of Jack. "You found them. These are all last year's models. There are some great deals here if you're not the kind of person who wants the latest and greatest. We still have most of them in stock." Jack nodded thoughtfully as he gazed over the display, looking like he was in no hurry to find just the right bargain. "Okay, thanks. We'll check them out." "I'll leave you to it then. Just come find me if you need any help." "Will do," Jack said. It was obvious that the young man was overwhelmed with a store full of customers and too little help, so, his duty done, he was glad to leave Jack and Kate to peruse the computers on their own. Kate had watched the salesman's eyes. She remembered the story AJ had told her about the unassuming Edward Lester Herzog and the women customers he had murdered and cut into pieces. Herzog had worked in an electronics store, probably something like this one. John had identified him as the killer for AJ. This salesman probably looked something like Herzog had. It was easy to see why he wouldn't have struck fear into the hearts of the women he had murdered. Not all killers looked scary. Jack worked his way down the counter toward the center of the long display and finally came to a stop before one of the open laptops. Customers checking out other computers were at least 8 or 10 stations away. "Stay on the lookout for anyone with the kind of eyes only you can see," Jack said in a quiet voice without looking at her. "Like you needed to tell me that," Kate said. Jack smiled as he played with the cursor on the laptop, moving it around, opening and closing a few windows. Still, without looking over at her, he said, "There are cameras in this store. The computers are cabled down so they can't be stolen. A lot of the stuff on the shelves is pretty expensive, so most of the cameras are aimed at the aisles,
and the shelves of things that can be shoplifted. Don't be obvious about it, but look up, and you will see the cameras that are watching over these computers."
"I only see cameras on the other side at each end," Kate said. "There are another 2 behind us, also at the ends." Jack nodded, still playing with the computer, opening a browser window.
"The store has a low margin. They can't afford to waste money on expensive surveillance cameras, since all they really want to be able to do is see if someone takes something off a shelf and stuffs it in their shirt or down their pants. For that purpose, less expensive, low-resolution cameras are good enough."
"What's your point?"
"These computers are secured with cables, so they can't grow legs and walk away. That means it's not as important to spend money on expensive cameras to watch over them."
"Okay," she said, not really knowing what he was getting at. Kate noticed a paunchy man down the aisle a ways, looking at her. He was wearing overly baggy jean shorts and flip-flops. She didn't know if the man was looking at her because she was a woman, or because maybe he thought they looked suspicious for some reason. She was well aware of how men's eyes lingered on her. She partially closed and then opened the lid of the computer beside Jack's to make it look as if she were a customer checking out the merchandise. The ogling man looked away when a pregnant woman with a young girl arrived at his side. He took over the helm of their shopping cart as they wandered on down the aisle. He didn't look at Kate again once his wife arrived. That alone solved the mystery.
"Since there is only a camera at either end," Jack finally went on, having also noticed the man, "that means that at their oblique angle they can't see what's on the screen of the computers in the center, where we are. They won't be able to see what I'm going to show you."
"That's why you wanted to use an electronics store?"
Jack nodded. "Unlike going into a computer lab at a university, we fit in here with other shoppers. Unlike a computer lab or an internet cafe, the cameras aren't watching us closely and aren't able to see what we're doing or what's on the computer screen. There's also considerably less supervision. Most important, we won't require a credential to access the internet, and every one of these machines auto-erases itself back to a clean demo mode on restart."
"I see what you mean," Kate said. "So what do you want to show me?"
Jack looked at her out of the corner of his eye. "Do you remember when you were little, and you were afraid to go down in the basement because you thought there might be monsters hiding down there?"
"As a matter of fact, I do." Jack had his left hand near the side of a computer. He turned it up a little to let her see the thumb drive resting in his palm.
"This is the key to the basement door. I'm going to take you down there so you can see where the boogeymen live."
Chapter 39. Jack covered the thumb drive from view with his hand as he plugged it into the USB port on the side of the laptop.
"The internet that people know," he said. "The internet they use a search engine to navigate. The websites, social media, the places they go to buy shoes, to listen to music, to watch videos, to pay bills, to do their banking, is only a very small portion of the web. There's probably 100 times as much material that can't typically be accessed because it's blocked from search engines. That hidden part of the web contains databases, archives, medical records, scientific reports, government resources, and password-protected company websites that use non-standard protocols and ports. That's the deep web."
"That's where the boogeymen live?"
"No. Where we're going is the vast layer beneath that. It's even more obscure. It's called the darknet."
Jack casually glanced both ways.
"Stand closer to me to block the screen so if anyone walks by they can't really see it."
Kate moved shoulder to shoulder with him, watching as he restarted the computer. When it came back on, it loaded a black screen that looked outdated. "Why are you restarting from your thumb drive?" she asked.
"I don't want to use this computer's operating system for where we need to go." To prevent kids from installing remote administration tools on these computers, this store might be using monitoring software that could follow a glowing trail of breadcrumbs from what we're doing. We need to stay anonymous, Jack said. So instead of using this computer's operating system, I'm running it on an operating system called Tails. She was momentarily tempted to think he was joking, as if he didn't want to be tailed, but she remembered all the strange acronyms Brian in the computer department at KDEX used. What's Tails? I've never heard of it. Not important, but if you really want to know, it stands for the Amnesic Incognito Live System. Seriously? Amnesic? You mean it forgets where it's been? Jack flashed her a quick smile. And incognito. Concealed identity. Plug in the USB, restart, and the computer is being run from the Tails operating system rather than the system installed on the computer. Tails doesn't store data locally. Once I pull out the thumb drive, there is nothing left behind to find. To get into the darknet, you need to run Tor, which I also have on this thumb drive. Tor stands for the Onion Router, he said before she could ask, as he opened the browser. Unlike the places you're used to going that end in .com, most of the addresses in the darknet end in .onion. You need to use the Tor browser to access those addresses. Hence, the reason the darknet is sometimes called Onionland. Kate pressed her fingers to her forehead. I'm getting a headache from this stuff. I'm not trying to give you a headache, but it's important for your longevity that you begin to understand how some of these superpredators operate in order to help you understand the extent of the nesting phenomenon. Nesting phenomenon? Yes, he said without explaining. Some of the most dangerous people hunting you want anonymity too, so they are hiding in the darknet. If you want to stay alive, you need to know what they're doing and how they're doing it. Kate gestured at the screen. You mean they do all this? The smart ones do, and it's the smart ones who are the most dangerous. So, bad guys developed the darknet as a way to hide? Actually, it was developed by the U.S. Navy, primarily for ultra-secure communications. So, it's more secure than the regular internet? As far as anonymity, yes. Instead of data going directly through known, traceable points, the darknet uses layers of relays, like the layers of an onion. Each node only knows the identity of the next relay, not the point of origin or the destination, and those handoffs among relays are in constant flux as they're bounced all around the globe. In addition, each hop is encrypted. No one can track you down. No one can find out who you are. No one knows where you've been, and no one knows what you are doing. You are anonymous, and what you do on the darknet is unknown, unless you disclose any of that information either deliberately or unintentionally. The darknet was eventually released into the public domain to enable people in countries with repressive regimes to communicate and remain anonymous. Were those governments to discover who these dissidents were, they would be thrown in prison or executed. Well, that all sounds like a pretty good thing, then. Jack cast her a look. That side of it is. But when no one can be identified or traced, it also becomes a perfectly secure place to conduct illegal activity. In the darknet, criminals are anonymous. Law enforcement doesn't know who they are or what they're doing. Search engines work by using spiders, algorithms that crawl through web servers and follow every link down every possible avenue of the web. The structure of the darknet makes that impossible, so there are no search engines down here. Tor simply gives you a connection into this underworld, a stairway down into the darkness. Then how do you find anything? It's not easy. Web pages there are alphanumeric, so you can't look for sites based on their names. In a lot of cases, you need to know the specific address of where you want to go. There are also a few popular directories and star reviews of sites that sell illegal items like drugs. They provide links with headings like "Good source for drugs here" and "A+ forged documents." They read like a terrorist's private phone book.
If it's so secret, then why couldn't we just have used my computer? She glanced around. Then we wouldn't need to be sneaking around doing it here.
Because if it's illegal, you can buy it there. You can buy everything from young girls to uranium. You can hire a hit. You can buy and sell everything from counterfeit driver's licenses and passports to security passes for nuclear sites. Anonymity makes it a thriving underworld of illegal activity. More and more, it's becoming a meeting place for hackers to join forces. It's the originating source of sophisticated hacking attacks against everything from banks to military installations to infrastructure to insulin pumps.
And KDEX, the place where I work, Kate said. We're under continual attack from hackers.
Jack nodded as he glanced around. The thing is, because there is so much illegal activity taking place on the darknet, the government and law enforcement agencies obviously want to know who is using it and why. All of this makes the activity on the darknet a national security threat. Tor is considered a major tool of subversive, criminal, and terrorist activity. So the NSA has packet collection and inspection systems at every level of the regular internet. Simply using a normal search engine to look up information about the darknet, or using keywords in emails or texts, triggers tripwires at the NSA, and they grab all of the data associated with you. They grab everything. Mobile phone GPS tracking data, your cloud data, your travel, instant messages, emails, photos, the content of social media. All of it. Programs sift through that massive volume of material to come up with a threat analysis based on your patterns of activity. From that, they generate a smaller list of suspicious activity for more focused investigation. Auditors review all of that material, including listening to recordings of all your phone calls, reviewing your text messages, and reading all your emails. If they find evidence of any kind of criminal activity, they share it with other agencies, DEA, ATF, police departments. You don't want to get caught up in that net. A lot of very bad players also want to know who is using the darknet. Beyond the ability to scam people out of their money, say people wanting to buy illegal guns, imagine the blackmail potential.
Kate lifted her hands in frustration. So then it's not so safe.
Well, the problem is, by using your own computer, they know who you are, and they know that you're going on the darknet, but they don't know where you go or what you do there.
Kate ran her fingers back into her hair. This is so confusing. They know you're going there, but yet they don't?
I know that it's a lot to take in all at once. But for a start, I need you to understand the big picture.
I'm trying, she muttered.
Think of it this way. Imagine that there is a really big office building. That's the darknet. In that building, you could go to a room to conduct top-secret government business, or into a room to have a political discussion with dissidents about overthrowing the government of Iran, or a chat room on racist topics, or a room to launder money, or a room to buy child porn, or a room to buy drugs or guns or to hire an assassin. The government wants very much to know about those illegal activities going on in some of those rooms, but they can't see where you went in that building, and they don't know who's running the rooms. What their packet collection software does do is to act kind of like an FBI stakeout, sitting in a car across the street, watching the building with binoculars.
What good does that do?
It sends up a red flag. They knew you went in there. Is it a threat to national security? Knowing when you go onto the darknet, those FBI agents on stakeout watching you go into the building, becomes one element in the three-dimensional software that I mentioned before, used to analyze everything electronic in your life.
Kate took a quick look around. So they would know that you're logged in here, going onto the darknet right now? Yes, but because of the kind of operating system and software I'm using, and the fact that I'm using that software on a machine in a store, not my own computer, it makes determining who we are extremely difficult. We're adding layer upon layer to hide ourselves from their tracking systems. It would be unprecedented investigative work and gobs of resources just to determine that it's Jack Rains standing here in this store going onto the darknet, and they still wouldn't know what we're doing. Not even recordings on the store's cameras will tell them anything other than that two rather fuzzy figures were looking at computers on sale. When we leave, the computers will still be sitting here. As soon as I pull out this thumb drive, everything is gone off of it. If they followed us and came in here and went through this computer, there would be nothing on it to find. Some stores use desktop auditing software that captures screen images of what customers are doing, but we would have to be running the computer's regular operating system. Because we booted into this thumb drive using Tails, those tools aren't running. Geez, Jack, you are one sneaky character. That's why I'm still alive. You need to understand that government agencies that would be tracking you would be doing so to try to protect national security. And while that's all well and good, and you're not actually doing anything wrong, law enforcement agencies don't know that and wouldn't understand your ability. It might as well be voodoo. They wouldn't want to believe you, so they wouldn't try. They would think you were only making up excuses to hide something dangerous. What is there for them not to believe? Well, for instance, that you and I killed 2 men last night in self-defense. Yes, we might be able to prove it, but how many years would that take? We would have to prove your ability, prove everything that's happened, get everyone to believe that there is an entire hidden layer of superpredators hunting people like you. Do you think they would believe that? Why would they want to? There are plenty of officials and prosecutors who are only interested in a conviction. You could easily become an innocent person sent to prison for murder. Oh, she said with sudden realization. Modern forensics are incredibly good. Your safety depends on making sure no one has any reason to look at you in the first place. Getting on the radar of any agency or police force would only result in your life becoming tangled in all kinds of complications. They can turn your life into a living hell. Cops are the good guys. Just look at AJ. But even AJ was smart enough not to tell her department about what she was doing with John, or what she knew about you. She was protecting you. She had very sound reasons for doing that. I think I'm starting to see what you mean. Good. Because if for some reason you get on the radar of law enforcement, or are connected to anything from last night or what we're doing right now, while you're being questioned, interviewed, hiring lawyers, trying to get yourself out on bond, and having everything in your life turned upside down and picked apart, the predators who don't follow the rules will be hunting you from the shadows, waiting to catch you. In the darknet, digital information about everyone is a commodity. All law enforcement agencies have already been hacked, and all of their data is for sale, here on the darknet, for these superpredators to buy. Your digital life is naked here in the darknet. That's a pretty scary thought, she said. It is, he said, but that's today's reality. It's worse for you because you are not like ordinary people. Your safety depends on you staying as invisible as possible, including from the police, in order to stay invisible to those hunting you. I realize that you didn't bring this on yourself, but that doesn't matter. There is only living or dying. Those hunting you don't follow civilized rules. To survive, you are going to have to avoid a lot of the rules you've lived by up until now. You need to learn how to stay alive. That's all that matters.
There are no rules for you from now on, except not to harm innocent people and to stay alive yourself.
Kate ran the fingers of both hands back into her hair. My God, Jack. I don't know how I can live like that. He put a reassuring hand on the back of her shoulder.
I'm sorry, Kate. This is what I meant about the people I find not wanting to believe me. They can't accept the truth. They can't deal with it. There are only so many people I can help, so I have to focus my efforts on those who are willing to face reality. It's not easy, and it may not be right or fair, but it's the only way I know of that you are going to be able to stay alive. I needed you to understand how this darknet underworld functions so that you can use it as a tool to help you stay alive. The advantage is that the bad guys don't know that I found their room in that building. They don't know that we can watch them.
The hunters become the hunted?
That's part of how you stay alive. You have to become the huntress.
Kate regarded him for a moment with a sidelong look. You mean I'm going to have to kill them before they can kill me?
Jack shrugged. You may have to. You need to know how this works so that you have an advantage. I'll eventually give you a thumb drive like this one so that one day when I'm no longer around, you can do this on your own to find out what they know. It won't tell you everything, of course, because only some of them know about this site. By nature, they tend to be loners, but it will still be a useful tool. Maybe it could even help you to find others like yourself so that you can help each other.
Kate suddenly felt a flush of panic at the thought of Jack not being there to help her in this alien world she found herself in. The thought made her feel vulnerable and alone in defending herself against things she couldn't yet understand and or even imagine. How was she going to defend herself against these predators by herself? How was she going to be able to live her life and stay one step ahead of unseen killers who were out there hunting her? But Kate couldn't help thinking, too, about all those reviews saying Jack Raines was a fraud. Was she getting caught up in what were elaborate delusions? Was this all just Jack's crazy paranoia, him imagining conspiracies where there were none? Or even seeing things just because he wanted to be in a cloak-and-dagger world? Was the night before simply a series of weird, chance events that were only sucking her deeper into his grand illusions? Some of it was obviously true, but was she being gullible to believe all the things he was saying? A lot of the professionals who had posted reviews of his book had cautioned against falling for his phony expertise, saying that he didn't really know what he was talking about. They said that he gave the real experts a bad name. But on the other hand, she desperately wanted to believe him. Not because she wanted it all to be real, because she didn't, but because she wanted Jack to be real. She had never met anyone like him, and she wanted more than anything for him to be everything he seemed to be, everything she wanted to believe a man could be. Kate took another deep breath. So, what are we doing in Onionland? What's hiding down in the basement? What is it, exactly, that you want me to know?
It was a lot of trouble to find this place, Jack said.
Kate caught the look in his eyes. Are you saying that you killed people for this information? He lowered his voice as he leaned down a little closer.
I'm trying to keep innocent people like you alive.
She got the point. So what's this place you found? Kate finally asked, suddenly hesitant about what he was going to show her. Jack typed in a web address. It was alphanumeric rather than a name.
Do you have a good memory?
Pretty good, she said. I'm good with facts and figures. It's part of why I'm effective at my job.
Then memorize the address I just typed in.
Finally, after a long delay as the request skipped from relay to relay all around the globe, a black page with white lettering came up. It said, "Welcome to Scavenger Hunt." Chapter 40. Scavenger hunt. Scavenger hunt for what? Kate asked. Jack clicked to enter the site. It opened to a rather crude page with a list of names on the right side. The name John Allen Bishop immediately seized her attention. There was a check mark after his name, and underneath it said 50 bitcoins. Kate intuitively grasped why John's name was listed there. How much is 50 bitcoins? At today's exchange rate? Roughly $25,000, somewhere in there. Kate glanced over at Jack. That guy, the one with my photos in his pocket, had 2 rolls of hundreds. You said it looked like it was about 10 or 12,000 in each roll. Jack nodded as he clicked on John's name. I hate to do this to you, Kate, but you need to see what's going on here. When the new page for John opened, the first thing she saw was a photograph of a mutilated human eyeball lying on a hardwood floor. Below that picture, she saw a photograph of John crumpled on his side in a pool of blood in his living room. Kate stared in horror. The reality of the photo was worse than she had imagined. It made her worst fears real. Under the photos it said, "Scavenger hunt successful. The item has been removed from competition. The lucky winner has been paid." Kate glanced around to make sure no one was looking at the screen. "What is this site?" she growled in a low voice. It's a site frequented by killers who know about it. It's an information source for predators interested in the project, a scavenger hunt, aimed at eliminating those with your kind of ability. The fewer of your kind there are, the less risk to them. The easier it is to prey on others at will. You mean, like what you did in Israel made it harder for terrorists to slaughter people, so they would want to kill people with my kind of vision that you were able to find? Exactly. Because they are obsessed with killing, some serial killers manage to find this site. Not all the killers who come here know anything at all about people with your ability. Only those superpredators who can recognize it in your eyes do. But the competition of this kind of scavenger hunt appeals to them. It makes them feel like they're part of an exclusive club. In other words, take part in a hunt to murder people. That's right. Some want to prove they're better than any of the others who come here by being the one to claim a victim. Who is paying to have people like John murdered? Jack exhaled unhappily. I don't know. I wish I did, because then maybe I could end this sick scavenger hunt. It wouldn't end what is happening or save the world, but it would help some of the people like you stay alive. Why would anyone create a site like this? How in the world can this even exist? Why would anyone go to this kind of place? Those are questions born of your nature, your perspective on right and wrong. These people don't think that way. Evil, mental illness, belligerent passion, lethal anger, combative personality, whatever you wish to call it, exists in the nature of mankind. It's a part of mankind most people don't see, or don't want to see. This kind of person often idolizes evil, revels in it, seeks it out. It's a mistake to ignore this kind of thing because it's so offensive or because you don't want to believe that there are people like this. Any number of serial killers study other serial killers as if they were role models, heroes to emulate. Most psychopaths don't experience anxiety. They have little to no fear of getting caught. With that deadened sensitivity, killing provides excitement they can't otherwise achieve. In other words, they get off on it, Kate said.
Exactly. Killers want to be killers. They take pleasure in acts of torture and murder. They're obsessed with it. They're frequently sexually aroused by the things they do to victims. This site is a place where they not only share their tastes, but where they sometimes share information. There's a chat room deeper into this site, for example, where they discuss sex acts with the corpses of their victims.
My God, Kate whispered, half to herself. You've got to be kidding.
Unfortunately, I'm not. This is a glimpse under the facade of civilization at the darkening nature of mankind. It's a peek at the cancer within mankind. It reveals a true inner hunger for violence against anyone and everyone.
But that's just criminals.
You think so? While the darknet helps facilitate all of this, just think of how the internet you ordinarily see, is filled with hatred. The internet is awash with hostility for a particular politician, actors, famous personalities, or even another girl in school. And that's the regular internet. The darknet is an order of magnitude darker. It's like looking into the mindset of what it means to be human beings.
Not all of them, Kate said. Not everyone.
Not everyone, he agreed. But more than you realize.
Kate wasn't willing to concede the point. There are a lot of wonderful people out here in the world who go onto the internet to express sympathy and support for others. There's places devoted to helping others in need. There isn't only darkness, there's a lot of light as well.
Jack nodded. It all makes up the nature of mankind. It's all part of the struggle for what we will be.
Kate watched a couple of teenage boys busily discussing a gaming platform walk past before returning to what she needed to know. So, what's this business with bitcoins?
That's the currency of the darknet. For all practical purposes, it's untraceable. That's why these killers are paid in bitcoins. Transactions on the darknet for everything from drugs to hiring a hit on someone are done with bitcoins. There are sites where you can exchange them for cash. The exchange rate fluctuates, similar to any other currency.
If this guy who was chained up in the basement then killed John and took photos of it on his phone, Kate asked, thinking out loud, then how come he couldn't call for help in the first place? AJ said he was chained up there for about 3 weeks.
You said that you thought your brother recognized this guy as the devil, surprised him somehow, knocked him out, and chained him up. John undoubtedly took the guy's phone. Once he escaped and killed John, he probably found his phone, then took the photos and uploaded them to prove he had completed the murder so he could collect the reward.
I guess, Kate said with a sigh. Can one of these predators tell by the photo of the eyeball that John has the ability to recognize them? Can you tell?
No. That can only be done with a photograph on photo paper printed from a negative.
She gestured angrily at the screen. Then why take a photo like that? Jack took a moment before answering.
I think the guy was being funny.
Funny? That's funny? He put a hand on the small of her back to remind her to calm down.
The photo of the eye he cut out was most likely an outburst of his anger at John, but it was also a kind of statement, saying that he could see John's special vision and he had defeated it.
I still don't see how,
Kate. These are sick people. They're predators. You can't think of them through the lens of your sensibilities. They aren't like you and me. They get off on this kind of stuff. Some of them torture their victims for days. They upload videos of the torture scenes over a period of time before they eventually kill the person. They want their audience here to see it as it's taking place.
Kate was stunned. They post videos of torture? You've seen them?
He didn't look at her. This photo of John is enough for you to understand what's going on here and what these people are like.
Kate was sure that he was right. She had to look away from the still photo of John lying in a pool of his blood. She couldn't imagine how horrific a video would be. She couldn't imagine being tortured, helpless, and having it videoed so others could watch. Are any of the other victims like John? People with the ability like I have to recognize killers? Jack's brow twitched at the question. All of them are. This is a site devoted to eliminating people with your ability. Kate lifted her hands and let them drop. But how do they find out about people like John? Like my uncle? Like her? Sometimes one of them will spot a person with that kind of vision and stalk them. Rather than kill them right away, they keep track of them while they research the family to find others with the same unique vision. It's likely they somehow found out that your uncle had that ability, did research on his family, and added John to their list of targets. As they find out about people with your ability, they share that information here. What if the relatives they researched don't actually have the ability? Jack looked back over his shoulder at her. They're killers, Kate. Everyone they kill, ability or not, isn't innocent. A lot of killers seek out a specific type of victim, hair color, physical build, age, that kind of thing. But your vision, your ability, is a universal target for their hatred. If a relative they kill doesn't actually have the ability, they don't care. Their view is better safe than sorry. Without knowing it, they are culling the human race of what in their view is an unwanted trait, like wolves hunting sheepdogs. Over time, that changes the balance of human nature. He went back to the first page that listed names. Most of these people are dead. See there, after their name? The ones like John with a checkmark have been killed, and the bounty paid. Kate felt sick. Did you know any of those people with their names checked off? Jack deliberately didn't look at her as he leaned in on his arms, staring at the screen. Yes. Were those people you tried to help? He stared at the screen for a moment longer. Yes. I tried. He tipped the screen down as a heavy-set woman in a flower-print dress walked by, looking over each of the laptops on display, seeming a little miffed that they were hogging one of them. She leaned in deliberately to look at the price of the computer they were using. When Jack and Kate remained where they were, she moved on. Once she was past, Jack lifted the screen again. He pointed. This is what I came to see. I had been hoping it wouldn't be here. Chapter 41. Kate saw a list with the heading Active Scavenger Hunts. She scanned the list of 8 or 10 names and blinked in recognition. That's my name. Remember what I told you, Jack cautioned. She realized she had been a little louder than he would have liked. Kate glanced around. Sorry. Jack watched her a moment to make sure she was going to remain calm before he turned back to the screen. It's been a while since I visited the site. I wanted to know if they had found out about you. Unfortunately, it looks like they have, and they've added your name to the list. Most likely because you're related to Everett and John. Great, Kate said under her breath. He clicked on her name, and another page opened. Kate was stunned to see that the photos that had been on John's refrigerator were all posted there. She pulled out the photos in her pocket, the photos she had taken from the pocket of the man she had fought, the man Jack had killed. They were the exact same photos. All of them had been uploaded to the scavenger hunt site. Kate held up the stack, showing them to Jack, unable to find words. He nodded in sympathy for her silent anger. She glanced around, checking the people wandering the store, then pointed at the price for her life under her name. 200 bitcoins.
"That's nearly $100,000, he said.
Why so much more than for John? Jack clicked the back button so she wouldn't have to look at the photos of herself, meant to help killers identify her.
It's a reflection of your ability. A reflection of how much they want you dead.
He gestured at the page with the names.
No one else is bringing that much of a bounty.
Some honor, she said. The prices ranged mostly from 20 to 75 bitcoins. The highest she saw was 100 for a man named Philip Morgan. There was a check mark after his name. Underneath it said, "Scavenger hunt ended." Where do they get this reward money? She asked.
Jack shrugged. They aren't simply killers. Most are into all kinds of crime. Robbery, cybercrime, drug dealing. They see people like you as a professional liability. This is pocket change for them. In Israel, the terrorists had all the money they wanted for rewards to kill those like you.
Kate reached in and clicked on her name to take her back to the page with her photos. She scrolled down the page where there was information about her. That's my social security number. And my address. That's my cell phone number and my license plate number. There's the address where I work, even the floor. She looked back at Jack. Brian, one of the IT guys at work, said that he had gone to a lot of effort to keep information about me off the internet. He had been trying to protect me, the same as he did for other executives. He said he wanted to make it difficult for anyone I'd fired who might want to retaliate to find out any of my personal information.
Personal information is a commodity on the darknet. There is no longer any such thing as data security. That's an outdated concept. Hackers routinely break into every company, store, agency, even the IRS, and scoop up all the personal information. They steal information on hundreds of thousands of people at a time, every hour, every day, 7 days a week. If you work for the government, have health insurance, have a bank account, a credit card, a driver's license, have a mortgage, shop online, have email, are employed, visit social media, register a new appliance, own a car or home, then your personal information has already been stolen, and your digital life is for sale somewhere on the darknet. Large criminal organizations have sophisticated data mining departments that sort all that information, slice it and dice it in any way their customers want. You can buy identities by the dozen or by the tens of thousands, complete with account numbers, passwords, and your mother's maiden name. Everyone's digital life is available for sale on the darknet. People have no idea how easy it is for bad guys to get access to this kind of personal data. Your information would have revealed that you do security audits and have a security clearance. That makes you a much higher value target. It's easy to kill someone like John. It's a lot harder to kill someone who deals in security issues. Your security job is an indication that you have above normal intelligence, which means you are likely to have a more highly developed ability. A higher ability is a larger danger to them, so that makes you a higher value target. You said that a man was arrested near your office, and he had your name on a piece of paper in his pocket. That's right. He most likely got your name and where you work here, on this site. By how amateurish he was probably a lurker on this site and didn't really understand its broader purpose. He probably simply got the bright idea that he could make a lot of money and have some excitement doing it. He was undoubtedly coming to kill you.
And he killed Wilma instead, Kate said.
Like I said, an amateur. A superpredator who can recognize your ability by your eyes would have plotted to capture you so he could have done whatever he wanted with you.
Can you change it? Kate asked, feeling a crushing sense of vulnerability. Can you go in there and change this information to make it harder to find me?
No. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to do that, Jack said.
Wish I could, but I don't have the site credentials to do that sort of thing.
So then they know everything about me. They can find me.
If you continue your standard patterns, I'm afraid so. That's why it was so important for me to get to you first so I could help you.
Help me? Good God, Jack, she said as she gestured angrily at the screen. How the hell are you going to help me if some psychopath can find me this easily?
Kate,
he said, speaking softly to get her to do the same.
I can't change the world. The only thing I can do is show you what's really going on, and then teach you what I can so that you can better protect yourself. Last night you proved that you have it in you to do what you must to live. You didn't give in to being a victim. You fought for your life. Whether or not you choose to defend yourself in the bigger picture or how you choose to do it is up to you.
He wiped a hand back across his eyes.
I can't make this all go away, Kate. I wish I could, but I can't. I'm only the messenger.
I'm sorry. She laid a hand on his arm. I know this isn't your fault. He showed her a sad smile as he started to reach for the thumb drive. Wait, she said, grabbing his wrist. What's this? She moved the cursor to a small box on the left side that said, Book Reviews. Earn extra money.
It's not important, Jack said, making a dismissive face. Just more of their hostility.
Kate clicked on it anyway. It slowly opened a page that had a picture of Jack's book. Beneath that was the back of the book, showing a photo of Jack standing with his arms folded, leaning a shoulder against a tree. In an unusual twist on the typical author photo, his face was in shadow, just enough to be unrecognizable, except that Kate could recognize him by his body language. Kate read the copy under the book. It explained that the scavenger hunt site was paying 1 Bitcoin for each negative review of the book planted on sites like Amazon. Reviews had to be posted on the scavenger hunt site first to prove they originated with a member of the site, and then that same review had to later appear in the reviews section of online book retailers. If it did, it would earn a Bitcoin. Kate clicked on the link to the reviews. When the page opened, she scanned down the long list. With a sense of icy recognition, she saw that they were the reviews she had read the night she had met AJ. Under each review it said, 1 Bitcoin awarded. She scrolled down, and at the end there was a section with directions on writing an effective negative review. It advised saying that you were a law enforcement professional or a criminal profiler or some kind of authority figure on the subject. It gave pointers on how to be dismissive of the book, giving key words to use. Kate recognized all the pointers as having been used in the reviews she read. She felt sick to her stomach. She felt her face turning red at the memory of how she had been swayed by those reviews. She prided herself on being a level-headed investigator, able to see through false narratives. And yet, she had been duped. Worse, duped by calculating, corrupt people with an agenda.
These people don't like the public to know about them, so they try to discredit the book.
Jack gestured to the screen.
When they post these bad reviews, it encourages others to join in. The internet gives people a way to act out while remaining anonymous. It gives them keyboard courage, much the same way hiding behind white-pointed hoods gives members of the Ku Klux Klan courage. Terrorists have embraced the internet because it's a perfect environment to incubate hatred and slaughter. It's all the same base mechanism at work.
She looked back over her shoulder at him. But this isn't fair. Can't you do something about it?
One of the things you need to learn in order to stay under the radar is never complain, never explain.
But this keeps you from making a living.
The Israelis, remember? I do this because it's a calling. I have my own reasons for this book, and for the new one I'm working on.
But if the book sold better, Kate said, you could find more people like me. He suddenly looked tired and a little defeated.
I'm only one person, Kate. As far as I know, there's no one else with my ability, no one else like me who can recognize those like you. As it is, I have more people to help than I can handle. Most people I do reach don't want to hear what I have to say. The book helps me reach others, like it did with AJ, and that led me to you. The simple truth is, I can't help everyone. This is all connected to something much larger. This is a speck of dust in the mountain ranges of history. The darknet is a part of that connection. I have to keep my focus on what small part I can play in it. In that context, the reviews are irrelevant to my purpose. Much like the Industrial Revolution changed mankind forever, the internet, and the darknet in particular, represents another paradigm shift in the delicate balance of mankind. But this time, it is accelerating nesting events in a negative way. I can't save the world any more than you can. You need to have the right mindset. Survival. This is but one nesting event among many in the great span of time, but one that is monumentally different. This time, it may be an extinction-level event. Jack pulled the thumb drive out of the computer.
I don't understand all of the connections you talk about, or how I fit into them, Kate said. I don't understand what you mean about nesting events.
Of course you don't. I haven't explained it to you yet.
Don't you think it's about time you did? He peered at her for a moment.
Are you hungry?
Starving.
Okay. Let's get something to eat, and I'll explain it.
Kate had the feeling that her view of the world was about to again shift under her feet. Chapter 42. Kate dropped her purse, her jacket, and a sack of disposable cell phones they had bought at the electronics store on the bed as Jack went into the sitting room and put the plastic bags with their dinner down on the coffee table in front of the couch. They had stopped at a Chinese restaurant and gotten takeout. As hungry as they both were, they didn't want to have a conversation while someone was sitting in the next booth. He thought it would be easier to talk if they were alone, so they decided to have a mini buffet in their motel room. For the most part, they had both been silent in the car on the way back to the motel. She wasn't sure why Jack had been so quiet, but Kate hadn't really wanted to talk. Her thoughts were in a whirlwind after everything he had shown her. She was still trying to digest it all. The whole concept of the darknet was a disturbing revelation in and of itself, to say nothing of the scavenger hunt site. Seeing the photos of herself with a price on her life was chilling. But even more than that, it made her angry. Kate checked herself in the bathroom mirror and, satisfied after ordering her hair a little, went back out into the sitting room. Jack had been setting the containers out on the coffee table. When he turned back to her, Kate confronted him. She took a deep breath. I'd like to apologize.
For what?
I read those reviews of your book before.
You did?
He set down 2 bottles of water.
When?
Kate opened her hands. The night I met AJ. She told me about your book and how it might help me understand the changes I'm going through. After she left, I went online intending to order a copy, but then I read the reviews, and I didn't. After everything you've done for me, you especially don't deserve me believing that such lies were true. I'm ashamed to say they influenced me. He smiled a little.
Ah, that explains a few things.
She scrunched up her nose. Can you forgive me, please? I feel terrible for how I treated you because of it. He dismissed it all with a self-conscious gesture.
Don't give it a second thought. We have much bigger things to worry about. Forget about it, really. I mean it.
Kate smiled and put her arms around him in gratitude, laying her head against his chest as she hugged him tight. The embrace had been unplanned. It wasn't like her to give hugs, but it felt right. Actually, it felt more than right. She was relieved to have cleared the air. Jack put his hands on the back of her shoulders, holding her as she hugged him. "It's okay, Kate. Don't give yourself a hard time about it. It's just words." She was relieved that her own impressions of him had been right all along. "Sorry," she said again as she separated herself from him, a little embarrassed that she had hugged him out of the blue. He gently grasped her by the upper arms as he also held her in his gaze. "It's all right, Kate. We're good. Okay?" She suddenly sensed a shadow of something in him, a hint of sorrow about something, a reluctance passing across his eyes. All of her instincts as an investigator, her intuition about people, and she supposed her newly discovered inner ability, kicked in and came together in an instant. It suddenly hit her. One of the women on that list meant something to you. You cared about one of those women who was murdered, didn't you? He straightened. "What makes you say that?" "I find connections and put things together. It's what I do. I'm pretty good at it." He nodded. "I guess you are." "I'm sorry." She turned up a hand. "I'm sticking my nose in where it doesn't belong. I'm sorry. I know. I seem to be saying I'm sorry a lot all of a sudden, but I'm sorry." Her own words felt incredibly awkward to her. She realized that she had inadvertently stepped into a very dark place. She couldn't seem to make herself shut up. "Really, I'm sorry." Jack was still looking at her, looking into her eyes that way that made her feel like he was looking into her soul. "You have no need to be sorry," he said in a quiet tone. "You find answers. Like you said, it's what you do. You have sound reasons for wanting answers to fill in the blanks of things that are so new and confusing." He put his hand behind her neck, holding her head for a moment as he looked at her. It was a gesture of reassurance. "If I expect you to put your life in my hands, you deserve to have answers to your questions about me." His beautiful eyes, the way his gaze stayed fixed on her, made her feel weak. "When I came back into the country, I landed in New York," he finally said as his hand dropped away. "I stayed in the city for a while. I found her by chance one day. It was her eyes. They took my breath away." He flashed a brief, self-conscious smile. "It's rather hard to walk up to a woman and tell her out of the blue that you know she can recognize killers." "Is that what you did? Tell her right off?" His achingly sad smile returned. "We were both standing at the curb, waiting to catch a cab. I couldn't stop looking at her. She noticed, of course. I realized that I had to be making her nervous, so I told her that she had remarkable eyes. She said that wasn't a very original line, and challenged me, asking what was remarkable about them. She thought she was putting me in my place by putting me on the spot. Without a second thought, I said that with those eyes of hers, she could see evil. Her face turned white, and I knew in that instant that she knew all too well what I was talking about. She agreed to share a cab ride with me. In the cab, she asked if I was talking about Sid. I told her I didn't know and asked who he was. She said it was just a guy who worked in her building, and then she dismissed it, saying she didn't want to talk about it. I could tell that she meant it, and if I pressed her, I'd lose her. So I didn't. I had worked with a number of people, like I told you before. It's my calling in life. I'd just spent 5 years in Israel helping to find men and women like her, working with them, helping them. It was exhausting, and I was burned out.
I had already done a lot of research, and I was beginning to have a handle on the whole picture, beginning to see how it all fit together. Yet, there are things going on that I can't explain.
Like what? Kate asked.
Well, for whatever reason, I'm finding people like you more often than chance would suggest is to be expected. Same thing with your kind and killers crossing paths. It shouldn't be happening as often as it is. The odds of these encounters are far too remote, like your chances of winning the lottery. Yet, it's happening. I suspect that it may be something unique to nesting periods. Chance or not, I couldn't let her get away from me. That first day in the cab, I talked her into dinner, putting her at ease by promising not to mention her eyes. After that, we had a few long walks in the city, met for lunch a couple of times. I could tell by her eyes that she had already crossed paths with a killer, and I knew she would again. I also knew how vulnerable she was. I wanted to help protect her, and I wanted to teach her how to protect herself. I just didn't know how I was going to do that. She was one of those rare and wonderful souls whose smile brightened everyone's day. She was open and innocent and grinned at people all the time. She was a special person. People who met her instantly liked her. At the same time, she was also one of those fragile creatures that just didn't have it in her to fight back. She was petite, delicate, a wisp of a woman physically, with short blonde hair. Despite how delicate she was physically, she was a force of vibrant personality, but she wasn't a woman of imposing presence, like you. She saw darkness in the world and tried to overwhelm it with sunshine. She didn't like me talking to her about danger. It frightened her when I did, so I had to back off, hoping that at some point I would be able to start to ease her into the subject so I could help her to be safe. Having that kind of vision is one thing. Fighting to survive is something else entirely. I've found that they are only rarely present in the same person as they are in you. What you did last night, fighting that killer, was quite remarkable. Not just your physical ability, but your inner strength as well. That part is so key that without it, physical ability is next to useless. Anyway, before anything could really come of it, he paused to swallow. Before anything could come of it, and I could convince her of the things she needed to do to start to protect herself, she vanished. Kate touched his arm.
I'm so sorry, Jack.
He pulled his lower lip through his teeth. The guy posted torture videos of her on that site. Every day for a week. She lasted a little over a week.
Dear God. Kate, her eyes widening, put both hands over her mouth.
Seeing that kind of changed me, you know? It made me kind of ruthless in how I go about what I do. It's also the reason I wrote the book. I've always had this ability for recognizing people who in turn had the ability to recognize killers. Somehow, I'm drawn to them. I wish I had their ability, but I don't. Throughout my life, I've run across a number of people with your vision. I have an inborn drive to protect them. I guess I'm kind of like a shepherd dog. I want to protect the innocent from the wolves. Too often, the wolves take them. After she died, I had the idea of using a book to help bring some of those with the ability to see evil out of the shadows so I could help them.
So, you wrote the book because of her? Kate couldn't muster the courage to ask her name. She didn't want to make him say it out loud.
He nodded. I had been doing research, and I had already started, but after she was gone, I really devoted myself to it. I wrote just enough into the book so that those who had the vision you have, or who knew of them, like AJ, would grasp what I was saying and hopefully contact me. I didn't want to hear from a lot of curious people. I only wanted the special few to seek me out. The effort it takes to get in contact with me is a kind of vetting process in and of itself. It shows a certain sense of inner will. I wrote the book because of her. So, in a way, even though I couldn't save her, she helped me save others. I dedicated it to her, to R. I didn't want to use her name, Rita, because I didn't want the killer to recognize it.
Was he ever caught? Kate asked in the dragging silence.
No, Jack said, shaking his head. He still visits the site I took you to. I recognize his postings. He's still out there, hunting people like you. I suspect he killed another woman, same build as Rita, slight, with short blonde hair. But I can't be certain.
So, were you and she close?
No, he said, suddenly realizing what she was asking. He gestured to help dismiss the notion. I never really got to know her all that well because we had only met, and we had precious little time together. We never had the chance to get to know each other. She had a sunny disposition and was open and cheerful to everyone, but only up to a point. Beyond that, she was actually pretty cautious and private. She was just so special, though, that I thought maybe someday something might come of it, that a real relationship might develop, you know? But it never got that far. Just, all of a sudden, she was gone. When she disappeared, I frantically tried to find her. I managed to hunt down the sweaty little goon named Sid she had mentioned when we first met. His main job was operating a floor buffer in the building where she worked. I knew the instant I saw him that he knew something. When our eyes met, he turned and tried to leave, but I stopped him. He put a hand in front of his mouth when he answered my questions. He touched his eyes a lot. He offered rambling answers to things I didn't ask. He tried to tell me everything except what I wanted to know. So I took him somewhere we could have a more private conversation. Because when I first mentioned her vision, Rita had asked if I was talking about Sid, so I knew that even if I couldn't see it in him, she recognized that Sid was a killer. He insisted that he had nothing to do with Rita's disappearance, but when pressed, he admitted that on occasion he had been with this guy, Victor, when Victor got into his crazy shit moods about women. He said he owed Victor a favor. Victor generously provided Sid with date rape drugs. So, knowing Victor's type and to repay him, Sid tipped Victor off about this woman in the building where he worked, Rita.
Kate squeezed his arm. It's okay, Jack. You don't need...
Sid was how I found the scavenger hunt site. He hadn't been with Victor when he took Rita, and didn't know where he would have taken her. He said he met up with Victor in a bar from time to time. That's all he knew. I haunted the bar and put out generous offers for anything on Victor, but nothing ever turned up.
Jack stared off into the distance.
I went back to where I had Sid tied up and started to cut off his fingers. One at a time. Each time asking him again where I could find Victor. After 3 fingers, he finally gave me an address of a flophouse, but Victor had long since moved out. When I went back to Sid, I started in again, asking him after each finger where I could find Victor. Sid was in tears by then, of course. His skin was cold and pallid, his breathing irregular. I could see the carotid artery in his skinny little neck going a mile a minute. At that point, he would have given over his mother if I had asked. I told him he had better think real hard and come up with a place I could find Victor. Sid was afraid of Victor, but he was more afraid of me. After I cut off one of his thumbs, he said that the only thing he could think of was this website Victor liked to go to, called Scavenger Hunt. He rattled off the site address over and over, like a prayer for salvation. I recognized that it was on the darknet. I went to the site. That's when I found the first 2 videos of Rita that Victor had posted. They were torture videos. At the end of each one, he leaned into the camera. He was wearing a stocking mask with eye holes cut out and said, "This is Victor, signing off until the next installment of Fun Time with this little bitch." Kate felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. I called my contacts in the Mossad and asked them to help me find something, anything, about the scavenger hunt site. I knew that she was still alive, and I might be able to save her if I could get to her in time. But the site was down in the darknet, where the boogeymen hide, where monsters like Victor hide. As much as I know my Israeli friends desperately wanted to help me, they couldn't. They knew what kind of things I dealt with and what was at stake. I had helped them save lives. I know they would have done anything in the world to help if they could have, but they couldn't. That's how anonymous everyone is in Onionland. Victor posted a torture video of her every day for a week. He had her in a dark room, tied to a chair, with a light on her so she was all you could see. Her legs were bare. As horrific as the things he did to her were, it was clear to me that he didn't want her to die yet. He wanted to keep her alive, keep the game going. He wanted her to be terrified. That's what these kinds of predators get off on: control and terror. After that, they gorge on the final act of killing. Then, in the next video, he wrapped a tourniquet tightly around her left thigh. She had slender legs, and used a handsaw to cut her leg off just above the knee. He didn't gag her. He wanted everyone watching to hear her scream. In between her screams, she would say over and over, "Jack, please help me." Kate could feel her knees trembling. The next day, he put on a tourniquet and cut off her other leg. By then she was delirious, and I could tell that she had given up all hope. The only mercy was that I could see she was going into shock. I watched Rita die in that last video. My Israeli friends did the only thing they could to help me. They made Sid's corpse vanish. Victor still uses the scavenger hunt site. I recognize his postings, the phrasing he uses. He's still out there, still hunting people like you. The only way to stop people like that is to kill them. Kate was frozen in shock at the story. She could hardly breathe. Jack seemed to finally come out of his distant daze and looked down at her. She's gone now. I don't know if anything would ever have come of us. We never had a chance to find out. Her suffering is over. I try to find comfort in that. For a moment, he searched for words. I wish I could have buried her, you know? It would have at least been something to have been able to lay her to rest. But her remains were never found. Sometimes I lie awake, staring up at the ceiling, and I see her. When I sleep, she's there, in my nightmares, screaming, calling my name, begging me to help her. The Valium helps me sleep without remembering the dreams. It's a blessing not to remember your dreams, you know? I always figure that if Rita and all the rest I've seen becomes too much for me to take anymore, I can always use the whole bottle and just go to sleep and not ever have to dream again. Kate, her vision watery, pulled him into an embrace where he found comfort for a moment before separating. I guess that's why I can seem so cold. I don't mean to be. But in the world I deal in, I can't sugarcoat anything. If I do, I'm only hurting the people I want to help. Life and death are cruel and hard. I feel a sacred duty to at least give the people I find the information they need to survive. The rest is up to them. He stared off into the distance again. But I can still see her eyes, Rita had the most remarkable eyes. They were the eyes of an angel. I had never seen eyes like that before, and never again since. Until I met you. He looked down at Kate. That's why, when we first met, I was stopped in my tracks when I looked into your eyes. You have eyes like hers. You, too, have the eyes of an angel. Except that in you, it's more. You have the eyes of an avenging angel. Kate, her chin trembling, pulled him back into the embrace, where she hoped that he could, for a moment, pause time and find a brief bit of comfort in her sympathy and understanding. After those moments of time suspended, she pulled back and wiped the tears from under her eyes. She wasn't sure she was going to be able to speak, but she forced herself to find her voice. She knew what he needed to hear, what would help him more than anything else, what would be his anchor in the storm of a world sliding into chaos. Jack, I want to live. Will you please help me? Teach me what I need to know? He smiled as he ran a hand down the side of her head. Sure. I can do that. She nodded her gratitude. Why is it, she asked, that so many people around us, good people, people we care about, are being murdered like this? This time, he pulled her into a reassuring hug. I'm afraid that we have the misfortune to have been born into a very dark moment in the long history of evil. But I'm going to teach you to survive. Chapter 43. In the solitude of the bathroom, Kate stood in front of the mirror as she ran cold water. Tears, tinted with mascara, dripped into the white sink to spiral down the drain. She put a washcloth under the running water and wrung it out. With trembling fingers, she pressed the cold washcloth over her face, muffling her sobs. Every moment seemed to be worse than the last, every day darker. She felt as if she were slowly descending into hell. It was more than she could take. She wanted it to end. She wanted out of the corner she felt trapped in. She didn't know how Jack could stand it, how he could not swallow that whole bottle of pills and just go to sleep forever. By sheer force of will, Kate composed herself. She wasn't helping herself, and more importantly, she wasn't helping Jack by giving in to weakness. She needed to be strong if she was going to survive. He wanted to help her, but he needed her to be strong if he was going to be able to do that. She stifled her weeping and washed off her makeup. She rinsed out the mascara and then put the cold washcloth against her eyes again, trying to get some of the redness to go away. "Are you okay in there?" she heard him call from the other room. "Yes," she answered. She sniffled. "Be right there." When she came out, she said, "My mascara was running. I had to wash it off." "You don't need it. You're beautiful without it." He gave her a brave smile that even made it into his eyes. She didn't know how he was able to do it. She returned the smile. She didn't know how she managed to do it herself. Two people offering the comfort of a smile in a grim world gone mad. "Here," he said, returning from his carry-on bag. He seemed composed, maybe because she had given him a purpose, but then again Jack always seemed self-possessed. He handed her 2 small knives. "These are kind of cute," she said, trying to brighten the gloomy mood a bit. She looked up at him. "But seriously, I can protect myself with these?" "It's not the weapon that matters as much as the person who uses it. A plain old rock can make a deadly weapon." "Why are you giving me 2? You have 2 hands, don't you?" Kate looked at the knives.
They had simple textured sides to keep the fingers from slipping. Each knife had a clip along one side. They fit in the palm of her hand nicely, yet they were so small she didn't see how they could be effective. Jack pulled the knife out of his pocket. It was exactly the same as the two he had given her.
One of the important features of this knife is that you think it's cute.
Kate was baffled. Why is that an important feature?
Because it doesn't look threatening. A big, wicked-looking knife will scare people. Scaring bad guys is all well and good, but it's important not to scare the good guys.
She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Okay.
If the police should happen to see a big knife, in your hand or in your purse or find it in your pocket, alarm bells go off in their heads. You just made yourself a potential threat to their safety. They are instantly on alert and instantly suspicious of you, much the same as if you're carrying a gun. It may not be fair, but that's the new reality you have to deal with. Fair isn't one of the rules. The police are under constant assault from all sides and second-guessed in everything they do. They are increasingly vulnerable on the streets. They rightly feel that no one has their backs. A big knife makes them view you as yet another potential threat, and they will treat you that way. Even if you cooperate, it's to their personal advantage to go all bureaucratic on you.
He showed her the knife in his hand, pointing to the clip.
Always keep it clipped in your pocket so it's right there just inside. That way it's easy to get to. You won't have to remember where it is. It's not going to be a million miles away in your purse in those brief seconds when you need it to live. You won't have to fumble around looking for it. Having it in the same place every time and pulling it in the same way every time develops muscle memory. That gives you one less thing to worry about in a deadly situation.
Kate nodded. Okay. I get it.
To open the blade, you hold it like this, in your palm. Press your fingertips against the side to hold it tight against the heel of your thumb, leaving the top of the blade clear. See this metal stud on both sides of the back ridge of the blade?
Kate leaned in a little and looked, then looked at her own knives. She saw what he was talking about. What do they do?
It's a thumb stud to assist in opening the blade, he said, so that you can open it with one hand in an instant. Use your thumb on the stud to flick the blade past its resistance point, and it pops right open. Watch.
The blade snapped out so fast she could barely see the movement. She recognized the soft metallic click she had heard the night before when he had gotten out of the car for the gun-wielding killer. Both the top of the blade and the sharpened bottom edge tapered in very slight arcs to a wicked-looking needle point. The blade can't be more than 2 or 3 inches long, she said, looking at the knife he was holding. That doesn't seem long enough to be an effective weapon.
You don't need the blade to be longer than that, he said. A longer knife is certainly deadly, but if a bigger knife, then why not a sword? It's a matter of what's practical. A bigger knife is deadly, but in some ways harder to handle, which means more opportunities for mistakes. If you make a mistake when you need a knife the most, you will die. A big knife is also harder to carry and to hide. In some places, knives over a certain length are illegal and will get you in trouble. This one is so small it rarely raises any more suspicion than a nail clipper would. That's because people don't understand what you can do with this.
What you can do? How am I going to defend myself with this little thing?
Well, for one thing, a bigger blade creates more drag, so you can't necessarily cut as easily.
She looked up at him. Wouldn't a bigger blade give me a better advantage? More reach? More power behind it and the ability to stab deeper?
How do you peel a pear?
Kate's brow twitched at the question. I hold the knife in my fist, like this. Then I put my thumb against the pear and pull the blade toward my thumb, but holding it like this so it won't slip and cut my thumb.
You do it the right way. Cutting the skin off the pear with the heel of the blade right up next to the handle. You do it that way because it gives you more precise control. Would a 12-inch kitchen knife make it easier to peel the skin off the pear? Would you use the pointed end out near the tip?
Well, no, that would be awkward. But if a 250-pound guy is lunging at me, what do you expect me to do with this little thing? Peel his scalp like a pear?
No. I expect you to do the same thing as when you peel a pear with it. Control the blade to make precision cuts.
Kate cautioned herself to douse her alarm and listen to what he could teach her. Jack obviously knew what he was talking about. All right. What do I do and how do I do it?
You already understand the basics because of your martial arts training. If you had had this knife when you fought that guy last night, the fight would have been over in the first few seconds. You got in that first strike against the side of his head, largely because you surprised him. It was effective, but not lethal. However, it was the perfect killing strike you can use with this knife.
Kate frowned as she looked from the knife back up at him. Okay. How? Jack put his finger on the side of her neck below her ear and drew it around and down toward the front of her throat.
Your hand was already there, at his ear. With the knife, instead of worrying about punching his ear, you thrust out the same way, then pulled the blade back toward yourself, cutting the carotid artery at the side of his neck.
He held the side of her head with his left hand and put pressure against her neck with the fingertips of the other.
The carotid artery supplies blood to the brain.
Kate almost immediately felt herself starting to get lightheaded.
See?
He released her.
If you sever the artery, that denies blood to the brain and the person will be unconscious in a matter of seconds and dead soon after. The jugular is there as well, so you're likely to get that as well. The jugular returns blood from the brain, so cutting it, too, speeds the loss of blood from the brain. It's remarkably fast. Remember the guy with the gun last night? Remember how quickly he went down?
I remember, Kate said.
There are also vital muscles and tendons in the neck. With a small, razor-sharp knife like this, you can slice faster, cleaner, deeper, and easily sever those tendons. Even if you miss the carotid artery and sever muscles and tendons in the side of his neck, he won't be able to hold his head up.
What if you don't have an opening to go for the side of his neck?
Point your finger at me, like you're pointing a gun at me.
Kate did as he asked, imitating the way AJ had done it.
Block the gun to the side, like this, the same way as you must have practiced for most of your life. You already have the muscle memory for that, right?
Kate nodded. Sure, it's a pretty basic move.
Once you block the attacker's hand off to the side so he can't shoot you, then you can do a variety of things. For example, as you block, bring your other hand down in a fast strike with the knife, slicing the inside of his wrist. That cuts the tendons so his dominant hand won't work. He won't be able to hold up the gun to pull the trigger, so you have effectively disarmed him. Secondly, you will have cut the arteries in his wrist and he will begin to bleed out. It's not fast like the carotid artery would be, but he is going to start to lose a lot of blood. Don't forget, cutting those arteries in the wrist is a tried-and-true suicide technique, so it's going to be a dangerous wound unless the bleeding is stopped. When people see themselves bleeding profusely, it tends to freak them out. Unless they're on drugs, of course, or a psycho. Either way, once you've done that, then it's easier to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. What do you usually do when you block a gun hand like that?
Well, she said, demonstrating in slow motion, if the guy is bigger, like you are, I would punch up with my right hand into his throat.
Good. Do that with this knife in your fist and you will cut his windpipe. If your knife slips off to the side, you'll likely cut the carotid artery. Either way, he's going down. The fight is over in the first few seconds.
What if he doesn't have a gun, and instead he simply hunches as he lunges in at me to power me to the ground?
Use a strike you already know how to do. 2 quick jabs, and in a matter of a second or two, you've permanently blinded your attacker. Blinding them right off makes you the one in control of the fight and in control of how you finish him. If you need to, the blade is long enough to slice open their abdomen, unless the attacker is really obese. Do that, and their intestines spill out across the ground. Then they, not you, are going to be the one who is panicking. If you have to duck low, stay close like you already do, and sever the femoral artery on the inside of their thigh. That will make them lose massive amounts of blood in short order. It's a lethal strike. If they knock you to the ground, spin around and cut their hamstring to cripple them. Cut the other one and they'll be on the ground. This knife is razor sharp and ideal for that. You know how to fight, Kate. You know all the vulnerable parts of an opponent. You proved that last night. You simply need to add a blade to the moves you already know. Kate looked at the little knife in her hand in a new light. It suddenly was a legitimate deadly weapon. The things Jack was telling her fit right in with what she already knew. She never really thought of martial arts as primarily a lethal discipline. The things Jack was explaining turned it into one. "We'll practice to get you used to the most effective moves," Jack said. "Maybe we can use lipstick so you can make a mark where you would have cut me if you were holding a knife."
Kate was calmed by how clear Jack made the lessons. It wasn't as far in a method as she had imagined. That sounds straightforward enough. It certainly would have ended my fight with that guy last night a lot quicker. Jack nodded. Every second a fight goes on is a second your attacker could do something just as deadly to you. They could shoot you. They could throw you down on the concrete and split your skull open. That guy last night had a knife he pulled at the end. You were tired and it was showing. You didn't even see it. He could easily have stabbed you. Just remember, there is no ideal method to defend yourself. Jack tapped her forehead with a finger. That's your best weapon. It doesn't matter if you stab a killer intent on murdering you, or if you shoot him, or you split his skull with a tire iron, or you run him over with your car. It only matters if you live and he doesn't. There are no rules. And remember, there are always bigger, more deadly weapons. You have a knife, he can shoot you from across the street. You have a gun, he can throw a hand grenade at you. You have a hand grenade, he can nail you with a sniper rifle from a mile away. That's not very reassuring. I'm afraid that's just the way it is. All you can do is be prepared and do your best. One thing to keep in mind is that these predators who are hunting you want to get up close. So, on balance, this knife is a good way to defend yourself. Keep in mind, too, that you can't always depend on being able to recognize a killer by looking at their eyes. You may not always be able to see their eyes. It may be dark. They may be wearing sunglasses. They may have seen you first, and so they don't give you a chance to look at their eyes. The guy last night was like that, Kate said. I saw him at my brother's house after the murder, but I never saw his eyes. Jack nodded. That's what I mean. Keep in mind, too, that serial killers often try to present themselves as non-threatening. The better he is at killing, the better he is at putting people at ease first. They can be charming, and if you can't see his eyes, you may have no way of realizing the threat. Because of who you are, everyone is a potential threat. Don't let them have that element of surprise. Your advantage is in seeing evil first, if you can. Your safety is in ending a fight as quickly as possible. For example, that woman, Wilma, where you work, one punch ended her life. If you let a killer get in that one blow, it could easily be over before you have a chance to fight back. Your best defense is to be polite, be professional, and have a plan to kill everyone you meet. Kate sighed as she realized he was giving her the only real advice he could give her. But it was discouraging to have her world turned upside down in a way she could never have imagined. In the meantime, he said, I want you to practice opening those blades until you have calluses on both thumbs and you do it all night in your dreams. Got it, Kate said. She did feel a bit more empowered. Empowered or not, the idea that people wanted to kill her, and they had posted photos of her, was intimidating. She flicked open the blade of the knife in each hand. It was a little awkward, especially with her left hand, but it was easy to tell how far a little practice would go. Jack smiled his approval.
Good. Just be careful not to cut off one of your fingers.
Kate didn't think he caught the irony of what he'd just said. She didn't want to remind him of it.
I'm sorry that I'm pushing this on you so fast, when your brother hasn't even been buried yet, to say nothing of AJ and her family just being murdered.
Kate nodded. I understand. It's all right. You just keep pushing me. In a way, it gives me purpose, and that keeps me from dwelling on grief. Jack smiled and gestured to the sitting room.
How about we eat before the food gets cold? You gotta eat to live, right?
Right.
Chapter 44.
Jack opened the square white containers and set them out on the coffee table. Kate tore the wrappers off the plastic knives and forks. I wish I'd had the chance to read A Brief History of Evil, she said as she stabbed a pot sticker with a plastic fork. Maybe you can fill me in. As she dipped a pot sticker in a cup of sauce and then took a big bite, Jack took a few pieces of shrimp tempura.
Well, at this point, it wouldn't do you a whole lot of good. You're well past that book, and into needing to know about my next one.
What's it going to be called?
A Long History of Evil.
Kate paused a moment at such a chilling title. So, is it about evil down through the ages? She asked, before putting the other half of the pot sticker in her mouth. He watched her a moment, apparently considering how to explain it.
You and I both want the world we live in to be a civilized place, a safe place of law and order. We want to live our lives in peace and for corruption to be stopped.
What's wrong with that? I think most people would want the same thing.
What's wrong with it is that despite how much most people would like it to be that way, that doesn't always fit with man's fundamental nature.
Kate shrugged as she chewed. There are times when things go wrong and times when the world is doing better. I get it. Jack made a face.
No, I don't think you do. Not in a complete way. A way that makes the connections from historic eras all the way down to the scavenger hunt site and guy who killed your brother. That's what the new book is about.
That was too inclusive to make any sense to her. So what are the connections you're talking about?
There are long eras when good is on the ascendancy. Times of enlightenment when knowledge is expanding and lives are getting better. Then there are the opposite kind of times, when hard-won enlightenment fades as forces gather to bring darkness in around mankind. Those times are grim and life is harsh. There is great power behind the movement of these historical periods, so they endure for thousands of years.
So that's what your new book is about? Kate asked. The history of mankind going through these long periods of good and bad times?
No, Jack said. It's about the hidden force behind that pendulum, what drives it, what makes it tick.
Kate didn't follow what he meant. So the book is going to be about what? When Jack finished a shrimp, he waved the tail for emphasis.
Basically, it's the story of how the mechanism of murder drives historical trends.
So it's a history book? The history of murders and the part they played in the world during different times?
Not exactly. You're thinking in terms of result, while I'm talking about causation.
He frowned up at the ceiling as he appeared to consider where to begin.
It's not about the people who murder, he finally said, but about why they murder.
My brother used to call those kinds of people the devil.
There is no devil, Jack said. We are the devil. The devil is us.
Kate paused. What are you talking about?
What do a serial killer, a man who murders his children and wife because he finds responsibilities intolerable, an armed robber who shoots a store clerk, a nurse who murders elderly patients, a dictator who orders tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of people to be executed, a guy who shoots his neighbor over a boundary dispute, a gang member who shoots a member of another race for an initiation, government officials who cause countless deaths because they want to protect a pharmaceutical industry, people who are making a product that they know is resulting in deaths, a terrorist who opens up with a machine gun, slaughtering women and children, a man who kills another man in a bar fight, a motorist who, in a rage, shoots a woman for cutting him off, a wife who poisons her husband with antifreeze for his life insurance money, and a 12-year-old girl on social media encouraging another girl to kill herself, all have in common.
"Geez," Kate said, staring at him, transfixed, fork in hand. "I guess they all involve people being killed, but the causes of those killings are wildly different."
It only seems that way. In order to understand why, first you need to understand that humans, Homo sapiens, have virtually identical DNA. A small group of chimps has more genetic diversity than all the billions of people alive today.
Kate frowned as she put one of the throw pillows behind her back for support. How can that be?
It came about because of several pivotal periods in our history that can be traced back through both our DNA and our mitochondrial DNA.
Kate swallowed a bite of pot sticker as she held up a finger to stop him. What's mitochondrial DNA?
Prehistoric organelles within all our cells. The cell provides a protective environment for them. Mitochondria create ATP, molecular energy, at a cellular level, so the relationship is symbiotic. Without them, we couldn't have developed into who and what we are today. Chinese philosophy has always called this life force qi, but it's simply a chemical reaction that provides energy to cells. Over hundreds of thousands of years, those organelles lost much of their own DNA material because living within the protection of the host cell, it was no longer needed. While our cells have something like 20 to 25,000 DNA gene pairs, mitochondrial DNA contains only 37 genes. Only the mother's mitochondrial DNA can be passed down to her offspring, so through it we can trace the female side of humans back through history.
"Okay," Kate said, trying to be patient. "What does that have to do with lack of genetic diversity?"
All of our mitochondrial DNA, the female side of our ancestors, can be traced back through mutation rates to roughly about 200,000 years ago, to the time of the skeletal remains of a female pre-human known as Lucy. She, or those like her, passed on their mitochondrial DNA to all of us. They were the female component of our ancestors. That mitochondrial DNA evidence shows that there have been several critical times in our history when the ancestors of humans nearly became extinct. For example, roughly 70,000 years ago, the eruption of Toba on Sumatra in Indonesia put nearly 3,000 times as much ash into the atmosphere as Mount St. Helens. It dimmed the sun for 6 years, leading to the complete disruption of the environment and all living species. It's estimated that the pre-human population of the world fell to perhaps no more than 2,000 individuals. Inbreeding of this small population narrowed genetic diversity. Then, about 60,000 years ago, a male, a product of this natural selection of survival of the fittest, gave this relatively stable pre-human female DNA a mutation of the Y chromosome that started the rapid cascade of human evolution. Somewhere between 20 and 40,000 years ago, it's believed that this human population fell to as few as 1,200 individuals. But these were now human individuals. They were like us.
"Wow," Kate said, trying to imagine such a world. "So, at one time there were hardly more than 1,000 people?"
Jack flourished a shrimp for emphasis. Yes, But that dramatically overstates the reality of the situation. It was actually much more dire than it sounds. Remember, out of that total were those too young and too old to breed. With such small total populations, there may have been no more than 40 breeding pairs for the entire human race. We were an endangered species, on the brink of extinction. But even that overstates the grim reality. It wasn't like what we think of today, where a couple comes together for whatever reason and there were 40 pairs of people, 40 couples reproducing. That's not the way it would have been. This would have been a very hostile world of primitive groups struggling for survival, much like a wolf pack. In such a near-extinction period, where only the most cunning, the most brutal survived, the dominant male would have controlled most of the females for breeding rights. It is only those few males, or perhaps even one, who was the father of all future people. So, how does this handful of males, or even a single male, become dominant? Kate asked. What did they do to win the females? Now you've reached the central connection to everything. You see, to compete for scarce resources and to compete for breeding rights, males benefited by killing off their competition, both to maintain breeding dominance and as a source of food. There was no benefit to allowing other males to exist to threaten what meager food was available, or to vie for the small number of breeding-age females. Killing also produced a food source for the dominant male and his breeding females so that they would live to produce his offspring. Killing became an essential component of the genetic makeup. So these few males with a genetic mutation for murder had a survival advantage. They murdered their competition. Whatever the total population might have been, most would have been females, with these few males exerting their breeding rights. For those few males, killing was the prime means of survival. It was in fact their key survival advantage. Their dominance through murder took them to the top of the food chain. They passed that genetic trait on to their offspring. Those few offspring interbred, helping to hardwire that genetic makeup into our DNA, resulting in the lack of genetic diversity we see today. It is often said that the people alive today are the descendants of this single mitochondrial Eve, or more likely a very small number of these inbred pre-human females at the time of a population bottleneck, with the unique mutation of DNA introduced by one of those dominant males that bred with her. Their descendants started the rapid cascade of human evolution and population growth that came of their genetically superior offspring. We are all descendants of this primitive king, this primitive killer. He was father to all of us. In other words, we are all the children of these same few breeding pairs, this homogeneous ancestral population, these same few dominant killers. Lucy's mitochondrial DNA, our first mother, combined with the Y chromosome of that dominant male, our first father, made us who we are today. We all, white, black, Asian, whatever, are descendants of that handful of human ancestors. We all carry the same basic structure of their DNA. We are all them. And murder is baked into our DNA. Chapter 45. Kate wiped a hand across her face, her meal momentarily forgotten. If our genetic diversity is so narrow, and this gene for murder is carried in all of our DNA, then why are there so many good people? Why are there people who volunteer to help others, become doctors, befriend a lonely person online, let a car merge in front of them without going all homicidal, are happy for others, help a stranger who is hurt, help a lost person, love their friends, find and help someone like me the way you did, and countless other benevolent acts? Jack laid one arm along the top of the couch as he rested the ankle of one leg on his other knee. That's the other side of the human equation that came from the development of a rational brain, and lifted us up from the murderous muck. All of those good qualities grew out of the same survival mechanism. Therein lies the source of our eternal struggle between light and dark. Not every wolf is leader of the pack. Some help rear the pups, some help hunt, some help protect the pack's territory. Not everyone was as strong or cunning as the dominant alpha males and females, so while they didn't have mating privileges until later when the population grew, they developed other survival mechanisms. Like running faster? Sure, but you couldn't always run. People learned that they could survive and have better lives if they formed alliances, if they worked together rather than always trying to kill each other off. An entire village couldn't always run away and hide. So, if you know that potentially dangerous males are jealous of the food you have, say your tribe just took down some large game and had a windfall of meat, you invite them to share it with you to diffuse their murderous intentions. In a fight, they may take it all, so why not share some of it in order to avoid a fight? It's the same with acts of kindness. These traits proved to be successful survival mechanisms, defenses, to prevent being murdered in the event that you aren't strong enough to kill the other guy. Since these tactics were successful, they were passed on to offspring, helping man's rational mind to develop. Don't forget, a dominant male isn't going to go around killing every single person he can find. It's to the advantage of those less strong to be non-threatening or helpful. But murder was now hardwired into humans, so even if you weren't strong enough to vie for dominance directly, you could develop cunning ways to kill stronger competitors for scarce resources. You made spears, knives, and clubs. Rather than sheer brawn, you could use your brains to help you survive and kill if necessary. You formed alliances to kill others. When necessary, you were kind and generous to placate a potential enemy, or simply in the hope that he would leave you alone, like when you're kind to a belligerent coworker in an attempt to inoculate yourself from being stabbed in the back. Stabbing a coworker in the back is a metaphor derived from the inner recognition of the ever-present potential for murder. All of this became the struggle that has been going on throughout our history. Murderers turn to murder to get what they want, but if they can get what they want without putting themselves at risk of injury, then that becomes a viable alternative. In other words, they learn to get what they need to live without always turning to murder. It's in the best interest of the weaker to offer kindness or booty to dominant killers as a way to survive. Any number of nations throughout history paid tribute to keep murderous invaders at bay. Not ideal or fair, but it avoids bloodshed. So, placation becomes part of that eternal tension between predator and prey. For crying out loud, there are cities right now faced with withering crime that are actually paying criminals they let out of prison not to kill people. This is civilization? Turning a blind eye is another way people try to get by in the face of evil, letting evil get away with a little in the hope that they won't become more violent. Victimhood becomes a survival strategy, as in, take what you want, just don't hurt me. In this way, weakness and placation become a workable countermeasure to murder, so that becomes part of our nature. These tactics can't eliminate evil, but simply keep it at bay, so the fundamental genetic trait remains in our DNA. That leaves both good and evil always at odds. Sometimes those tactics work better and civilization flourishes. Sometimes it only emboldens evil, and you have wars and dark ages.
Kate couldn't help thinking of the way Jack said that Rita tried to counter the darkness in the world with sunshine. She was doing what Jack described, and she'd still been murdered. Through the long perspective of history, Jack already saw the whole depth of her weakness and vulnerability. It must have torn him up inside to see the history of mankind played out with that one fragile woman facing a world of predators. It was the same way with all the people he tried to help who instead turned a blind eye to it all. But in their case, it turned out not to be a viable survival mechanism.
Jealousy and hate are important ancillary components to the murder gene in our DNA,
Jack added as he ate a forkful of vegetables from a container. They are? Kate picked up an egg roll. What worthwhile purpose could jealousy and hate serve?
The emotion that manifests itself because of hunger is want. Hunger, after all, is potentially a life-threatening event. Want curdles into jealousy that others have food and you don't. You are hungry, they are not. Jealousy stokes the drive to kill to get what you need. Your genetic makeup has already programmed you to turn to murder to survive. Jealousy, therefore, binds itself to the act of murder. Another male has breeding females and you don't. You hate him for having breeding females. That hate easily supports your internal justification for murder. It reinforces and gives support to your decision to kill the other male to get the females he has. Look at how common it is for men to fight over women and ultimately kill over them. A woman who rejects a man for another becomes an object of jealousy. Jealousy puts her in mortal danger.
Most people usually get a divorce, Kate objected. It may be bitter, but it rarely results in murder.
No, like I said, we also have that reasoning side that is responsible for all the achievements of civilization. But as mankind developed, brutality was self-perpetuating. Killing was a tried-and-true way for the most brutal to have food and breeding rights. The killers were the ones who survived to breed, and in that way were able to produce offspring, so that trait of brutality was passed on to successive generations. Brutality became part of our genetic fabric.
So that's what made it possible for you to kill those two men? Kate asked, in direct challenge.
Absolutely. It's the reality we sometimes face. Kill or be killed. We all carry that latent potential. You carry it as well. That potential is not merely to take what others have, but also to kill in order to defend yourself or your loved ones. But we are also reasoning creatures. Reason helped us figure out the world around us, and that, too, helped us survive. So we developed competing survival mechanisms. Our intellect usually overrides that urge for murder because it provides less dangerous solutions to getting what we need. Even so, we all still have that hardwired DNA for killing. Because those inner forces of light on one side and darkness on the other are balanced on a razor's edge, it creates the back and forth of ages of enlightenment and dark ages in arcs of thousands of years. An age of reason allows mankind to make great advances that better our conditions. But when the evil side is allowed to establish nests among civilized men and grow unopposed, it finally becomes so strong, so widespread that savagery once again ascends, bringing on another dark age. That struggle is the history of mankind, the history of us, from bad times to good times and back to bad times again.
Kate shot him a skeptical look. But those dark ages are past history. We've mostly outgrown that savage side of our nature.
You think we're so civilized now? So much more highly developed now? Tell me, what are most video games?
I don't know, she said. What?
Practice at killing people. From first-person shooter to war on an interplanetary scale, they're all ways to rehearse killing. Why are such games so successful? Because they feed mankind's inborn genetic drive to kill. If not, why else would people enjoy practice at killing?
But that's just the people who play those games, Kate objected, feeling helpless against the tide rising in around her. It's not everyone, just a certain segment of people.
What is the central theme of books, movies, TV? Murder. Murder is central to everything we do because murder is part of our genetic makeup. In societies that don't have those kinds of entertainment, what do? They live by a more primitive and intimate association with murder. There are many places where women are stoned to death for crimes like adultery. He leaned toward her, fire in his expression. Stoned to death. Murdered by the community. The whole community takes part in the murder. It excites the crowds because it's linked to our genetic makeup and the breeding rights of dominant males. Women who violate those primitive laws of nature by choosing who they mate with are eliminated. Killing has a long history of being public. Executions were attended by great numbers of people. Christians were fed to the lions. Gladiators fought to the death before cheering crowds. Witches were burned at the stake. Look at how people are slaughtered by the thousands in the Middle East for the crime of being the wrong religion. Islamic children are taught to carry out executions. Murder is a central part of their upbringing. This is a civilized world? Infants have the ability to fear before they are taught anything. Why? No one teaches them fear. They are born ready to fear other humans because humans are by nature predators, killers. We fear other humans from birth. What do parents tell their children? Don't talk to strangers. It's a part of the long human struggle between both sides of our nature, predator and prey. In dark times, it was common to murder all the children of an enemy people in order to eliminate them growing into a threat. Preemptive killing. Your ability to recognize a killer by looking into their eyes is a development of that inherent fear of human predators. It's the same thing, but fully developed. Kate picked a small piece of meat out of her egg roll and put it in her mouth. I can understand an infant being afraid of strangers, but I don't see how I could have developed this ability I have from that. Some people are better at art or music or dancing or running or math or whatever. Jack circled a finger in front of her. You have your own unique inborn skill set. Over tens of thousands of years of evolution, we learned the many clues that add up to threat. Our mind does it without conscious thought. Those instincts help to keep us safe. In your case, a genetic mutation gave you a higher ability in that particular area, one which others lack. You are able to see killers for who they are. They evolved a counter-mutation that helped them survive. They can see those like you. Chapter 46. Kate took a drink out of her water bottle. He still hadn't gotten to the central issue she wanted to know about, so she asked him. So, what are nesting events? I kind of get the general idea simply from the context, but I don't know exactly what they are or how they fit into this whole history of good and evil. The struggle of the light and the dark, conveyed through gods and demons, has been part of mankind's history for eons. They're an expression of what we can't see, a way of understanding the struggle within us all. We are God, as it were, and we are the devil. Even as he said it, a wider understanding was beginning to dawn on her. What I did for the Mossad was to fight against darkness, he said. Against those who lust to kill. But it was only one place. What is happening there is merely a sign of what long ago began to happen in the whole of the world, because that same mechanism is connected to all of mankind. It's not isolated to one area or one type of people. It's a universal connection. That's why I'm writing a long history of evil, to explain those connections and how they are all interrelated, how they all lock together into the puzzle that is our story. Jack leaned in and picked up a container. He took a bite of chicken and chewed for a moment. The silence in the room seemed oppressive. She felt a certain sense of dread at the way concepts were coming together in her mind. Connections she had never considered before were clarifying. In some rare ancient books, they described the growth of evil as nesting events, Jack said. They considered nesting events to be the bellwether of change, the manifestation of a new dark era revealing itself. They tended to express these ideas in religious terms, such as demonic influence and the like, but the concept is primal. Life in those early times was as short as it was brutal. Death could come at any moment, on any day, swarming out of the woods around them, coming to slaughter them. Because of that, I think they were more attuned to the subtle indications of gathering danger. They saw the signs, heard the whispering hints of death approaching. They called these signs nesting events. These movements between ages of expanding enlightenment and devastating dark times have centuries of momentum driving them. Change comes about over long periods of time as momentum gathers and picks up strength. These are swings that involve centuries and even millennia. Our lives are too short to perceive the changes. Rome didn't fall in a day. It began to crumble slowly. It took hundreds of years of hit-and-run invasions by a succession of savage peoples, made possible by the rot of the character and drive of the Roman people themselves. At first, tribute held the forces of destruction at bay, but eventually, brutality won out. The knowledge and advancements of mankind were lost as a great city crumbled. Don't get me wrong. Roman rule was no picnic, and it was often accompanied by brutal domination, slavery, and a murderous reign of successive despots. But it was a time of an expansion of knowledge, and glorious compared to what followed when it fell. That's the history of mankind, a continual struggle between civilization and savagery. People alive today think that we've gotten beyond that we've reached equilibrium, that civilization has firmly established itself and mankind is advancing toward an ever better future. But what they don't understand is that evil, too, advances, develops, and grows. Evil, too, is always thinking. I've discovered in the course of my research that as the pendulum swings back from ordered civilization toward a darker age, the gap between predator and prey narrows. They begin to intermingle in new ways. You are a part of that phenomenon. You are given rise because of it. I'm the light born to fight the darkness? In a way. Nature seeks balance. When evil rises, so do those who are meant to be the balance. Good grief, Jack, I'm no savior. No, but you are a part of how mankind evolves. During nesting periods, there is an ever-increasing unwillingness to enforce law and order on every scale, from neighborhood gangs to international terrorists. It's that primitive trait for tolerance and placation at work. That creates the perfect environment for nesting events to spread. Even in the best of times, pockets of evil survive. When the time is right, those nests grow stronger. When the environment is right, it begins to spread out and establish new nests. This nesting of evil spreads? Jack thought for a moment. In the 9th century, the Vikings were a horror show. Their brutality was as horrific as it was pointless. They liked to grab children by the ankles and bash their heads against walls. Just like that killer did with AJ's son. With the Vikings, it was slaughter for the sake of slaughter, for the sake of killing any but their own kind. They spread out, going to new places, conquering new territory, taking women for breeding. That was a nesting event, spreading. Sure, maybe in the 9th century, Kate said. But in this day and age? What do you think Islamic terrorists do with Christians or Jews they capture? Do you think they treat them in a civilized or humane manner? Kate didn't have an answer, or at least not one she wanted to voice out loud. We are supposed to be a modern civilized nation, and those bad things only happen in other parts of the world. Cities here, in our country, are supposed to be centers of culture. But look at how gangs have infected our cities. Over a period of a handful of decades, that evil has spread to all of our cities, All of them now are infected with nests of this new evil. All of them are rotting from within. That's a nesting event, right here, right now. For many people, cities have become a nightmare place to live, like the Dark Ages, where predators run wild and kill indiscriminately. That's an uncontrolled nesting event. We have stood by, impotent and unwilling to do anything as North Korea gets nuclear weapons. That is a nesting event. Iran has sworn to wipe Israel off the face of the earth and to destroy America, and what do? We help them get nuclear bombs so they can do it. That is a nesting event. Those things, and many more, small and large, are all nesting events, their tendrils connected by the very nature of our genetic makeup. We increasingly are unwilling to put criminals in jail to protect civilized people. We insist that it is unfair for any number of reasons, and instead allow them to roam free to prey on the innocent. The average sentence served for murder today is, 7, 8 years? Something like that. For murder. That is a nesting event, allowing predators to live among us. Evil does not remain a primitive force the way we think it does, but networks in completely new and unexpected ways to multiply its power. Terrorists, for example, have learned to link together on social media and in the darknet. They stay ahead and out of reach of civilization. That is a nesting event. Nesting evil depends on the benevolence of good people to do nothing, allowing it to grow. It depends on both fear and ignorance to gain strength. In the face of such growing evil, most good people are simply trying to live their lives. They turn to those in charge, who in turn urge tolerance and understanding, the traits that our ancestors learned as a way to placate murders. In doing so, the murderous nature of mankind is allowed to become dominant. Nesting events take on many forms. When civilization ceases to be ruthless in eliminating the nests of evil growing in its midst, then evil becomes ruthless in eliminating civilization. Remember our excursion into the darknet?
It's not something I will ever forget, Kate said.
Bring me your computer, and I will show you a nesting event in real time.
Puzzled, Kate set down her food and pulled her laptop out of her carry-on. She opened it on the coffee table.
Okay, he said, when a browser finally opened. Now type in torflow.uncharted.software.
A page opened, and a sinister-looking map of the world appeared. The seas were dark, and the land masses black. There were particles of light flowing from place to place. Kate was mystified. What the hell is this?
I'll show you. There's a graph along the bottom. Click on the left side at the beginning.
The bar graph started in 2007. Kate clicked on the far left. There was suddenly much less activity on the map.
Each of those specks of light is an enormous packet of information flowing from place to place on the darknet. Now click on the far right. That's the present time.
When she did, the world seemed to erupt with rivers of light, flowing in massive streams all across the world.
This is a visualization of what is, for the most part, criminal activity. Each one of those thousands upon thousands of light particles represents enormous packets of information. What you are seeing is people buying drugs, buying guns, buying nuclear material, buying stolen identities, hacking intellectual property, buying human slaves, buying hits, buying forged documents, organizing terrorist attacks, hacking into everything from government sites to every company in the world, to nuclear plants, to oil rigs, to aircraft, to insulin pumps. Much of this is gigantic streams of data being siphoned from malware-infected machines and ferreted away to criminal syndicates. Notice where most of the activity is taking place in the world? This is evil gorging on civilization. Among all of this vast amount of activity taking place every minute of every day on the darknet is a tiny little site called Scavenger Hunt. A killer uploading your photos would be impossible to see on this page because that amount of data is so small in relation to all of the criminal activity taking place. What you are seeing is evil nesting worldwide in real time. This is a nesting event that is running out of control. This is beyond the reach of any law enforcement or the forces of civilization. You can see from that bar graph at the bottom how this nesting event, once incubated in the darknet, has exploded in just a few years. Kate stared, her eyes wide, at tiny specks of light so small they were hard to see individually, yet there were so many and they flowed in such dense masses they formed rivers of light that entirely blanketed some countries. The specks of light streamed from place to place around the world, city to city, going from relay to relay, forming webs of light engulfing whole countries. The scale of it all was nearly incomprehensible. "Jesus Christ," Kate said under her breath. "More like Lucifer," Jack said. Chapter 47. Kate stared, transfixed, at what she was seeing, at what it represented. Such evil was difficult to comprehend. Jack gestured toward the computer screen with the container he was holding. "Like I said before, you can't save the world." "I believe you," she said under her breath, still unable to look away from the sight. "This is a partial glimpse of the formation of what may be an extinction-level nesting event," Jack said. "People go on social media all the time to express hate." He gestured again at the screen. "Here, in the darknet, you can see that same kind of hate and envy put into action. Mankind has never before had such a perfect vehicle for spreading evil. Think we live in enlightened, civilized times? This is a real-time depiction of the Huns coming over the barricades." Kate looked from the screen to Jack. "So, how does all of this become an extinction-level nesting event?" Jack picked with his fork at the food in the container he was holding. "Remember how I told you that appeasement was a mechanism to counter the aggressive nature of others? We promised the North Koreans food, booty, if they wouldn't develop nuclear weapons. They developed nuclear weapons anyway. The result of appeasement is a rogue nation willing to use a missile to explode a nuclear weapon in the atmosphere over the West Coast. The electromagnetic pulse would wipe out most of our electrical and technological infrastructure, effectively sending us back to pre-industrial times. In the insanely deluded notion that defending ourselves was immoral, we long ago denounced missile defense systems, so now we're naked to an attack from a country as small and backward as North Korea. They have the potential to destroy the United States and start a world war, all because we allowed a nesting event to take hold. In a deal with the devil, we let Iran have nuclear weapons. This after making that same mistake with North Korea. Their leaders have told us in every possible way that they intend to wipe Israel off the map and that we are the great Satan and they will destroy us. To appease them, we gave them nukes. China and Russia don't really want to get into a nuclear war because they know they too would die. Iran likewise knows that nuking Israel will start a catastrophic nuclear world war, but they think their purpose on Earth is to start an end-times war. They may decide to die in such a war. We gave them the means. So, if you're Israel, and you know that Iran has vowed to kill you, and they have for years been sending rockets into your country and continually carrying out terrorist attacks, killing innocent women and children, to prove that they mean what they say, what do? Does the killer DNA in you decide that you need to kill Iran first? After all, that is the purpose of that genetic killer configuration, survival. Once nuclear weapons are used, there is no stopping it. Every country is going to feel they have to strike. Do you know the result of such an event?
Nuclear winter, Kate said. Jack nodded.
An extinction-level event.
Kate studied his face. He looked down into the container, stabbing something with his fork. He had spent years in the Middle East. He had worked with the Mossad. She wondered how much he knew. Whatever he knew, his expression didn't betray it. Is that what you think will happen? Nuclear war as the final result of man's murderous genetic nature? He finally looked up into her eyes.
Actually, no.
Kate was surprised. No. But you said that this nesting period was an extinction-level event. Jack chewed for a moment, and then gestured to the computer screen with his fork.
There's your extinction-level event, right there.
I don't follow.
Nukes mean that everyone dies. Sure, there are people crazy enough to do it. But what did I say about our genetic code?
Kate frowned. You mean that murder is hardwired into us?
Right. Murder. Not suicide. Murder. The purpose of murder is to be the survivor, to have all the spoils from killing.
Kate looked at the computer screen. So then how does this fit? How is this an extinction-level nesting event? Jack waited until she looked back at him.
Not nuclear winter. Cyber winter.
Cyber winter? I'm not sure I follow.
Everyone around the world is preparing for cyber warfare. It's not merely countries like China and Russia preparing cyber attacks. It's North Korea and all of the Islamic world. Terrorists are preparing to unleash a new kind of terror. Hacktivists, lusting for anarchy, want to bring down Western civilization. The thing they all have in common is that they all want to be the ones left alive. Military hacking all over the world is staffed by massive organizations, larger than any nuclear program. They've been hard at work planting routines in everything electronic. It's like nuclear war in that once it starts, life as we know it will cease to exist. The power grid will be wiped out in the first microsecond. No electricity. Not anywhere. Elevators will stop, traffic lights will go out, street lights will go dark. Refrigeration shuts down, gas stations don't work, ATMs won't work. Cell service? Non-existent. Landlines will be out. TV, radio, gone. Stock exchanges will be fried. Banking will disintegrate under the load of attacks unleashed against them. Trillions of dollars will evaporate into cyberspace. Air traffic control will be wiped out. Hacked aircraft systems will fail. Planes will fall out of the sky like leaves dropping. Those crashing into cities will start massive fires. Hacked water systems will shut down. Pressure will fall. Without any form of communication, any fire and rescue will only be able to respond by seeing the fires, but they will have no water pressure to fight those fires. Hospitals will lose power. Their backup generator systems have already been hacked, and once the attack begins, all of their equipment will go dead. Dams? All the sluice gates will open wide, and in the darkness, everything below the dams will be swept away. Police dispatch? Gone. How long do you think before the looting starts? 1 night? 2 nights? The fires they start will burn for weeks. There will be complete disruption of transportation, including food supplies. How long before all the store shelves are looted and empty? The world we know will be gone. The night will be dead silent except for the sound of gunfire from roving gangs who will own the streets. Policing will be crippled and evaporate in short order. Criminals and gangs will be the new warlords. The strongest will be in charge. Those who kill anyone in their way will be the new rulers. Men resisting the criminals and gangs will be slaughtered. Rape will be an epidemic. Women will become property. Slavery will be back in full force. Killers and thugs will be in their element. Good people will be out of theirs. With chaos running rampant and communications a thing of the past, there will be no civil authority left to restore any systems. A good many of the people who knew how to make things work will not survive long. All the systems that our lives depend on will likely never be brought back to life. Just like Rome falling, in an instant, our way of life will be gone, our knowledge lost. Foreign hackers in China or Russia or Iran or some hacktivist haven will be grinning ear to ear. That's cyber winter. Right now, all over the world, there are vast numbers of people working to bring this about. Hack routines are already in place and ready to be launched with a keystroke. Unlike a nuclear attack, this kind of attack would destroy us and leave them intact. If Iran were ever to nuke Israel, we would likely turn the Mideast to glass. What will Russia do? What will China do? Do bombs start going in every direction, trying to kill before being killed? In that scenario, life on Earth would end. That's what everyone expects. That has been our fear for half a century, way back to Duck and Cover. That has been the stuff of countless movies and books. It's mankind's collective boogeyman. That's what everyone expects. That's why it will never happen. Jack gestured at the computer screen again. There is the extinction-level nesting event, in process. Look at it. It respects no boundaries. It's everywhere. The globe is its nest. Chapter 48. Jack waved his finger before the computer screen. An infinitesimal fraction of one of those dots flying around in cyberspace is the photos of you uploaded by the predator who killed your brother and AJ's family, being viewed by killers as we speak. You are now targeted from inside that dark world. You are caught up in a nesting event that is growing by the day. For you, the extinction-level event has already begun. Kate sat in silence, overwhelmed by the enormity of it. "I'm just one person who can recognize a killer by his eyes," she finally said, almost as if pleading for her life. If the world doesn't come totally apart, and it very well may not, then it will continue to limp along much as it has been, much like the world you grew up in, but getting gradually worse all the time, with criminals coming more and more to dominate our everyday life, with gangs growing, with terrorism spreading. Things will gradually get worse, but most people will be numb to it because the decay is so gradual they will hardly notice, too busy on social media expressing their hate and outrage at whatever has their attention for the moment. That's typically the way these great movements of history work. But make no mistake, the world is in the slow process of descending into a new dark age. It will take a lot longer than our lifetimes to hit bottom, but every day of the rest of our lives will be just a little bit worse, a little bit more unfair, a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more unjust. That's the inextricable movement of the pendulum. Meanwhile, predators will continue to hunt you. You can't change what the world is going to do. All you can do is live your life, if you want to live badly enough. If you aren't able to hide well enough, which I don't believe you can, that means killing those who come after you. It means staying off the radar of the police and an increasingly invasive government in order to stay as safe as possible. It means, hopefully, falling in love one day and sharing your life with someone. Maybe having kids. It means surviving and doing your best to enjoy the good things in life and raise a family. It means making the most of the world you were born into, the same way people have since the dawn of time. Except that I'm going to have to kill people if I want to live. Jack gestured with his chin toward the door. There are people going about their lives right now who are going to be murdered tonight. Perhaps by someone who kills them to steal $20. Perhaps by a hit-and-run drunk. Perhaps by a random bullet coming out of the night to blow their brains out. The point is, people die every day. Yes, superpredators have made you a target, but we could walk to the car and be killed by a mindless crackhead. We could be killed in a car accident. You could have a brain aneurysm and die in your sleep tonight.
Geez, Jack, you really know how to sweet-talk a girl.
I'm just saying, don't think of your life as unfair or yourself as a victim. You can't appeal to some higher court to get a different life. Your life is a glorious gift, as is your ability, because it will help you spot danger a normal person wouldn't see coming. Better yet, your ability could help save the lives of other innocent people. That's a good thing. It's your life. So if you want to live it, then you have to do what you can to protect yourself and live to the fullest.
Okay, I get it. Wear my seatbelt and have a brain scan.
Jack smiled. For you, it's more complicated than that. But it's still your wonderful, incredible, beautiful life. It's the only one you get. Live it, Kate. Fight with everything you have to keep it.
Kate felt sick. I know. But I feel kind of trapped in a corner with no one to help me.
Jack lifted a hand as if to volunteer. You have me to help you. I'm not going to let you face this alone unless you want me to. I'm the one person who understands all of this and knows what you're up against.
Thanks, Jack, Kate said, as she dug around in the bottom of the container for another piece of chicken. And I guess that I'm better off than a woman living in the Dark Ages, under constant threat from marauding savages. In a way, I guess I'm better equipped to defend myself than those women ever were. Or Rita was, or AJ, or John, or even Mike.
So, Jack said, after eating in silence for a time, that's the central thesis of A Long History of Evil. That people don't primarily kill for territory, religion, mental illness, gangs, greed, sex, passion, or money, but because they have an inborn genetic mandate for killing, and those things are simply the external excuses, explanations that society attaches to acts of evil in an attempt to excuse it rather than crush it. No one understands what underlies all of those reasons for murder. Rational, civilized people are locked in a never-ending struggle with an evil that sees killing as a means to an end.
Does your editor know that this is what the second book is about?
No, I've only given her vague hints to keep her interested. I haven't told anyone but you the whole concept.
Kate ate a shrimp as she watched his face for a time. The connections were all becoming clear. She saw at last how girls on social media urging a more sensitive girl to kill herself were no different than a woman putting her baby down in its crib, strapping a bomb vest around herself, and walking into a crowded mall to murder as many people as she could. Murder was hardwired into both of them. They were all the same, all driven by their fundamental nature. What's behind all of the things that are happening to me? Kate finally asked. Why do people like me and superpredators seem to be encountering each other when the odds against that happening are so astronomical? Jack let out a deep breath.
From my research, I've come to believe that what you can do is an indirect outgrowth of nesting. The incredibly complex mechanism of nesting, which has evolved over tens of thousands of years, has caused some people like you to develop in parallel with nesting events. You're tied to them.
Kate made a face. I'm just one person. Like you said, I can't save the world.
No, but think about it, he said. 2 men who are part of the nesting event we are being drawn into died last night. You lived. Those 2 killers are dead. They died because you can see them for who and what they are. You drew them to you.
Kate raked her hair back. Wait a minute. Are you saying that I'm like a bad guy magnet? That, in the scheme of things, I'm expected to be some kind of avenging angel? An angel of death? Jack fixed her in a hard gaze.
It makes no difference to the world that Rita died. 50 years from now, 100 years, or 1,000 years, no one will even remember that she once lived. Had she lived, her life would have only been one tiny star in all the darkness, and then she would have passed and been forgotten anyway. It was up to her to appreciate her own life enough to fight for it, but she didn't have what it takes to do that. A lot of good people don't. That's just the way it is. We are part of mankind. We are part of history. We are each a part of what determines the direction the continuing evolution of mankind will take. What matters for you to understand is that in times of nesting, for whatever reason, killers will more often cross the path of those like you, sometimes when you least expect it. Your choice is what to do about it.
I don't want to lose my life, Kate said quietly into the ringing silence. I want to live.
Good. That's where it starts and ends. That's what matters. It's all that matters.
Chapter 49.
Since you want to live, Jack said, we need to talk about what to do next.
Okay. What do I need to do? Kate asked.
You need to get off the X.
Kate picked up her container of Mugu Gai pan again and sat sideways on the couch, tucking her legs under herself. I don't know what you mean.
When you're marked for death, and you're standing on the spot where people are aiming, you are standing on the X. The best thing you can do to improve your odds of living is to get off the X. When someone is shooting at you, the most important thing you can do is move. If you stand still, you're going to get shot. Moving targets are a lot harder to hit. That's getting off the X.
Well, anyone would move if someone was shooting at them.
No, he said. You would move. I would move. But more people today than you would think wouldn't. Or at least they wouldn't move effectively. Willingly standing on the X is a phenomenon associated with nesting events.
Seems hard to believe, Kate said. I think anyone would move.
Really? Well, right now, the way you're living, you're standing right on the spot where the lunatics are aiming. It's like you're waiting for a killer to come get you.
You mean you think I should move?
Jack took a bite of shrimp tempura. That would help. But it's really a bigger issue than that. Defending yourself is all well and good, but staying in a place where they've posted information on you, like where you work, your license plate number, all kinds of personal information, puts your whole life on the X. He gestured with his fork. Have you gotten any strange calls on your cell phone or your home phone?
Kate thought a moment. No, not that I can think of. Just a few of those calls where you say hello a few times and no one answers, so you hang up.
That was very likely a predator on the other end of the line, wanting to know what your voice sounds like, that kind of thing. He got your number off the scavenger hunt site. He was probably testing the number.
That thought ran a chill through her. Kate hadn't considered that possibility. She thought they were simply telemarketers or robocalls.
Any serial killer, superpredator, or simple opportunist who happens to come across the scavenger hunt is liable to think to themselves, I'd like to kill Kate Bishop and collect all that money. Let's see. Where does she live? Where does she work? What does her voice sound like? Is she home in the evenings? Traveling for your job probably saved you more times than you know. It got you off the X without you even realizing it.
Kate held up a hand. Okay, I get it, but I can't just up and leave. I have a job, a mortgage, responsibilities. I have to earn a living. She circled a finger over her head. Motel rooms don't come free. Jack twisted to the side and took the pad of paper and pen with the motel's name off the side table.
He wrote something down, then tore the paper off the pad. "Put this in your pocket. Enter it in the burner phones later. Keep it with you always, or keep it in a safe place where you can get to it. When you have some time, memorize it." Kate took the paper when he leaned in and offered it. She held it up, looking at the string of numbers. "What is this?" "It's a numbered bank account. Just call the phone number I wrote down with it and tell them how much you want and where to transfer it. They will ask for an account number. That's it, there, along with the password to the account. Use it whenever you need money. Take as much as you need. There's more in there than you're likely to ever use, unless you buy a private jet or something. As time goes on, the amount will grow, and you will probably even be able to afford that, too." "What are you talking about?" Kate was baffled. "What is this? Where did it come from?" Jack lifted an eyebrow. "If you really want to know, it's a fund I set up." "A fund?" she said suspiciously. "Where does the money in this fund come from?" Jack's gaze held hers. "From very bad people who died while trying to kill good people like you and me." Kate finally used her teeth to pull a piece of chicken off the fork. She chewed as she thought about it. "You mean like those 2 rolls of hundreds we took off that guy last night?" Jack nodded. "That's right. It was a reward he was paid for killing your brother. I also have the guy's phone. If he has any bank accounts, I'll drain them. A lot of these killers are involved in other things, like drugs and any number of other criminal enterprises. Some of them have a lot of money. Millions. I think it's only right that the money should go toward helping people like you stay alive. It's not easy living the way I suggest. This helps make it possible." Kate wasn't sure exactly how she felt about such a notion. She stared at the string of numbers and the code word scavenger for a moment. She didn't know that she liked the idea of spending money paid out for her brother's murder. It seemed like she would be using blood money. "Money is just money," Jack said, sensing her reluctance. "Don't try to give it meaning it doesn't have. Money is neither good nor evil. It's not alive, it doesn't have a brain. It doesn't decide to kill people. It's just money. It was taken from evil people so they can't use it for evil. Now it's used for good, for helping people." "I suppose," Kate said, not able to think of any good argument against the idea. She had bigger concerns. But still, this city is my home. I don't know that I could live on the move all the time like some kind of drifter. I'm not saying you have to move around all the time. How you want to live your life is up to you. I'm only telling you that your chances of survival are improved greatly if you get off the X. I can't live your life for you, Kate, or tell you what to do. All I'm able to do is give you the best information and advice I can, and then it's up to you to decide what you want to do. But let me ask you this. Are you going to be able to get a good night's sleep, knowing that your home address is posted on the scavenger hunt site? Well, knowing that the man who murdered your brother had been standing in your bedroom, pawing through your underwear, touching it, putting it up to his nose and smelling it. The same man who then slaughtered AJ and her family? A chill ran through her at the thought. For sure I'd sleep with my gun under my pillow. I would hope so. That's one place where a gun would be a great defensive weapon and not a liability. If you get a secret vacation cottage or something, keep a gun with you there, too. Life is ultimately terminal, he said. You could move across the country tomorrow, and the moment you landed, you could be hit and killed by a bus. There are no guarantees in life, except that one day we all will die. It's up to us to decide how to live with the time we have. But my advice is that we should leave town, he said. At least for a while. Why don't you come to New York with me? I need to go there anyway to meet with my editor. Come with me.
Kate stirred what was left of her mugu gai pan as she considered. Monday is John's funeral, she finally said in a quiet tone. I need to go to his funeral.
That wouldn't be very wise. It's likely that some of these killers are going to know about the funeral. They are going to know where it is and when it is. Talk about standing on the X. They will have seen your photos, so they know what you look like. You don't have any idea who they are unless you can see their eyes. They could drive by in a car with tinted windows and gun you down. They could be wearing sunglasses. They could simply spot you and then stay out of sight to surprise you.
I need to go, she said.
Jack was growing impatient. Why do you need to go? After everything I've told you. How is it going to help anything?
Kate's eyes lowered as she answered, not wanting to see the look she knew would be on his face. What was it you said about Rita? You wished you could have buried her? That it would have at least been something to have been able to lay her to rest?
Jack didn't say anything. The room turned dead quiet. Kate didn't look up at him.
I'm sorry, she finally said. I don't have any right to bring that up.
No, he said with a sigh. You have a point. I was only thinking of how best to keep you safe, that's all. I wasn't thinking of what it meant to you.
You'll go with me?
Of course I will, if you want me to.
She looked up at him from under her hooded brow. Sometimes safety isn't in running.
Wrinkles bunched between Jack's eyebrows as he watched her. What do you mean?
You've been teaching me to defend myself, right?
Right.
Well, what are you teaching me to defend myself from? Jack squinted with a puzzled look, as if he wasn't sure she was suggesting what he thought she was suggesting.
What are you getting at?
These people aren't ever going to stop, are they?
I'm afraid not.
So instead of waiting for one of those random, unexpected times when one of them shows up out of the blue and surprises me, catches me unaware and maybe unprepared, and I suddenly have to try to defend myself or be murdered, why not instead put them on the X? He was still frowning at her, as if he still wasn't sure she meant what she was suggesting.
Put them on the X?
Sure. You said that any of the predators who read about the funeral on the scavenger hunt site will likely look for me there. If they do, and we're expecting them, if we know they will be attracted to me at that time and place, that puts them on the X.
There's no way for us to know how many of them there are. There could be several who visit the site and know you will be at the funeral.
She dismissed his objection with a flick of her hand. Every one of them who dies is one who doesn't make it up the food chain to come after me later. Jack finally bit off a piece of shrimp and chewed as he watched her.
I've never helped anyone before who thought to switch roles on them like that. Turn the hunter into the hunted. That's always just kind of been my specialty.
Seems pretty obvious to me. You and me working together increases our chances. They can't come to kill me if we kill them first. His expression was unreadable.
We're talking about killing human beings. Not in the desperate act of self-defense, but deliberately. Are you prepared to do that?
If I think about my brother's body lying there in a pool of blood, his eyes carved out of his face, if I think about AJ half naked lying there in a pool of blood, if I think about her husband, Mike, sprawled on the bloody stairs, if I think about her son, Ryan's brains splattered against the wall, if I think about what that Victor character did to your friend Rita, another woman with vision like mine, if I think about all those photos of me on the scavenger hunt site, with all my personal information posted there so that a killer can hunt me down and murder me for a reward, If I think about what it felt like to realize that a killer had been standing in my bedroom fondling my underwear, and if I think about what it felt like to have that guy coming after me in the dark, intent on killing me, then yes, you bet I'm prepared to do that.
Avenging angel, indeed, Jack said quietly.
Chapter 50. I'm not an avenging angel, Kate said, as she set the nearly empty container on the coffee table. I'm just a person who wants to live. I'd like to die of old age, not...
I understand, Jack said quietly.
So you'll teach me then? You'll teach me what I need to know to stay alive?
I already told you I would. You need to practice getting those blades out, getting those knives opened in an instant. But in the meantime, it's still early. If you'd like, we have time to practice some moves you need to know in order to use those knives effectively.
I've got some extra lipsticks. We can use them, right?
Perfect, Jack said.
Kate got up and went to her suitcase to retrieve several tubes of lipstick while Jack pulled something out of his own suitcase and handed it to her.
Keep this with you, along with those knives.
She looked at what he put into her hand. A little flashlight?
It's less common to be attacked in broad daylight. It can happen, but predators prefer the cover of darkness. This may be little, but it's a damned expensive little flashlight. It turns on with a push of the button on the end and puts out a high-intensity beam. Turn it on suddenly in the dark, and you can light blind an assailant. Blinding someone, even if it's only with light, gives you an advantage. If you're inside, say it's night and you're in bed, you wake up to the sound of someone coming into your bedroom. Grab your gun, turn on this flashlight, lay it on the bed pointing toward the door, and then roll off to the side and take aim. The light will draw his attention, and it will be so bright he won't be able to see where you are in the room. The surprise of bright light like this will make a person freeze for an instant. In that instant, they are the one on the X. Pull the trigger. Don't give them the opportunity to make a move toward you. You might only get one shot. Take it.
Kate nodded as she stuck the flashlight in a back pocket. She opened 2 tubes of lipstick and held them the way she would the small knives. Okay. What do you want me to do?
Well, the first thing that you need to keep in mind is your goal. You want to put the guy down as quickly as possible, and in a way that he doesn't ever get up again. Sounds obvious, but most people who get in a knife fight are running on adrenaline and frantically thrashing and slashing. They can certainly kill you that way, but unless they get you down and really go at stabbing you, they oftentimes end up inflicting a number of wounds that may be serious but aren't necessarily life-threatening, as long as you get away from them in time. Unless they're practiced killers, they will often try to fight with brawn, like the guy you fought, even with a knife. You can't afford to fight like that. You don't have the strength they will have, and you can't afford to slash it out with them. A big guy can take more injuries than you can. If they have a gun, you need to deal with it immediately. If they have a knife, that's a different kind of problem, and you may have to deal with that in a different way. If they want to grab you like that guy outside AJ's house was trying to do, you can't afford to let him get in a blow or to get you on the ground, where he will be in charge of what happens, because it won't be pleasant. Don't forget, your friend Wilma was killed with one punch. Even if it doesn't kill you or do a lot of damage, it could knock you out or knock you senseless, and then you're at his mercy. You want to fight in much the same way you did, the way you trained. You're doing the same things, going for vulnerable spots, but with a blade. You need to always keep in mind what it is you need to do. It sounds obvious, but it's hard to remember in a lethal encounter. You need to keep your targets in mind. He touched both sides of his throat. The carotid artery is probably the fastest way to put a person down, and it's lethal. Kate grasped the lipstick tubes as if they were knives. I guess I know what you mean. It's like going to the grocery store. You don't walk around and randomly pick out things and throw them in the cart. You have a list of the things you need. Think of it that way. You have a list of targets on the guy that you want to cut. And just like when you're in the grocery store, if you see something along the way that's not on your list but it's useful, take the opportunity when it presents itself. Make the hit hard and fast so you can then go back to the kill zones. Keep uppermost in your mind that cutting him isn't necessarily the goal. To stop him, you want to bleed him to death, so you want to slice big arteries. If you need to, at least disable him. Slice tendons at the inside crook of his elbow and his arm will be useless. Make a quick jab into his eyes, then you can get in and sever an artery. Jack unbuttoned his shirt. "I don't want lipstick on my white shirt," he said as he pulled it out of his pants and tossed it on his bed. Kate hadn't been expecting that, and the sight momentarily stopped her. It was distracting, to say the least. He pointed a finger at her, like he was pointing a gun at her. Before he could tell her what he wanted her to do, she knocked his gun hand off to the side with the back of her left fist and immediately slashed down the inside of his wrist with the lipstick in her right hand. As he leaned toward his gun hand the way an assailant in real life would have, Kate immediately thrust a hand in toward his throat, aiming for the jugular. He blocked and trapped her arm under his. He spun around and slammed his back into her before she had time to react, and swept a leg around, taking her feet out from under her. Kate blinked up at him. He had her pinned with a knee in her abdomen. "Pretty good," he said. "You disabled my gun hand by cutting the tendons. Unfortunately, I could have just killed you in about 6 different ways." "How did you do that?" Kate asked up at him. He stood up and extended a hand down to help her up. "Because in trying to use the knives, you were forgetting what you know. You were trying to fight in a different way. You need to remember to fight the way you know." "What do you mean I'm forgetting what I know?" Kate asked when she was on her feet again. "When you slashed the wrist of my gun hand, what did I do?" "You flinched back, and I wasn't flinching back. I was getting fighting distance to disadvantage you. You have shorter arms. I was making you stretch to go for my throat. That let me capture your extended arm because you weren't controlling me. By gaining distance, I was controlling you." Angry at herself, Kate made a face. "You're right. I know better." "Then do better. Here I come again." Jack lunged at her to capture her in his arms. She slashed his abdomen, then, as he looked down at what she had done, she drove the lipstick knife up under his chin and pulled it down, leaving a nice red trail down his neck. Jack smiled. "Good. That was good." Again. This time, when he lunged at her, she wasn't exactly sure how he did it, but he slipped around her and held her up against him with one arm around her middle and his finger at her throat, as if holding a knife. Kate didn't move. She really didn't want to move. She found him distracting to the point that she could feel her face turning red. "Don't be embarrassed," he said at seeing her red face. "I kind of tricked you into that move." "Yeah, I guess you kind of did," she said as he released her. She didn't really want him to let her go. With all the frightening things she was learning, she ached for something as simple as being held. Kate reprimanded herself for letting herself be distracted. She reminded herself to put her mind to what he was teaching her. This was life and death, and she couldn't afford to be a bad student. A bad student was a dead student. For the next several hours, they sparred back and forth through the bedroom and sitting room. He coached her on what she was doing, refining her techniques. He showed her how to make moves to get the knife where she wanted it, and how to make a cut instead of delivering a blow. They moved the coffee table aside to give them room. He had her put the lipstick tubes in her pocket, then pretend to walk past so he could attack her from behind. She had to throw him off her and pull her lipstick knives from her pockets to counterattack. At one point, he had her lie in bed as if she were asleep, leaving her knives on a side chair to simulate them being with her clothes. As she lay there, pretending to be asleep, he jumped on her, planting his knees on both sides of her to hold her down under the bedspread. He looked down at her, his face mere inches away. When she didn't move, he said, How are you going to get out of this?
Well, I could show you, but I think you'd be sorry.
Okay, I get the point, Jack smiled. But I'm afraid that your legs are trapped under the blanket. Try it.
She did. But she didn't have any slack in the blanket, so she couldn't move.
You can't use your knee the way you would like. You don't have your knives on you. What are you going to do?
Kate momentarily gave thought to kissing him. That would certainly surprise the hell out of him. She thought better of it, though, and instead elbowed the inside of his arm at a pressure point to make his arm fold. When he lost his balance, she was able to flip him on his back, reversing their positions. She simulated strikes to his face and throat with her elbow, then dove for her knives. As he threw himself on her, she marked his carotid artery with a nice red lipstick stripe. He praised her moves, which pleased her, then had her start again with another scenario. Over and over he attacked her, and she tried to cut him in a lethal way. Before it was over, they were both sweating. Strings of hair stuck to her face as she panted. Jack went to the thermostat and turned it down.
I guess I should have thought of this before, he said,
as he too panted. You're hard to kill, Kate said. That made him laugh. She liked his laugh. She remembered AJ saying how much she liked his laugh.
How about we call it a night? I'd like to take a shower.
Me too, Kate said, still catching her breath.
Tomorrow is Sunday. We have all day to practice.
Monday was John's funeral. Only if you promise to be harder on me tomorrow. I think you were holding back tonight. Jack only smiled. He gestured toward the bigger bathroom.
You take that one. I'm pretty tired. I'm going to take a shower and get some sleep.
Kate offered him a smile. Sounds good. By the time Kate finally finished showering, washing and then drying her hair, and putting on a nightgown, all the lights in the bedroom were off. The room finally felt nice and cool. Only the other bathroom light was on, and the door was mostly closed to provide enough light not to fall over furniture. She saw that most of the burner phones had been taken out of their packages. They were lined up on the nightstand between the beds. Jack was sitting on the edge of the bed, programming numbers into one of them. He looked up when she came out.
You'll have to put all the numbers you need in a few of these. You're going to have to get rid of your cell phone.
Kate remembered him explaining how he had hacked AJ's phone. She hated to have to get rid of her phone, but she understood the necessity. She supposed that as long as she could make calls, that was all that really mattered. She could give people at work a new number. She could see him looking at her in the near darkness. If he wanted to say something, he must have thought better of it. He had his shirt off, and the lipstick was all washed off. He wasn't sweaty anymore. As Kate crawled under the covers, out of the corner of her eye she saw him take a blue pill off the nightstand and swallow it with a drink of water. Kate knew that it was one of the Valium he took so he could sleep. That thought made her feel profoundly sad. What kind of world must he have to endure? What kinds of things must he have seen? How many people had he tried to help who only ended up being murdered because they wouldn't listen to him? How could he stand knowing what was coming for them and have them ignore him? Kate lay awake, listening to him breathe. She was having trouble sleeping herself. The mock battle had her keyed up. Within 30 minutes, she could hear his even breathing as sleep took him. She slipped out of bed and sat on the edge of his bed. Looking down at him, asleep, she thought that he was the most perfect man she had ever met. She had never had the kinds of feelings for anyone she was having for him. But she knew, too, that the things he had seen, the things he had been involved with, made him put a defensive wall up around himself. She knew he was reluctant to let himself get any closer to her. It was his barrier against any more pain. She kissed the end of her finger, and then touched it lightly to his forehead. "No bad dreams tonight," she whispered. "Just good dreams." She crawled back into her bed, lying on her side, watching his even breathing, until she fell asleep. Chapter 51. Kate idly smoothed the fabric of her black dress against her leg as she sat in the front row of the service while a minister spoke of God's plan and the eternal peace awaiting John. She wasn't really listening to him talk passionately of a mindless tragedy that had taken a gentle soul. Knowing what she knew, it sounded like ignorant babble to her as she stared at John's closed casket and wondered who might be behind her somewhere, watching her with murderous intent. Jack was somewhere behind her, too, watching her back. She felt better knowing that he was there, protecting her while she took care of John's final journey. John had liked going to the cemetery to visit the graves of their parents. Now he would be laid to rest beside them. Kate didn't really think that a stranger, a killer, would be among the gathering of people from the Clarkson Center where John had worked. She couldn't recall all of their names, but she recognized their faces. Since she knew all of her co-workers from KDEX who were there in attendance, a stranger would have stood out in the silent audience. It was not a likely place for an ambush. What worried her was what would be a good place for an ambush. For all she knew, there could be a killer with a rifle set up in a distant building, waiting for her to walk out of the mortuary so he could drop her with a single shot. He wouldn't need to cut out her eyes for proof. Such a murder would make the news, and he would have all the proof he needed to collect his reward. As she stared at the dead-looking bronze medal of the casket, she knew that somewhere there were preparations being made for AJ's funeral, along with those of her husband and son. It was hard to believe that AJ was gone. Kate wished so much that she had had the chance to talk about Jack with her, to have her meet Jack, to listen to her laugh or make a wisecrack. AJ had died because she knew John and Kate. She had been an inconvenience for the hunters, and so she had been murdered. Events were moving so fast that it didn't seem like Kate's emotions could keep up. She knew, though, that she couldn't let herself dwell in that sorrow, or she might not see what was coming for her. Kate's shoulders were a little sore from knife training the day before. It had been a long day of practice in their motel room. There were fleeting moments when it was fun sparring with Jack, but then the purpose of it all came rushing back in, and it became a grim, determined effort. At first, compared with the ways she had trained her whole life, it had felt confusing and awkward. Somewhere in the afternoon, though, it had come together in a way that fit naturally with what she already knew. Using knives rather than her bare hands became the new normal. The knives felt right in her hand. Even though she needed more practice, the blades were sometimes snapping out with hardly more than a thought. By the end of the day, it was hard to imagine defending herself without the knives. What she had learned from her fight with John and AJ's killer was that while she could fight pretty well, it wasn't good enough. If that man had been any better, or it had lasted any longer, it could easily have ended badly. Kate tried to bring her mind back to John's service, rather than dwelling on killers and fights. To either side of the casket were stands with beautiful sprays of flowers. Some were from the people where John had worked. Some were from people Kate worked with. It was comforting to know that there were people in the world who cared. Good people who had overcome their primitive killer origins and were guided by their better nature. But her newly discovered ability set her apart from those good people in ways she would never have expected. The good intentions of friends, or even law enforcement, would be trailing so far behind where she was on the scale of understanding that they could only drag her down so that harm could reach her. Kate reminded herself that there were cops like AJ that she might be able to confide in. There was also Jeff Steele. He was more than merely a contact with Army intelligence. She wasn't sure, though, if he would understand any of this business with killer DNA or her ability to recognize it. When the minister finished speaking, hushed conversation slowly welled up in the room. People stood, then started toward the front to greet Kate and give her their condolences. A lot of them hugged her and told her how sorry they were, or what a good and decent man John was. One woman with 2 missing front teeth told Kate a funny story about John mistakenly going into the women's bathroom at work. Kate pretended to laugh. She let a number of people take her hand for a moment as they told her how sorry they were. It was a difficult duty to endure. She did it as stoically as possible. Theo gave her a knowing smile as he put a hand on her shoulder.
I hope that you will reconsider and take some time off. We can get by without you for a while.
Kate forced a smile. Maybe I will. We'll see. Thank you so much for coming. It means a lot to me. It really does. A couple of young men in black suits began gently ushering everyone toward the side entrance as a few other of the staff waited, apparently, to take the casket out to the hearse. Jack, wearing a crisp black shirt, found her and gave her a silent nod to say that everything seemed clear. Bert spotted Kate and Jack standing together. The burly security officer came up to give Jack a wink.
I'm glad to see you both together. You make a great-looking couple.
Kate didn't have to force a smile. Are you breaking up our engagement?
Bert grinned. I bow to the better man and give him my blessings.
Jack smiled self-consciously. People shuffled out to their cars, most of them to go home, but a few followed instructions from the people at the funeral home and joined the line that formed up behind the hearse to go to the cemetery. Kate was relieved when she was finally alone in her car with Jack. It was painful to have to greet people, to listen to them say how sorry they were about her brother. She wanted it to be over. The whole time, she couldn't help but think of all of the times in her life that she had been John's guardian, watching out for him, helping him, protecting him. But she hadn't been there to protect him the day a killer had ended his life.
How are you doing? Jack asked.
As the hearse started away, Kate shifted the car into drive and pulled out behind it. I'm okay. What John had of life was a good life for him. A lot of people like him don't get the chance to live as fully as he did. And, Kate thought, none of them ever had the chance to help save the lives of others the way John did with AJ. There were people alive who never knew that if it were not for John and AJ, they would have encountered a killer. On the slow drive to the cemetery, it started to rain. Streetlights came on. They rode mostly in silence, Jack leaving her to her thoughts. After they wound their way through the cemetery and finally came to a stop at a gravesite, everyone trotted through the rain to gather under a temporary tent. John's casket was placed on a stand beside the place where it would be buried. People huddled around as the minister said a final prayer. Kate didn't really hear him. She was thinking about things all the people gathered around would never be able to imagine. Kate remembered her last phone call with John. He had said that he went to take flowers to their parents' grave, and someone had been watching him. Now she knew he had been right. She continually scanned the cemetery, looking for anything suspicious, anything threatening. Jack, standing silently beside her, did the same. Other people visited graves, but no one looked their way. Kate saw an older woman weeping, holding a white handkerchief to her mouth, as a man comforted her with an arm around her shoulders. When the brief ceremony was finished, and people began to hurry to their cars to get out of the rain, Kate, instead, went to stand for a time over the graves of her parents, there beside where John was to be laid to rest. It struck Kate how ironic it was that she was standing in a graveyard, wondering if someone wanting to kill her was watching, waiting for his chance to end her life. The tension of it all was getting to her. She wanted the whole thing to end, but she knew that it never would. After the brief service at the cemetery, the remaining people went to a reception hall for a simple buffet. They had meats and cheeses, along with bread if you wanted to make a sandwich. The atmosphere was considerably less grim and more light-hearted. People talked and laughed a little as they ate finger food. The reception hall was on a busy street. Through the front windows, Kate could see a gas station and convenience store not far away on the other side of the street. The streets were busy with cars. The rain slowed everyone down, making it seem even more crowded. There were apartment buildings across the street. People were continually going in and out of the parking lot. When the gathering ended and she and Jack finally left and went to the car, Kate couldn't help thinking of what a hopeless task it was to know if any of the people she could see were hunting her. For all she knew, the man putting gas into a gray minivan who looked over his shoulder at her could be simply curious, or he could be stalking her. A car pulled in the lot across the street and the engine and lights were turned off, but no one got out. Because of the rain, she couldn't tell if there was someone sitting inside talking, or if they were waiting for someone, or if they were watching her. It was an uncomfortable feeling, not knowing if a killer was watching, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 52.
"So, what do you want to do now?"
Jack asked, as she pulled out onto the busy 4-lane street. Kate looked over at him. "What do you mean?" He shrugged.
"You took today off work for the funeral. Are you going to go back to work tomorrow? Or are you going to take some time off?"
Kate thought for a moment. "I suppose I'll just go back to work. But I'm nervous about going home. I guess that for right now I'd feel better staying at a motel. I don't like the idea of sleeping all alone on the X. At work there are people around."
"Your photos have only just been posted on the scavenger hunt site. A lot of killers tend to be impatient, like the guy who attacked the woman where you work when he couldn't find you there. Not all of them are clear thinkers. If they go looking for you but can't find you where the information says you are, but you're never there, some of these people will give up."
"Some of them," Kate said. "But not all."
"Not all," Jack agreed. "And I don't mean to create false optimism, but there is no way of knowing for sure if any killers, much less the superpredators, visit the site."
"You think that maybe no one else knows about it?"
"It's hard to say."
Considering how many negative reviews were posted by visitors to the scavenger hunt site, that would indicate that a number of people go there.
"Yes," Jack said. "But there is a difference between writing a bad review to earn a few bucks and be part of a hate campaign, and being willing to murder."
"Staying away from my house is one thing, but I don't know if I can take time off work right now," she said. "I was out of town for 3 weeks, and I have a lot of cases pending."
"Can't you give them to someone else?"
"Sure, I suppose. But I would need to make arrangements for that kind of thing, give people briefings." Even though he didn't answer, she could almost hear him asking if it was worth her life. But he remained silent. The windshield wipers slapped back and forth in an effort to keep up with the spray from the pickup in front of her. Kate finally tired of following the lights and spray of other cars crowding the 4-lane road, so she turned off on a side street to take a different route toward the motel. "So you think we should stay at the motel for a while?"
"At the minimum," Jack said.
"What would be more than a minimum?"
"Why don't you come with me to New York? Take a vacation. It will give you a breather."
Kate turned down a deserted street that she wasn't familiar with, but that headed in the general direction she wanted to go. She noticed that a car some distance behind took the same turn. "How long do you think you will be in New York?"
"I don't know," he said. "I need to see my editor, Shannon Blair. Maybe meet with the publicity department. I suppose that I only need to be there for a day or two, but we could spend as much time there as we want." See the sights. Maybe go for a ride up or down the coast without having to worry about who might be following us.
Kate looked over. Did you see that car that turned with us?
Jack nodded. I saw it get in our lane a few cars back, and then make the turn behind us.
Kate made another turn, into a junky industrial area with chain-link fences protecting rusting car parts, stacks of railroad ties, and piles covered with blue tarps. It was late in the evening, and anyone who worked in the area had gone home. At intersections, Kate could see lights in small houses, several blocks off to the side, but there was no one on the street. The car behind them made the same turn she did, but was going slower, so that the gap between them grew. One car passed them, going in the other direction, but other than that, Kate didn't see anyone. Jack wasn't saying anything. She got the distinct feeling that he was simply going to watch and see what she would do, see how she would handle the situation. Kate made another turn down a deserted side street with empty brick buildings and messy-looking alleys. It was not the kind of neighborhood she would want to have car trouble in. She pulled to the curb, just before the corner.
"What are you doing?" Jack asked.
"We're having car trouble," she said.
"We are?"
In the distance, in the rearview mirror, Kate saw the lights of the car make the turn behind them. It was still some distance away. She reached under the dash to pop the hood.
"Now what are you doing?" Jack asked.
"I'm taking care of the situation."
"Wouldn't you rather I handle this?"
Kate thought about her brother. She thought about the man who had tried to kill her after he had just slaughtered AJ and her family. "No." Kate swung her door open and stepped out into the rain. Jack ducked down to look out at her as she stood.
"There could be a killer in that car."
"I know."
"So what are you planning to do about it?"
Kate rested a forearm on the window frame as she leaned down to look into the car. "He's the one on the X. He's already dead. I just need to go tell him." She shut the car door and then opened the hood, watching the car slowing as it came up behind them. The rain made a dull drumming noise as it beat down on the roof of the car. Kate felt like her heart had come up in her throat as the car pulled over a little, stopping behind her car. She waved an arm to get the driver's attention. She heard the driver's window roll down. She felt like she was watching herself in a dream.
"Need some help?"
came a muffled voice. Kate was moving toward the car before she even realized it. She picked up speed, wanting to get to him before he had a chance to get out. She reached the driver's door. When the door opened, she clicked on the flashlight, illuminating the driver's face. She was standing right over him. She didn't intend to give him a chance to get up. His right hand came up to shield his eyes, but before it did, she saw those eyes, and saw what was in them. It wasn't murder. It wasn't anything. He was just a guy in a sleeveless shirt. He looked mean enough and had tattoos on his meaty shoulders, but he didn't have murder in his eyes. Kate froze. She had the flashlight in one hand and a knife in the other, an instant away from cutting his throat. "Sorry," she said. "Sorry, it's all right." The heavy-set man made a face.
"Do you need help? I saw you put the hood up. This isn't a neighborhood you would want to break down in."
"It's nothing," Kate said, her adrenaline still making her heart pound. "I just needed to check the fan belt. I thought. But it's fine. It's all right."
"You sure? You aren't stranded there?"
"No," Kate said, shaking her head to assure him. "I just stopped to check, that's all. Thank you for stopping, but I'm fine, thank you." The driver heaved a sigh and slammed his door shut.
"If I were you, I'd get out of here and check your car at a gas station or something."
"That's a good idea," Kate said. "I'll do that. Thank you." Her own voice sounded foolish to her. The guy pulled away, leaving her standing there in the rain. She folded the blade of the knife and clipped it back inside the pocket of her dress as he disappeared down the street. The thin material of the dress was soaking wet. She was freezing cold. Kate went around to the front of her car, angry at herself for letting her imagination get the best of her. She felt weak at how close she had come to killing an innocent person. She felt foolish. She could see the dark shape of Jack sitting in the car. She wondered what he was going to think of her. As she slammed the hood of her car and turned, she saw the nose of a car just around the far side of the building at the corner. The car hadn't been there when she had stopped. At least, she didn't remember it being there. Almost at the same time she saw the car, she saw the silhouette of a big man. With all the black shapes of buildings and poles and fences and piles of junk, the dark form blended in and was almost impossible to see. Kate's world spun around when he backhanded her. She landed in the wet street, stunned by the shock of pain. She gathered her wits as she sprang to her feet. The passenger door flew open, and Jack was out of the car. The figure fired off 3 shots at him. The sound of the gunfire made her flinch. Kate saw Jack roll off to the side. When the man swung back around, pointing the gun at Kate, the light from a distant street lamp caught him just right, and she saw his eyes. The sight of those eyes shot icy fear through her veins.
"Kate Bishop," he said. "What a payday this is going."
Before he could get another word out, Kate backhanded his gun hand with her left fist. She would have tried to slash the inside of his wrist holding the gun, but the force of her blow had surprised him enough to knock the gun from his hand. It went skittering across the wet pavement. Before he could do anything, before he could recover from the surprise of losing his gun, before Kate could even look to see if Jack was dead or alive, in a crystal-clear instant, she saw her target. It was as if time froze, giving her that instant of clarity she needed. In one clean thrust, she caught the side of his neck, and with all her strength, she yanked the blade back, cutting through muscle and tendon. She had cut him so deep that, in addition to severing his carotid artery, it partially cut open his windpipe. His breath coming out of that gash in his windpipe sprayed the blood pumping out of his artery. It made a horrible sound as he sucked in a breath through the wound. Before his hands could make it to his throat, she struck with her left hand and cut the carotid artery on his right side. As dark as it was, she could still see blood pumping out in spurts and going everywhere. She could smell it. The big man dropped to his knees, trying to speak but unable to because of the opening in his windpipe. He fell to his side, his arms flopping out onto the pavement. Kate, too, fell to her knees. She let out a cry of anguish, and then Jack was lifting her up.
"It's all right. You're okay."
Kate let out another cry as she fell into his arms. He hugged her tight, whispering to her that it was okay, that she was fine. It was a moment before she could speak. "Are you okay? Were you hit? I was so afraid that he shot you." Jack put a hand to the back of her head and pressed her to his shoulder.
"No, he missed. Remember what I told you?"
She sucked back a sob of terror. "That it's hard to hit a moving target?"
"That's right,"
he said with a smile as he held her away and looked into her eyes.
"You did good, Kate. You did everything right."
"Did you know he was there?"
Jack shook his head. "I hate to admit it, but I didn't see him until you did. It was over before I could get out of the car and make it to you. By then, you had already handled it."
Kate nodded, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. Terror, surprise, and a rush of triumphant joy that she and Jack were alive and unhurt.
"Go wait in the car,"
Jack said, as he bent down beside the guy, immediately starting to go through his pockets, taking his phone, wallet, and anything else he could find. "Are we going to call the police?"
"Hell no, we're not going to call the police."
He looked around briefly.
"There aren't likely to be any cameras in this area, but even if there are, they won't show much in the rain. The last thing you need is to get tangled up in this. How would that help? The guy was trying to kill you. You defended yourself. End of story.
I guess you're right. Her instinct was to call the authorities, but she knew Jack was right.
Go on, wait in the car, he said. I'll be right there.
Kate nodded, but she didn't move. She didn't want to leave Jack there alone. Maybe she didn't want to be alone herself. Jack finished and ushered her to the passenger side of the car. He held her arm as he sat her down, and then he shut the door. When he got in, he started the engine, then looked over at her.
Kate, you need to be clear about this. I know that individual cops would be happy that you put down a killer, but their political bosses don't care about your life as much as their careers. You could prove your innocence this time, but if it happens again, they will call it vigilantism. They will say that you were looking for these people so you can take the law into your own hands, as if your life is less important than their notion of law and order. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Kate was finally gathering her wits. It's hard for me to think of things that way, but I understand. My life depends on me now, not the law. He put a hand over hers.
It's hard. I know. You did the right thing. You defended your life. That's all that matters.
Kate turned the rearview mirror and looked at herself. She saw the eyes of a killer looking back. Not the eyes of a murderer like the man she had just killed, but eyes like Mike's had been. Eyes like Jack's were. It was so strange to see that look in her eyes looking back at her that she had trouble recognizing herself. Her hair was wet and matted. She saw that blood was running down her chin from where the guy had clobbered her. It made her angry at herself that he had managed to get in those 3 shots. He could have killed Jack. He could have shot her. She needed to be faster the next time, or she might not be so lucky. But she had survived, and he was the one who was dead. That was what mattered. He knew my name, Kate said. He said my name, and that this was going to be his big payday.
Like you said, you intended to put him on the X. You succeeded, Jack said. He must have followed us. I didn't even realize it until I saw his car parked on the other side of that building.
He knew my name, Kate said again with emphasis.
I know,
Jack said as he pulled away from the curb, taking care to drive around the corpse.
He undoubtedly knew it from the scavenger hunt site.
Kate picked up her phone from the center console, unlocked it, and pressed a speed dial number. She pointed, directing Jack to take the next left. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand as she listened to the phone ring.
"Hello?"
a man's voice said. "Theo? It's me, Kate."
"Kate? Are you all right? You sound... I don't know. Are you all right?"
"Yes, I'm fine. It's just that it's been an emotional day for me with the funeral and all."
"I understand. You gave John a beautiful ceremony."
Kate put her elbow on the armrest and rubbed her fingertips on her forehead as she held the phone up to her ear. "Listen, Theo, if you think you could do without me for a little while, I think I'd like to take your advice and take some time off."
"Of course," he said immediately. "All the time you need, Kate."
He thought for a moment.
"Have you ever taken a vacation?"
"No," she said, trying her best to control her voice.
"Then you have one coming. Take all the time you need."
"Thanks, Theo. You're the best. I'll be in touch."
"Okay. Please take care of yourself, and you call me if there's anything I can do for you."
"I will. Good night." She sat for a moment after ending the call, staring at her trembling hands. Finally, she looked over at Jack. "Can I come to New York with you?" Jack smiled as he reached over and touched her chin.
"Sure."
That made Kate smile. Chapter 53. Kate walked at a brisk pace beside Jack, both of them pulling their carry-on bags behind as they made their way through the clots of people in the sprawling airport. They were both dressed casually. They had to alter their course constantly, weaving among people crowding into gates, walking slowly, looking in store windows, or not paying any attention to where they were going. For midweek, O'Hare was unusually busy. Terminal 5, post-security, was as elegant a shopping experience as just about anywhere in the city. The wood and glass design elements of retail spaces were graceful and modern. It was a strange juxtaposition to see some disheveled flyers in flip-flops shuffling past such stylish shops. Kate never looked forward to flying. It was time-consuming and wearying to have to deal with the bureaucracy and all the security restrictions and regulations that seemed to grow day by day. But this time she felt better about it, because at least they were getting out of Chicago and away from where people were actively hunting her. They were getting off the X. More than that, though, she couldn't help feeling good to be going with Jack. It was going to be a needed respite from the duties of her job and a chance to decompress from the terrible grief over the deaths of John and AJ's family. Kate wasn't carrying the small knives Jack had given her. She felt naked and vulnerable without them. She had never felt that way before. But, of course, no one had been trying to kill her before. At least, not that she knew about. Now, her photos and personal information were posted on the darknet. There was a reward for her life. She was relieved to be leaving town for a while to vanish into New York City, where no one would know her. They had both put their knives in their checked baggage. Being in security herself, Kate knew that the results of tests conducted by any number of agencies had shown that between 90 and 95% of testers had been able to get guns, knives, and even bombs past airport security with no problem. Jeff Steele had warned her not to be lulled into complacency by airport security and to remain vigilant. Security was mostly a show for the public to make them feel safe, to make them feel like the government was protecting them when it really wasn't. Most people believed in the show and felt safer for it. And to some degree, a show of security did tend to discourage people who meant harm. Still, Kate knew from her own work that not everyone was discouraged by a show of security. The chances of security finding their knives in a carry-on bag were slim, and since they were so small, the most they were likely to do would be to confiscate them. Jack didn't want to take that risk for no good reason. He said that she already knew how to fight, and just about anything could be used as a weapon, even a rolled-up magazine. He said it was better to remain unnoticed by authorities. Besides, there was a lot of security in airports, both security you could see and security you couldn't see. Kate had gotten used to having the knives on her. Jack had given them to her to help keep her safe. Because of that, they had taken on a meaning of their own. They were symbolic as well as defensive, especially after the time he spent teaching her to use them, and especially after they had saved her life the day of her brother's funeral. As they walked past a gate for Air France, a man on crutches was being allowed to board before anyone else. He was in a tan jacket and had a dark blue backpack. As he went past the boarding kiosk, he looked back, scanning the crowd. His gaze briefly met Kate's. When she looked into the man's dark eyes, Kate stopped dead in her tracks. He obviously didn't recognize her ability by looking into her eyes, because he didn't show any reaction to seeing her. But she certainly reacted to him. Jack stopped beside her and glanced in the direction she was staring.
Kate? Kate?
Transfixed, she hardly heard him. Her mind filled with images. His grip tightened on her arm and he kept his voice low.
Kate, look at me.
She blinked and looked into his eyes.
Do you see something? He asked.
In the chilling grip of fear that kind of eyes always gave her, she struggled to find her voice. Yes.
Then walk.
What?
Walk.
He squeezed her arm harder.
Kate, you need to walk.
Once they started away, he leaned closer.
What did you see?
A man on crutches, in the tan jacket, just going into the jetway, she said, looking back over her shoulder as Jack dragged her farther away. He's planning to kill the people on that plane.
Jack paused. Are you sure?
He pulled her to the side, out of the way of the churning rivers of people.
Kate, are you sure?
She looked back at him. Dead sure. He is planning to kill all the people on that plane. When he continued to stare at her, she tilted her head toward him. I'm positive, Jack. Jack stared at her for a few brief seconds longer. He glanced back toward the Air France gate and then pulled out a cell phone. He pushed the number at the top of the speed dial list. Someone answered after the first ring.
Get me Dvora Artsy. This is an emergency.
Jack gave his name and then rattled off a series of numbers and letters, obviously a code. Almost immediately, someone else got on the line.
Dvora, it's Jack Rains. I have an emergency. I'm at O'Hare Airport in Chicago, Terminal 5. I'm with a subject. She just identified a man getting on an Air France plane.
Jack looked over the heads of people moving through the busy aisle to the gate number diagonally across the concourse.
Gate M12.
He listened, and then tipped the phone down away from his mouth to speak to Kate.
Describe him.
Kate leaned in, putting her mouth close to the phone. 5'10", on aluminum crutches, tan jacket, dark blue backpack, short black hair, clean-shaven, silver bracelet on his right wrist. As Kate leaned back, Jack listened to the woman ask something. He looked up.
She wants to know how sure you are.
Kate twitched a frown. I'm positive.
She says she's positive,
Jack told the woman on the phone. Kate leaned in to speak into the phone. He has a bomb that was surgically implanted in his abdomen. It doesn't use metal for shrapnel so that it wouldn't be easily detected. He intends to explode it once they are midway over the Atlantic Ocean. Jack's face lost some of its color as he stared at her. He listened to the woman on the phone for a moment and then asked Kate.
Anything else?
The bomb has a dead man switch.
Dvora, did you hear that? He asked the woman on the phone. The bomb has a dead man switch.
The voice asked something laced with brief hesitation.
Do you remember Jemima? Jack asked. Yes, that's the one. On her very best day, Jemima couldn't begin to be the equal of the subject I'm with right now.
There was a pause as Jack listened, and then he said,
All right, hurry.
He slipped the phone back into his pocket.
I'm afraid that we're going to have to catch a later flight to New York. All hell is about to break loose, and the airport is going to be evacuated.
Kate looked around. Everything looked so normal. I'm a subject? She asked, without looking at him. Is that what I am to you? A subject? Jack grasped her by the upper arm and turned her back to face him.
That's what the Mossad call the people I work with, that's all. They know what I mean when I say it.
Kate nodded. It seemed a hollow explanation.
You're more than that to me, Kate, he finally said. It's not you. It's just that I can't be.
Kate understood. Rita, and who knew how many others before her, had been too painful an experience. Kate vividly remembered him telling her about the videos of her being tortured, of her calling out his name and begging for him to save her, of her dying. He was too afraid of exposing himself to that kind of heartache again, so he had walled himself off. That was why he had told her that he would never have the chance to hear a woman say that she loved him. 2 men dressed casually raced up through the terminal, pushing their way through the throngs of people. They looked like any of the ordinary passengers in the airport, except they had chains hanging from their necks with some kind of ID. Kate could tell from their demeanor that they were anything but ordinary. Holding out their IDs, they ran past the 2 women at the check-in desk without slowing. Both of the women, along with most of the passengers waiting at the gate, looked startled. "I hope they can stop him," Kate said. "Maybe it will be okay."
"I hope so," he agreed.
Jack's brow drew down as he turned his attention back to her. He looked more than a little agitated.
"You said that man has a bomb. What makes you think he has a bomb?"
Kate blinked at the question. "Because he does."
"You said it was surgically implanted in his abdomen. How in the world could you possibly know that?"
Kate's brow tightened. "You're the expert." Kate was concerned by how upset he had become. "You tell me."
"You could tell by his eyes that he was a killer?"
"Yes." Jack held a finger up, as if for emphasis.
"Okay. You saw in his eyes that he is a killer, I get that. But what could possibly make you think he has a bomb?"
Kate wasn't sure what he was getting at, what was upsetting him. "By looking in his eyes. I just know. It's all there."
"Knowing a killer by looking into their eyes is one thing," Jack said. "But telling anything else about them, like that they have a bomb, is something else entirely. Have you ever done anything like that before?"
"Yes. I picked a couple out of a bunch of photos AJ showed me. I told her they were killers. I told her that the man wasn't very bright and that he had raped a girl and that it was the wife's idea to kill her, but they both took part in the murder. I told her that they used knives."
"Did you ever find out if you were correct?"
"Yes. AJ told me that when they brought them in, they found out that everything was exactly as I had told her."
Jack stared at her briefly. "You can't do that."
Kate was alarmed by the concern in his eyes. "What do you mean I can't do it? I just told you I did. You're the one who came to find me because I can identify murderers by looking at their eyes."
"Know that they are a murderer, yes, but that's all. You can only tell that they're a killer. You can't tell anything else by looking into their eyes."
"Yes, I can," she insisted. Just then, 2 muffled shots rang out in quick succession, almost together. Jack put his hand behind her head and protectively pulled her toward him.
"That's air marshals."
An instant later, another shot. Jack looked toward the Air France gate. Kate looked back too. Stewards ran out of the jetway, the pilots and flight crew right on their heels. Before they were clear of the jetway, an explosion ripped a hole the size of a truck in the side of the plane back near the tail. Flying debris from the plane blew out all the windows of the Air France gate and several the next gate over. Pandemonium erupted as glass flew through the crowds of screaming people. A human head, attached to the upper portion of a bloody spinal cord, landed on the rows of blue chairs in the waiting area. Chunks of debris skated and skipped across the floor, knocking a few people down as smoke rolled in through the broken windows. It seemed like everyone was screaming and running. The tail of the plane, lifted a little by the explosion, settled down at a crooked angle. The 2 air marshals stumbled out of the jetway, both covered in blood. Men with long guns forced their way upstream as most people parted to make way. Other men ran in with dogs on leashes. Police appeared, directing panicked people back away from the area. The passengers who had been waiting to board scattered. Everyone in the terminal started running, a good many of them screaming. Jack circled his arm around Kate's waist and started her walking back the way they had come, moving her into the river of people going the way they were being directed by police.
"Like I told you," he said, "the place is going to be evacuated."
"Like I told you," Kate said. "The guy had a bomb." He looked down at her. His face hadn't regained its color.
"You just saved several hundred lives."
Kate frowned at his odd expression. "Did I just also do something that you didn't think I should be able to do?"
"You sure as hell did."
Chapter 54. Jack pointed.
"There."
Kate craned her neck and saw an older, lanky man in a black suit standing in a line with other men of every size, shape, and color, dressed in similar black suits and white shirts, all holding up a piece of paper or an iPad with a name on it. The lanky man's iPad said Rains. They followed the limo driver through the airport outside to a shiny black SUV standing at a curb in a limousine-only area. The streets and parking looked like they were all too small to accommodate the volume of modern life. After hours of looking out at an empty sky and soft layers of clouds, it felt strange to be hemmed in by the hard shapes of buildings and congested streets packed with traffic. Shannon Blair, Jack's editor, had arranged for the limo to pick them up. She had told Jack that she was eager to see him the following day. In the meantime, she said that she insisted on getting them a beautiful suite near Gramercy Park, which she said was one of the most lovely spots in the city. Kate was just relieved to be away from places where she was being hunted. Shannon Blair told Jack she was looking forward to meeting the young lady he brought with them, having been at least somewhat responsible for them meeting, since she had been the one who put AJ in contact with Jack. It felt good to sit at last in the relative quiet of the back seat. It was nice to have someone else drive and negotiate the heavy traffic. The hours of jet engine noise had been tiring, leaving Kate with a dull headache. Fortunately, the flight had been routine. It had taken 2 days before O'Hare Airport was cleared to reopen. Airline schedules were struggling to get back to normal, and they had been fortunate to catch another flight. Kate had been relieved to finally make it out of Chicago. While waiting for a flight, they had stayed in a hotel near the airport. Jack hadn't wanted to take any chances, so he had used another fake ID. They had killed the time with hours of practice lipstick fights, room service, and a few long conversations. It felt good to talk with him about nothing of any particular importance. The hotel, being near the airport, was noisy. In a way, Kate longed for the quiet of her job at KDEX. It was nerve-wracking, not knowing how long her vacation was going to last. The almost continual news about the bombing at the airport had been filled with inaccuracies. Most of it was the usual careless reporting spiced with speculation, but Kate suspected that some of it was wrong for security reasons. The bomb, for instance, was reported to have been in the bomber's backpack. No mention was ever made of it being surgically implanted in the man's abdomen. Kate had no doubt about that part of it. Jack's contact in the Mossad had confirmed that she was right. They were very interested in this new subject he had located. Jack had promised that one day he would introduce them. Excuses and explanations for the failure in security were continually being given out. Congressmen were outraged. The president spoke on the tragedy. He announced the formation of an investigative committee and called for Congress to act to increase the TSA budget. There was very little actual information in any of the reports. They watched almost no TV after the initial reports. The 2 air marshals were both hospitalized in serious condition. One had lost an eye. Both were expected to live. There were numerous stories about how, because of the placement of the bomb, the plane's hydraulic and electrical systems were compromised in a way that, had the plane been airborne, would have resulted in a crash, killing all on board.
Kate knew by what she saw that had it happened in the air, the plane would have lost the entire tail section. Had it happened over the ocean, it was possible that wreckage wouldn't be found, and no one would have known the reason the plane went down. News accounts said that authorities had been alerted by a tip, and that was all that had prevented a horrific tragedy. Kate had trouble reconciling the fact that because of her, that crash had never happened, and all those lives had not been lost. While the whole thing, in a way, didn't seem real, it did help make up for how her ability had turned her life upside down. A lot of good people were still alive. A killer was dead. An Islamic terror group claimed responsibility and promised more such attacks against aircraft. In those promises, Kate saw the inexorable movement of the pendulum. During those 2 days waiting in the hotel to get another flight, Jack had questioned her in detail. Kate had thought that what she had done at the airport, just like what she had done with the photos of the husband and wife killers AJ had shown her, was simply part of the same ability she had to recognize a killer by seeing his eyes. Jack had assured her that it most certainly was not. At least, it was not a part of her ability as far as his experience with others had taught him. He said that what she had done was a complete unknown as far as he was concerned. Kate had no useful answers as to how she did it, except that she just could. When she had looked into the man's eyes, in that instant, she had seen it all in his eyes. She didn't know how, but with that single look, she simply knew. It wasn't something separate, like a scene from a movie streaming into her. It was simply something she knew in totality, like looking out of a window and taking in everything all at once. The only reference to such an ability Jack knew of was in an 11th century text about a monk believed at the time to be a prophet. It was said that he identified murderers and at the same time revealed their crimes. Jack said that it was hard to know how much truth there was in such accounts, since so much of it involved superstition. As their limo made its way through the crowded streets, Kate couldn't help but marvel at the endless, tightly packed buildings. The enormity of the city made Chicago seem like a small town. Even though it was getting dark, the city was awash with light. Windows filled with light rose all around. The city had a distinctive aroma, not unpleasant, but different from any other place she had been. It was rather amazing to see so many people and to know that this was their home, the only home they knew, and that many of them had never seen anything else of America except on TV. In a way, the neighborhoods with stores and traffic and alive with crowds were exciting. They were life. They were civilization.
"That's Gramercy Park," the limo driver said over his shoulder. "We will be to your hotel shortly."
Off to the left was a beautifully manicured park bordered by a black wrought iron fence. Kate could see a statue standing in a circle in the center of the park. It was surrounded by wide paths and inviting green benches. "Can we go for a walk there?" Kate asked.
"It's a private park," Jack said. "People who live around it pay an annual fee to be able to get in. Our hotel's not far from here. They may have a key to allow guests to visit the park. If they do, we'll go there tomorrow, all right?"
Kate smiled as she nodded, looking out the window at all the people strolling along the sidewalk outside the wrought iron fence and the green world within. Without thinking about it, Kate took hold of Jack's hand as she gazed out the window at the city going endlessly past outside the limo window. Jack squeezed her hand. For the first time, a vacation was beginning to feel pretty good. Chapter 55.
"That's really nice of you, Shannon,"
Jack said on the phone as they stood near the check-in desk waiting for another couple to finish registering.
"No, really, it's all right. I understand. To tell you the truth, we're both pretty tired anyway. It's been a long day. I think we'd both rather get some sleep. Thanks again, Shannon. All right, we will. Yes. See you tomorrow, then. She wanted to take us to a nice place for dinner, Jack said as he returned the phone to his pocket, but she has an appointment she can't break. Kate yawned. Good. Honestly, I wasn't really looking forward to going out to dinner and having to smile. It's already getting late, especially on East Coast time. Jack nodded his agreement. To make up for it, she said she's having a special dinner sent up to our suite. Dinner in our room rather than a knife fight would be nice, Kate said. Jack laughed. The lobby had a lot of white Carrara marble and frosted glass, warmed by the dark wood of the registration area. A young woman in a crisp gray uniform, her dark hair pulled back into a ponytail, took Jack's information. For once, he gave his correct name and ID. The receptionist said that their 2-bedroom suite had already been reserved for 1 week, and it had already been paid for. Kate envisioned flopping down on the bed on her back and letting out a weary sigh. The bellhop brought their bags in from the limo and put them on a cart. Jack let the man lead them up to the 5th floor. The bellhop told them about the hotel restaurant and several others in the area. The suite was less spacious than suites in other cities, but it looked cozy enough. There was a small central sitting area with 2 tufted wingback chairs at a small table near a window with floor-to-ceiling white sheers and gray drapes. The room was painted a strong but pleasant green. There were framed black and white photos of dancers on the walls. Jack suggested that Kate take the larger of the 2 bedrooms. It had mellow, rose-colored walls, a bright blue velvet headboard, and a red throw on the white bedspread. The bellhop put her suitcase on the stand for her and put Jack's in the other bedroom. After Jack gave the man a tip, they were alone at last. Kate had been in her share of hotels, but this one was different. Spaces were smaller. It felt old. The noise of the city was a presence in the room, part of the feel of the place. Still, it was attractive and quite lovely. Mostly, Kate was tired of being in crowds, so it felt good to be alone. As tired as she was, she hoped Jack didn't want to practice knife fighting. Jack appeared in the doorway to her bedroom. He had one of the phones they had bought at the electronics store. Why don't you keep one of these so that we have a backup with the same numbers? When we go out, we shouldn't leave these in the room. Kate put the phone in the back pocket of her jeans, then took out her 2 knives and clipped one inside each front pocket. She felt better having them on her. Before she had a chance to unpack anything, there was a knock at the door. It was a waiter with a white towel draped over one arm. He pushed a table into the room. It was set with silver-rimmed plates and oval dishes with silver covers. "Compliments of Miss Blair," the man said as he arranged the wingback chairs at the food cart. He lifted the lids, showing them a chicken casserole with baby potatoes around the edge and another serving dish with asparagus. He pointed out sherbet for dessert. He held a hand out toward 2 bottles of water. "Still or sparkling?" Both Jack and Kate said still. "I'm so dry from being on the plane, I think I could drink the whole bottle myself," Kate said. The waiter smiled and bowed slightly. "If the lady would like more, there are extra bottles under the table." He lifted the side of the white tablecloth to show her. He uncorked a bottle of wine and replaced it in the bucket with ice. "Will there be anything else at the moment?" "No, it's more than enough. And it looks delicious," Jack said, handing the man a tip. "Thank you." Once he was gone, the 2 of them flopped down in the wingback chairs, opposite each other at the table. "I wish I was more hungry," Kate said. "Mostly I'm just worn out." Jack agreed. "Some food will give you some energy."
They both downed their glasses of water, and Jack poured more. He also poured them each a little bit of wine. He held up his wine glass in a toast.
To the rest of your life.
Kate smiled and tapped his wine glass with hers. She took a sip and sat back. "Are you going to tell your editor everything about your new book? Everything you told me?"
Jack shrugged. "I'll tell her as much as I need to in order to make sure she's interested enough. I'd rather have her read the manuscript when I'm done, but she needs a certain amount of information to do her job. Just kind of depends on how it goes. She knows that the central theme is how murder is part of our nature, and that already has her interest. She said that she loved the first book, and they're looking forward to publishing the second."
Jack poured himself another glass of water. Kate held hers out for a refill. As she drank it down, Jack put some chicken and a couple of little potatoes on a plate for her. Kate leaned back as she let out a heavy sigh, not realizing how tired she was from the long day. She didn't know if she had the energy to pick up her fork. She saw Jack slump back in his wingback chair. She was having difficulty focusing her vision. Her head rolled to the side. She saw her glass slip from her hand to the floor. It didn't seem to matter. The room closed in around her as she felt herself slipping away. A distant sense of terror tried to get her attention, but dimmed to little more than a thick, incomprehensible whisper. She strained to remain conscious, but she could feel it fading away from her. Everything was getting fuzzy. She blinked, trying to make her eyes focus. Something cast a shadow over her. A big hand slipped under her arm, lifting her. She was a rag doll, unable to react. She saw shapes ghosting into the room.
"Good evening,"
a gravelly voice said into her ear.
"I'm Victor. My, but you're a pretty one. You're going to be the perfect star for my next show."
As her eyes rolled back, she briefly saw his eyes. They were the ice-cold eyes of a killer. Kate's world evaporated into nothingness. Chapter 56. Kate became dimly aware of light. Nothing made sense. A shadow passed over her. Her mind felt as if it were immersed in a deep, thick darkness. She made an effort to force herself to think. It didn't produce much of anything, other than that she recognized the taste of blood in her mouth. Someone slapped her. It was hard enough to nearly knock her over. The shock of pain startled her. Her immediate reaction was to yell at them to stop it, but no yell would come out. The sting of the slap started to sharpen her senses back into focus a little. She realized that she was sitting, but for some reason she couldn't move her arms. Her shoulders hurt. Her first thought was that she was paralyzed. She tried and was relieved to at least be able to move her fingers, but her arms remained trapped behind her. She couldn't move them even a little. A second slap came out of nowhere. The force of it was hard enough to knock her and the chair over. Her head banged on the floor, instantly giving her a headache. Someone leaned down and tipped the chair, with her attached to it, back up, and planted it on the floor with a hard thump.
"Wakey, wakey. Sweet dream time is over."
She had heard that gravelly voice before, but couldn't remember where. Kate squinted against the harsh light. Wherever she was, it was mostly dark all around her. The only light in the place was the one shining on her. Smelly hands reached in and squeezed her cheeks.
"Smile for the camera."
The man, squeezing her cheeks, shook her face.
Come on, smile. It's showtime.
He had a stocking mask over his head, with holes cut out for the eyes in his mouth. He leaned down and put his face close in front of hers.
Feel free to scream for the camera. After all, you're the star, and the star always screams.
Kate was momentarily confused as to whether or not she was awake or asleep in some kind of bizarre dream. And then he twisted her left nipple until she did scream, an involuntary, helpless cry of pain that felt like it was shrieking up from her soul. The more she screamed, the more he twisted. The shock of pain brought her wide awake and brought tears to the scream. The sharp agony of it radiated through her entire chest as he kept at it until she was sure he intended to rip it off her breast. The man finally let go and stepped away from her. Kate shivered, panting under the agony of lingering pain, wanting nothing so much as to be able to put a comforting hand over it. As her wits came back into focus, she realized that she was in trouble. But she was having a hard time making sense of how she came to be in the dark room. There was a camera on a tripod not far off in front of her. The red light was blinking. She was being recorded. Beyond the camera was a dark metal table with a collection of items on it, but she couldn't tell what any of them were. She looked around and could see little more than a few glimpses of dark walls. There was a closed metal door she could just see over her left shoulder. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice sounded strange, hoarse and dry. "Where am I?" The man turned back. He grinned. His 2 middle teeth on the bottom were missing. The rest were dark yellow. He looked like nothing so much as a homeless derelict. Something told her he was something else entirely.
I'm Victor,
he said in a cheerful tone, as if happy to make her acquaintance. Kate vaguely remembered someone saying that name in their hotel room. She couldn't understand why she wasn't in the hotel. She could only remember being there. "Where's Jack? I need to see him. What have you done with him?"
Me? Nothing. He is for someone else. You are for me.
Kate spit blood to the side. It still didn't seem real. With the way her mind was swimming, it felt like some kind of drug-induced hallucination. "What are you talking about?" He cocked his head as if she were dense.
Jack Raines is meant for someone else. You, Miss Bishop, are here to entertain me and my audience.
A wave of dread washed through her when he gestured at the camera. "Where's Jack?" Kate screamed at him. He looked amused.
The founder of our little website has taken him somewhere for a private conversation.
Website. She realized who Victor was. He was the one who provided date rape drugs for Sid. It all came rushing in. He was the one who had tortured and killed Rita. "What are they doing with him?" She knew it was foolish to ask the question, but she couldn't help herself, as if it would somehow slow events from their headlong rush.
Probably pulling his intestines out a foot at a time,
Victor said with a wicked grin.
Wrapping them around a stick.
He shrugged again and cocked his head.
Maybe something else just as fun. That's not up to me. You are the one up to me. You belong to me now.
"Why are you doing this to us?" He shook a finger at her face.
Jack Raines is a dangerous man. You're nobody. You're only here to entertain me and my fans. But Jack Raines has outlived his usefulness.
"What usefulness?" she asked as Victor started toward the camera. He turned back and smiled.
He thinks he's so smart. But he has been finding those like you for us without even knowing it.
He cocked his head to the side.
He finds them just like he found you and your brother, and those before. He finds them. We snatch them.
Kate suddenly understood. It all came into sharp resolution as all the connections registered. Now that she was more awake, she tried again to move, but she was helplessly restrained. Kate remembered AJ's stories of killers and what they had done to their captives. She remembered AJ lying there on the floor with duct tape wrapped around her head, blinding her. Kate's frantic sense of panic at being so helpless, at what was to come, began to build. As Victor turned back toward the camera, she remembered what the Sifu had said to her that day. If you are attacked, it is because they have the advantage. For you, they will always be bigger, stronger. No one is going to help you, so don't expect any. You must do everything you can with the bad intention of hurting your enemy. She didn't see how she could do that. It seemed like meaningless words. She knew, though, that if she wanted to live, if she was going to help Jack, then her only chance was to think. No one was going to come to help her. She looked around again, trying to take everything in, trying to find something helpful. Her vision was still a bit blurred, but starting to clear. It felt like someone was pushing on her eyeballs. She knew that her arms were tightly bound behind her. By the way her skin pulled, they were probably wrapped with duct tape. It felt like that tape must be wound around the back of the chair. When she had been drugged and limp, Victor had an easy time of restraining her just the way he wanted. Victor suddenly returned with a pair of pliers. He put a grimy hand on her head and tilted it back. She tried to twist her face away from him. "What are you doing? Stop it!"
"I'm going to have to take out your teeth."
Take out her teeth? It sounded insane. Kate twisted her head from side to side. "No! Stop it!" she yelled. He slapped her hard and shook the pliers at her face.
"I had a girl bite me once when I was in her mouth enjoying myself. That was a bad experience. So now, I always take their teeth out first."
He grinned.
"Feels better for me without the teeth, you know? You'll see how much I enjoy it."
He came back from the table with a small metal bucket, rattling something in it. He tipped it toward her so she could see inside. It was half full of bloody and broken teeth. It dawned on her what he was talking about. After putting the bucket back, he grabbed her hair to hold her head still. He pushed a filthy thumb in her mouth, feeling all of her teeth as if taking inventory. The hand with the thumb in her mouth was holding the pliers. She knew that if she didn't think, if she didn't do something, he was going to use that pliers to rip out her teeth. The thought terrified her. Kate bit down as hard as she could. Victor cried out in pain,
"Let go!"
When she didn't, he pressed a knuckle of his other hand against the rear of her jawbone. The pain was blinding. She tried to keep biting down on his thumb, knowing that if she let go, he would go to work on her teeth with the pliers, but the intense pressure against the back of her jaw was more than she could endure, and it finally forced her mouth open.
"You will pay for that,"
he growled, comforting his thumb. He went to the camera, checking the settings. While he did, Kate frantically looked around for something, anything to help her. There was nothing. And besides, she wouldn't be able to grab it if there was. There could have been a gun in her lap and she wouldn't be able to use it. She realized that her left leg ached something fierce. She looked down and saw that she still had her panties on, but her legs were bare. There was a tourniquet wrapped tightly around her left leg at mid-thigh. Below the tourniquet, her skin was going purple. Her arms were duct-taped behind her, but her legs were free. She realized why. With a sickening sense of dread, she remembered Jack describing what had happened to Rita. Kate remembered that it was Victor who had done it,
and that he had videoed it for the scavenger hunt site. Kate saw her jeans thrown off to the side. Her knives were in her jeans. They couldn't do her any good. Victor tipped the light above her to the side.
See? This is my collection of pretty ladies, like you. They all brought me great satisfaction. Like you will.
She could just make out half a dozen bags of some kind hanging against the wall. As she squinted, she realized that they were the naked, bloody torsos of women, tightly wrapped in plastic. Dismembered limbs were laid against the bodies under the tight plastic wrapping. Victor let go of the light, letting it swing over her.
After I finish my time with you, you will join my collection. But that's still days away. We will have plenty of time together. My fans enjoy my shows so much. I want it to last.
At the thought of what was in store for her, she couldn't stop her trembling. Kate could see the red light on the camera blinking. Victor went to the table and threw the pliers down. He picked up a handsaw. He returned and knelt down beside her. She could see his murderous eyes through the holes cut in the stocking cap.
Since you are going to be difficult, I'll wait to pull your teeth until later. Once you're more cooperative and don't thrash around as much, your mouth will be more useful then.
His grin was as evil as anything she had ever seen. Victor gripped her knee in a powerful hand. Try as she might to pull away, he held it still enough for what he wanted. He brought the handsaw up and laid the teeth down against her flesh between her knee and the tourniquet. He looked up at her with those murderous eyes.
Drug cartels and the like use a chainsaw for this, but I think that's silly. That way it's over so quickly. What fun is that? Better when it goes slow. Better for you to feel every saw cut. One cut at a time. One scream for each.
Kate could tell by his voice how excited he was getting. She remembered Jack telling her how Victor had sawed off Rita's legs just above the knee as she had screamed. Kate started crying in helpless panic. "No, please, no!" He paused to look up at her.
But I have to.
"No!" Kate wept. "You don't have to. Please!"
Yes, I do,
he said as he turned to grin toward the camera.
Having sex with you will be so much better once your legs are off, and I pull your teeth.
He laid the teeth of the saw back on her leg and cocked his arm back. Kate screamed. Chapter 57. Kate panted so hard as she screamed in panic that she was choking on her own spit. Through her panic, some part of her that wanted to live forced her to think. Begging a killer was what all victims did. They always begged, always. It never helped. Killers wanted their victims to beg, to scream, to cry in terror. If there was something she could do that might save her, it wasn't going to be begging. If she didn't do something, she and Jack were both going to die. As hard as it was, she forced herself to stop begging. "Your camera just went off," she said. Victor paused before taking the first saw cut and frowned up at her.
What?
"Your camera just shut off," Kate said through gasping tears. "The battery must be dead. Your audience is going to miss this." Victor shielded his eyes from the overhead light as he tried to see the camera. Kate could just make out the red light flickering, but for some reason he couldn't see it. Or maybe her suggestion was enough to make him fear she was right. He rose up and walked across the room to the camera. Kate's arms were taped tightly behind her back, taped to the old wooden chair, but her bare legs were free. He wanted them free so he could saw them off. He wanted her to struggle and kick while he cut them off. He liked his victim to struggle. As Victor fiddled with the camera, cursing to himself, trying to check if it was working, Kate swung her legs, rocking the chair onto its front 2 legs. She took one more big rock and rolled forward until she was standing on her feet. She was bent over at the waist, with the chair taped to her back, but she was standing. All the sharp grit was painful under her bare feet. She remembered what Jack had done. Without a moment's hesitation, and with every ounce of her strength, she raced across the room toward the camera. At the last instant, she sprang up, throwing her right leg around Victor's head as she violently spun her body around. The momentum yanked his head around. The collision and her weight drove him to the ground as she twisted herself in a circle with her legs still locked around his head. She felt his neck snap just before they crashed to the floor. Kate lay on her side a moment, catching her breath. Right leg locked around his neck. Triumphant. Not wanting to waste any time, she extricated herself and struggled to her feet again, then raced backwards, smashing the chair into the wall. The wood splintered. She hit the wall twice again until the chair broke. The bottom of the chair came off, but her arms were still taped together to the remainder of the chair back. Kate ran across the room, dropped to her knees, and slid to a stop by the saw next to Victor. After 3 tries with her fingertips, she managed to tip the saw so that the teeth faced up. She held the end of the saw tight between her bare knees, straddling the saw blade, and raking the duct tape around her wrists against the teeth, tearing it apart. Once she had enough of it cut through, she was able to wrench her arms in a way that tore the tape. In a few minutes more, she had the tape off her arms. Kate removed the tourniquet, pulled on her jeans and socks, and quickly put on her shoes. She didn't waste a second to congratulate herself. Instead, she opened the door on the side of the camera and pulled out the SD card. She put it in her pocket. As she crossed the room, she pulled the little flashlight Jack had given her out of her back pocket. Opening the door just a crack, she carefully peeked out. She didn't see anyone, so she slipped through. There were no lights on, leaving the mysterious place in the dark. By the looks of everything revealed by the flashlight, she was in a basement. As she came upon rolling steel doors, she pulled them aside. She pushed chain-link gates open as she frantically moved through the basement, searching all the grimy rooms and storage areas, looking for Jack, all the while her sense of dread rising by the moment. Even as she ran through the empty basement, she began to realize that he wasn't in the same building. This was Victor's slaughterhouse. Jack would have been taken somewhere else. The place was an immense, filthy, confusing maze. Plastic sectioned off portions, making it more confusing. She couldn't find a stairway up or a way out. Kate eventually found a window covered in bars up high. Outside, she could see only a dark alley and the corner of a dumpster. The window was too high to reach. She cast about, looking for something she could drag closer, but there wasn't anything she could use to stand on. She didn't know what to do. She was growing more frantic by the moment. She put her back against a wall and slid down, putting her head in her hands as she started to cry in fright for Jack. How was she going to find him? How was she going to help him? Stricken with a sudden idea, she pulled out the burner phone Jack had given her. She stared at it a moment, crying, trying to think. She pushed the first speed dial number. She wiped her tears with the back of her other wrist as she listened to the phone ring, once, twice. Then someone answered.
Yes?
A voice asked. Please, I need help. I need to talk to Dvora. I need to talk to Dvora. It's an emergency.
Code in.
Kate made a fist as she screamed. I don't know the code. I don't know it. Jack Rains is in trouble. They're going to kill him. I need help.
Code in.
I don't know any code. I only heard Jack say the name Dvora Art something.
Who is this?
Kate Bishop. I'm Kate Bishop. I'm the one who saw the guy with the bomb at O'Hare Airport. He called this number to get help. Please, they're going to kill him. I need help. Please help me. Please.
Hold.
As Kate held the phone to her ear, she gave in to weeping as she waited, not knowing if they were going to help her or not knowing if they could.
This is Dvora Artsy,
a woman abruptly said. Kate jumped to her feet. I'm Kate Bishop.
Help me! They're going to kill Jack! I need help, please!
Jack?
Jack Rains!
You are the one who said that you saw someone with a bomb at O'Hare Airport?
Yes. A man went on an Air France plane. I'm the one who saw him and told Jack. He called you.
What kind of bomb did he have? Kate grabbed a fistful of hair, hardly able to control her rage.
It was surgically implanted in him. The bomb was inside his abdomen. When you were on the phone with Jack, I described the bomber and told you he had a bomb inside him.
I remember you, Kate. What's wrong? Tell me.
Kate momentarily gave in to a cry of relief. She wiped her nose on her hand as she composed herself in order to talk.
Jack and I came to New York City. We went to the hotel. We were drugged. I woke up in a basement, duct-taped to a chair with a killer who was going to saw off my legs.
How did you get away?
I broke the bastard's neck. I managed to get free, but I don't know where I am. I don't know where they're holding Jack. The guy who had me said that they were going to kill him.
Who is they? Do you know?
I think it's a woman named Shannon Blair. She's the editor for his book. We came here to see her about his new book.
There was a brief pause. All right. I want you to listen carefully to me, Kate. Can you do that?
Yes.
Kate sucked back a sob.
Just please help me find him before they kill him, please.
I'm going to do that. Stay on the line with me.
Do something! Don't just talk to me, you need to do something!
I already am, Kate. You need to trust me.
The woman's voice sounded calm and controlled. Tears running down her face, Kate nodded.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Do you have any idea of where you are?
No. It's a basement of a big building. They had me duct-taped to a chair.
Okay. You need to stay on the phone so we can find you.
This phone doesn't have GPS.
That doesn't matter. We're already on it. Can you see if you can find a door for me? See if you can find a way out of the basement?
Kate nodded as she looked around in the darkness.
I'll try.
Just don't hang up. Even if you say something and I don't answer, I will still be here on the line. I'm trying to get you some help. Just don't hang up.
I won't,
Kate said, with a sob of relief as she started down a hallway. There were pipes high up along one wall. She followed them through the darkness, her small flashlight showing her the way. Jack's flashlight showing her the way. He had to be all right. He just had to. Chapter 58. Kate pushed open the heavy door. It scraped against dirt and rubble. Before her was a cement stairway filled with papers and garbage. It led up to an alley. At the top, she stopped and carefully looked around.
Dvora, I'm out. I'm outside. I'm in an alley.
Can you see anything noteworthy?
Kate looked around.
No. I can tell you that it's not the kind of neighborhood you'd want to be lost in at night.
I understand, Dvora said, sounding distracted as she also whispered something off to the side Kate couldn't hear.
There's a lot of scaffolding all along the street side of the building I was in. At the curb there are a couple of burned-out cars with no wheels up on blocks. There are coils of razor wire on the tops of some of the fences and walls.
Do me a favor, Kate.
What's that?
Kate asked as she looked out of the alley up and down the dark street. There were gangs of men on the corners to either end of the block. Their body language told her she was right about the neighborhood. Kate, I want you to step back in the alley and stay out of sight. Can you do that?
Why?
Kate asked as she moved back into the dark alley. Because I see your location and you were right about the area. We don't need any complications right now. I want you to stay out of sight. Help is on the way.
It is?
Kate was a bit surprised. Her hopes soared.
Thank you, Dvora. Please tell them to hurry. Do you know where Jack is?
Not yet. Just stay back, out of sight. We almost have you. Almost had her. Those words nearly made Kate break down, but she held it together.
All of a sudden, a black SUV squealed around the corner, nosed partway into the alley, and slammed on the brakes. The passenger door popped open. "Kate, he's there. Get in the vehicle." Kate leaped up and jumped into the front seat. Even as she was pulling the door closed, the driver was backing out of the alley. As the men standing on the corners to either side started swarming in toward them, he put the truck in drive and shot away. "He's got you," Dvora said. "You're in safe hands now."
"Thank you,"
Kate said. "Shalom." The line went dead. Kate looked over at the driver. He gave her a brave kind of smile and extended a hand across the armrest. "I am Gilad Ben Ami," he said. He was middle-aged and had neat salt-and-pepper hair, a goatee, and a perfectly tailored gray suit. The knot of his dark red tie had a collar pin under it. Kate took his hand. "Kate Bishop." "I know," he said. "We are grateful to you and Jack."
"Are you the police?"
"No," he said with a kind of knowing smile. "I am a diplomat at the UN, here in the city." Diplomat. Kate had been around security long enough to know what that meant. Mossad. He shrugged, noncommittally. "Better than the police," she said. He smiled at that. By the way he looked her up and down at what a bloody mess she was, she knew that he was concerned for her health. She didn't care about that. "Do you know where he is? Have you found him yet?" "Not yet. We're pinging his phone. You told Dvora that you and Jack were drugged?"
"Yes. A killer named Victor that Jack had seen before had me down in that basement. He told me that someone else was going to kill Jack."
"How did you get away?"
"My arms were taped to a chair. The guy likes to saw off women's legs, so my legs weren't tied down. He films it and posts the videos."
Kate pulled the SD card from her pocket, held it up for him for a second, and then dropped it in a tray in the center console.
"When he had his back turned, fiddling with the camera, I was able to run up behind him and throw a leg around his head, twist it, and break his neck."
Gilad arched an eyebrow. "Smart thinking." Kate looked down at her trembling hands. They were bloody.
"I saw Jack do that before. That's what gave me the idea. He did that to kill a man who was trying to kill me."
Gilad nodded as he raced down a street, going through a red light. "We taught him that. Do you have any idea who could have him, or where?"
"I think this woman, Shannon Blair, has him. She's his editor, and I think she was using him without his knowledge to find people like me. He told me one time that he couldn't figure out how these killers were getting to people he found with my ability before he could help them. I think she was the way they were doing it."
He nodded as he let out an unhappy sigh. "This is bad business." The phone rang. He pushed a button on the steering wheel to answer it. A voice said, "The phone he made the call on from the airport is in your car." Gilad cursed in Hebrew, then said, "Okay," and hung up.
"Jack split up our phones," Kate said, her heart sinking. "He gave me one to carry. It must have been the one he used at O'Hare."
"What can you tell me about this woman, this Shannon Blair? Can you tell me anything?" Kate recognized an investigator asking critical questions, even if this one did have a thick accent. They raced past little markets, liquor stores, bars, and crowds of people hanging around on street corners smoking. Blocky brick buildings rose up to either side.
"She's an editor," Kate said, trying to focus. "But Jack said the job is just a hobby for her. I think her job was an excuse, a way to use him. He said she's wealthy, travels in a limo all the time, and she likes to buy buildings. I think he mentioned high-rises. She must be some kind of property owner for her main business."
Kate's mind was already racing to put all the pieces together. She looked over at him.
"Can you find out what buildings she owns, and if any of them are empty? Like, maybe they're being remodeled?"
Gilad pressed a button on the steering wheel for the phone. When someone answered, they spoke to each other in Hebrew, so Kate didn't know what they were saying, but she recognized the names Jack Rains and Shannon Blair, and she heard the urgency in the voices and the clipped clarity.
After a brief wait, the person on the other end of the line came back with 2 addresses. Gilad cut around a corner, squealing the tires.
"We're lucky," he said as they picked up speed. "They aren't too far, and the traffic is light this time of night. This woman owns and rents out property. She purchased 2 buildings late last year. They are near one another, and both being renovated."
Gilad checked his mirrors and stepped on the gas. As they raced down the street, cutting through the traffic, sometimes taking to an empty oncoming lane, he looked over at her.
"How well do you know Jack Rains?"
Kate's brow wrinkled. She was hardly able to keep it together enough to get the words out. "I'm in love with him." She loved him, and she had never told him.
"Ah,"
was all Gilad said. But that said it all. Gilad made another call. He gave brief instructions and the 2 addresses. Kate couldn't understand the words, but she recognized that he was calling for backup. The drive seemed to take forever, but he finally skidded to a stop at the curb in front of a brick building. A dented dumpster sat on the sidewalk outside, and plastic covered the dark windows. Gilad turned to her and pointed a finger up at the place.
"This is one of the buildings."
He pointed a thumb back across the street.
"That's the other one."
Kate already had her hand on the door handle. "Let's go."
"No," he said. "You wait here. I'm going to go in and search this one. Help is on the way. It will be here any moment. After I look in here, I will go check the other one. You wait here, please."
"Like hell," Kate said, as she opened the door and jumped out. She looked back in. "While you check this building, I'll go across the street to look in the other one." It was obvious that he knew he wasn't going to be able to talk her out of it. He tried anyway.
"Wait. I have backup on the way."
"Good," she said as she started running. "If you don't find him, come find me." Across the street, the second building looked in bad shape. The outside was encased in a web of scaffolding pipe and a lot of plastic. Planks among the pipes made levels of walkways high up in the air. The sidewalk was boarded off to keep people from being killed by falling rubble. She didn't see anyone on the street. Kate ran along the wooden fence to the alley. It was dark, wet, and lined with dumpsters. She ran into the alley, looking for a way to get into the building. She found 2 steel doors, but they were both locked. She stumbled to a stop when she saw a low window with the corner broken out. She carefully reached in, unlatched the lock, then pushed the rusty window open. She shined her flashlight in and saw that it was about a 6-foot drop to a floor littered with dirt and crumbled debris. Kate slipped her feet through first and jumped in. Chapter 59. Kate landed on her feet as lightly and quietly as possible. The flashlight revealed square, concrete support columns at regular intervals. Overhead were webs of pipes and ductwork draped with filthy cobwebs. She made her way across the room, trying to rush, trying to do it quietly. Crumbled debris crunched under her feet, echoing through the darkness. She paused, listening for voices, but it was dead quiet. On the far side of the room, she found a broad opening into another section of the basement. Once through the opening, she thought she heard something to the left. She followed the sounds deeper into the dark wasteland. After going for quite some distance, she rounded a corner to abruptly find herself beside the driver's side of a stretch limo parked in the near darkness. Ahead of it, a ramp rose quite a ways up to the street level, where there was a closed metal garage door. A single fluorescent fixture high up near the door provided weak light in the sea of darkness below. It was too late to be careful. The driver had already seen her.
"Hey!"
he yelled as he bounded out of the car, reaching under his suit jacket for a knife in a sheath on his belt. He hesitated for an instant.
"You?"
He obviously recognized her. Kate certainly recognized the murderous look in his eyes. He was probably one of the men who had carried her and Jack out of the hotel, no doubt out of a service elevator and back alley entrance. Kate was sure that Shannon Blair, who got them that particular room, had it all planned out and prearranged. They walked right into her trap. The driver was a burly man with greasy black hair combed over to one side. Before he was fully standing, before he had fully drawn the knife, Kate was already in the kill zone. A lightning-quick strike sliced open the side of his neck. By the jet of blood, she knew she'd hit the carotid artery, but she rapidly slashed it again for good measure. His killer eyes widened as shock and panic froze him in place. Blood erupted from under his hand at his throat. In mere seconds, she could see in his eyes that he was rapidly losing consciousness. Kate kicked him over. He slammed heavily to the floor beside the car. She leaned into the limo and quickly searched around inside. She opened the center armrest and glove box looking for a gun, but didn't find one. She saw a garage door opener on the visor. She knew that if she pressed the button, the metal door would make a racket as it opened, but maybe no one was close enough to hear it. Or they might think the driver had opened it for something. If the door was open, not only would Gilad have a way in, it would give him a good idea of where she was. The body beside the limo at the bottom of the ramp would certainly confirm that they were in the right place. Kate pressed the button. The metal door clattered as it began to open, but it wasn't as loud as she had feared. As she turned, her flashlight revealed footprints in the dirt and debris all around the car. She spotted drag marks leading away from the back door of the limo. A sense of desperate hope flashed through her at knowing that those drag marks would be from them pulling Jack out of the car and dragging him to the place where they likely intended to torture information out of him before they slaughtered him. Kate followed the swerving tracks of the drag marks and footprints back into the depths of the basement. They led to a concrete stairwell on the far side of the room. She hurried down the steps into the bowels of the decrepit building. It stank of mildew and rancid oil. At the bottom, she leaned out and saw light ahead among the support columns, ductwork, and the building system's equipment layered with dirt. The drag marks wove their way among the machinery toward the light. With her vision adjusted to the darkness, Kate switched off her light, put it in her back pocket, and took out her second knife. The blade snapped open with a soft metallic snick. As she came around a large square support column, she suddenly spotted Jack. She gasped. He was hanging on a rope by his wrists. The rope went up through a pulley at the ceiling and then to a cleat on the wall where it was tied off. Jack was without a shirt and covered in blood and angry red wounds. His feet swayed a few inches off the floor. Kate's heart was beating so hard she could feel herself rock back and forth. She quickly peered around, but didn't see anyone. She knew, though, that there had to be people around. Either they were back in the shadows, or maybe they had gone off for some reason. If they were gone, this was her best chance. She might not get another. She ran for the rope tied to the wall.
"Kate! Behind you!"
Jack shouted. Kate spun in time to see a big man reaching out to grab her. She hammered her knives into his eyes with a 1-2 punch. As he screamed with an ear-piercing shriek and his hands came up to cover his face, Kate swept her blade across his abdomen. His intestines spilled partway out and then began unfolding down toward his feet. Kate immediately turned back to Jack, dangling helpless at the end of the rope.
"Move!"
Jack screamed. Kate instantly understood and dove to the side as a woman in a dark pantsuit across the room fired a gun. The sound of the gun going off in the basement was deafening. Kate heard the bullet hit the floor right beside her. She immediately rolled the other way as the woman fired again. The sound of the gunshots echoed through the basement, but the shot missed. Kate rolled back to her feet and frantically ran in a zigzag as fast as she could, back and forth, denying the woman a clear shot, all the time racing closer. As she dodged to the side, running past a square column for cover, an arm reached out and lifted her from her feet. It was a sweaty man in a black sleeveless undershirt. Kate stabbed a knife down in each side of the man's bull neck several times as fast as she could. She knew that it wasn't a fatal strike, but it cut muscle and surprised him enough to drop her. As she fell toward the floor, she stuck a blade in his thigh and dragged it down with her, laying his thigh muscle open.
When the woman fired at Kate again, the shot instead hit the man in the center of his back. By the way he immediately went down, the bullet must have hit his heart and killed him instantly. Kate sprang over the man, using her foot on his body to help her push into a dead run. As Kate raced in to close the distance in time, the woman urgently turned the gun toward Jack. "Enough of this!" She fired 4 quick shots into Jack as Kate screamed, "No!" Shannon Blair swung the gun back toward Kate, but Kate was already there. She snatched the woman's gun hand as she raced in, twisted violently under it, breaking the woman's wrist. She spun the arm around behind and used her leverage to flip the woman through the air. Shannon Blair slammed down hard on her back with a grunt. Kate's full weight came down on a knee to the center of the woman's chest, driving the rest of the wind from her lungs. Kate had stripped the gun from Shannon Blair's hand when she flipped her over. She gripped the gun in both hands, pointing it down at the center of the woman's face. The defiant eyes of a killer looked up at her. Kate pulled the trigger 4 times. With the cement floor right under her head, the bullets fragmented and blew out the back of the skull, spraying blood and brain matter across the floor. The sound of the shots echoed through the basement. As Kate scrambled to her feet, she heard shots, but these were different. It was a burst of full-auto fire, 3 shots in the span of a fraction of a second. When she turned to the sound, bringing her gun up, she saw red mist spray from the head of another one of Shannon Blair's men. His gun clattered across the floor as he went down. Kate saw 2 men way back across the room running in out of the darkness. One of the men was dressed in a gray suit, the other in dark clothes and carrying a small submachine gun. He had taken out the gunman with that precise, brief burst. Kate turned and raced to the wall. Her fingers clawed at the rope laced tightly around the cleat. She was finally able to undo it and free the rope. Using her weight to counterbalance Jack's weight, she lowered him to the floor. As she was doing so, she heard 2 more bursts of automatic gunfire in the distance. The threat was being handled by Gilad and his men. Once she had Jack down on his back, a pool of blood immediately started to spread under him. Kate cut his wrists free and then took his face in both hands. "Jack! Jack! It's all right now. I'm here. We're all right." Even as she said it, she knew it wasn't true. He stared at her, unable to take his eyes off her. "Lie still," Kate said, smoothing a hand down his face. "Don't talk. Help is on the way."
"Too late," he whispered. "She fooled me. I couldn't see what you can. She fooled me."
"No, Jack, it's not too late." Kate took one of his hands in hers. "Don't say that. It's going to be all right." He smiled a little. "Jack, I love you. Do you hear me? I love you. Please hang on, please. I love you so much." His smile widened, and his grip on her hand tightened.
"You made my wish come true."
"I love you, Jack. I do. Hold on. Please hold on. I need you so much."
"I love you too, Kate. I was going to tell you at dinner. You taught me what living really means. Life is too precious to let the past steal it away. I was going to tell you. I was going to ask you to spend the night with me. To spend every night with me."
"Yes." She kissed his lips as she squeezed his hand. "Forever, yes."
He smiled.
"It doesn't hurt anymore," he said. "I want you to know. I don't hurt anymore. You made all my pain go away."
"Me too. I love you, Jack."
He smiled again.
"Live, Kate. Live."
And then the light of his soul began to fade away from his beautiful eyes. His hand went slack. His last breath left his body. Kate screamed,
"No! Jack, no!" She lay across his chest, listening for a heartbeat. There was none.
"Don't leave me! Please, Jack!" she wept. "I love you! Don't leave me!"
Kate looked back over her shoulder and saw men in dark clothes coming at a dead run.
"Hurry!"
she screamed.
"Help him!"
As they rushed in, Gilad's gentle hands lifted her out of the way as the men crowded down around Jack. Gilad sheltered her in his arms as she wept in helpless agony. One of the men gathered around Jack checked him and immediately started giving him CPR, counting each compression out loud. Another man put a mask over Jack's face and started squeezing the bag attached to it to get air into his lungs. A third man pulled packs from the cargo pockets of his vest. He put a needle in Jack's arm and held up a bag of fluid. A man who'd been carrying a case in each hand set them down and started pulling out equipment. He lifted out defibrillator paddles and squeezed gel onto them as another man switched on the machine. Kate watched in a daze as he used the paddles, trying to start Jack's heart. Each time he called, "Clear!" and hit the button, Jack's body flinched. But each time they had to go back to doing CPR as the defibrillator charged. She lost count of how many times they tried to restart his heart. Each attempt felt as if it jolted her heart. Gilad, seeing how grave the situation truly was, started pulling Kate away. She stretched an arm back toward Jack.
"No! No! Let me stay!"
The man with the paddles sat back on his heels, looking at Gilad, and shook his head. Kate heard a truck engine in the distance, rumbling through the basement, and then more of the men in black ran in, pulling a gurney. They never stopped giving Jack CPR, even as they lifted him onto the gurney. Once he was on the gurney, the man with the paddles tried again. Jack's body jumped, but she knew by the men's reaction that it hadn't worked. Kate thought she might faint when she heard one of the men say that when they got him in the van, they were going to have to crack open his chest to get at his heart. She clutched Gilad's sleeve.
"I want to go with him."
Gilad's arm around her shoulders squeezed her tight as he pulled her away.
"You don't need to see that. Please, Kate, you must remember him for his words to you. That would be what he would want the most."
Kate looked up at him.
"I have to go with him."
Gilad finally relented and gave her a nod.
"Let them do their job. We will follow in my car."
She could tell that he believed Jack was beyond help. Chapter 60. Kate saw the impeccably dressed figure of Gilad Ben-Ami coming across the expanse of grass. He was holding a bouquet of flowers. Kate, lying on her side on Jack's grave, didn't get up when Gilad came to a stop over her. He stood for a moment, gazing down at her, and then he lowered himself down to sit on the grass beside her.
"I brought some flowers," he said.
He lifted them out to show her briefly before he placed them in the small metal vase above Jack's gravestone. "Thank you," Kate said. "They're beautiful." After that terrible night, it seemed like the world had slowed to a stop, leaving Kate feeling empty and numb. John's death and the deaths of AJ and her family seemed like they had all happened in a dream. But Jack's death was a nightmare. Kate knew that the sight of them loading him into that van in the basement while working on his unresponsive, blood-slick body was something that would haunt her forever. Gilad and Kate had followed the specially equipped van on the way to a trauma center, while what he assured her was an elite Israeli combat medical team worked on Jack. When Gilad received a call from the van as they followed behind, he told her that they had opened Jack's chest and were massaging his heart to try to keep him alive. Much later, that awful night, as she sat beside Gilad on a bench in the cold hallway of a private medical facility, doctors continued to try everything humanly possible to save Jack. But in the end, there was nothing more they could do. Gilad had been invaluable after Jack's death. He had handled everything, including taking care of all the arrangements as well as helping her in a strange city. If there were any police involved, Kate never knew of it. She suspected that diplomatic immunity had been involved, and everything had been kept under the radar in order to protect her. Gilad had taken her to a secluded hotel and made sure that no one bothered her. He had meals delivered. She ate few of them. His country had given Jack a beautiful funeral in a private, exclusive cemetery protected with towering old trees. A lot of people attended. She hadn't known any of them, but they all knew Jack, and they knew of her. Most all of them wept. Kate was appreciative of those who came, who shook her hand or hugged her and told her how sorry they were and how much Jack had done for them all. A woman with wavy black hair had given Kate a hug and introduced herself. It was Dvora Artsy. She had come from Israel for the funeral, as had a number of others. She told Kate that she was the bravest woman she had ever had the honor to know. Kate remembered begging for help on the phone and didn't feel the least bit brave. Dvora had stayed until just the previous day, spending the time with Kate so she wouldn't be alone. It was comforting to have her there. She confided in Kate that her husband had been killed in a bombing. That bonded them in a kind of silent sisterhood, the living left behind by evil, both having been in love with men who fought to protect life. Gilad had given the eulogy. He said to the solemn audience that they were all his countrymen, and they all lived every day with what Jack Rains had told them about, that the world was coming to dark times, and that in the fight against evil, Israel was the tip of the spear. Jack, he said, was the sharp point of that spear. In that effort, Jack Rains, a man from another country, a man not of their religion or heritage, had been a true friend to them all, for he fought for something universal. He fought so that others might have the chance to live their lives. He said that Jack's tireless work had saved a great many people, more than any of them would ever know. Gilad said that while darkness had taken him, it did not defeat him, because he had brought light to them all, and in each of them there would always be a piece of Jack Rains lighting the way for them. Kate told Gilad that it was the most beautiful thing she had ever heard. He said it was because it was from his heart, and the hearts of all those who knew Jack. Jack had no living relatives that anyone knew of. Gilad insisted that everything he had should go to her. Among Jack's possessions, besides the bank accounts, was the thumb drive that he had used to take her to the underworld of the darknet. She also had his burner phones with all the numbers he had, like the one he had used to call for help when Kate saw a killer boarding the Air France plane, the same one she had used to call Dvora for help. Jack's laptop had a lot of information on people he was trying to contact. Gilad said that he hoped she would get in touch with them, because they were like her. They had the vision she had, and maybe she could help them come to understand that vision and the gift of life they had been born with. He told her that they had worked with Jack for years, and while Jack had found a number of people who could see evil, none of them had ever been able to do what she could do. What Kate could do, Gilad said, was something beyond exceptional, beyond what any other had ever been able to do. He had no idea how to explain the ability. He only knew she possessed it. Kate didn't know what to think of that. He also delivered an open invitation to come to Israel any time she wanted, for as long as she wanted, as their guest. In the days after Jack's death, Gilad and his people had managed to go through Shannon Blair's effects and found passwords, credentials, and other information that allowed them to take control of the scavenger hunt site. Gilad told Kate that their investigation revealed that Shannon Blair had been a rare and ruthless female serial killer, a black widow, linked to 14 murders they knew of so far, but he was certain there were many more. Apparently, she started out killing homeless men she found living in the buildings she bought. There was no way to tell how many more of those men she killed, or what she did with the bodies. From what they learned in her effects, she was obsessed with the act of killing. By chance, from Jack's book, Shannon Blair learned of those special people like Kate. It was one of those connections Jack spoke of wherein predators crossed paths with those able to see them. As a result of that connection, she had formed a nest of killers dedicated to eliminating those who could see them for who they were. Because he was blind to what Kate had easily seen in her eyes, Jack had unwittingly helped Shannon Blair find some of those people with that rare vision. Like a black widow, she drew them into her nest. Gilad said that they had cleaned everything off the site. Kate's photos were gone. The rewards were gone. There were no longer any active scavenger hunts. The torture videos were gone. The review section was gone. The only thing left of the site was the homepage. There, the Mossad had posted a photo and some text. They had lined up over a dozen dead who had been a part of the scavenger hunt nest, with Shannon Blair lying in the center, the back half of her head gone, and taken a photo of the collected bodies in all their bleeding glory. They put it up on the homepage, saying only that these were killers who had been dealt with. They then locked down the site so that no one could add anything, alter anything, or take it down. All of the killers or want-to-be killers who had visited the site before would now find only a photo of their dead idols. The remains of Rita and others killed by Victor and other members of the nest had finally been laid to rest. Rights to A Brief History of Evil went to Kate, as did the royalties. But with the numbered account Jack had given her and his considerable wealth, the royalties hardly mattered. Besides the information on others like herself that Kate had found on Jack's computer, she had also found the manuscript of his new book. Jack had told her that he had work to do on it, but he wasn't exactly telling her the truth. She discovered that it was actually mostly finished, except for the last important connection he was trying to make. He had notes having to do with a rare kind of super-visionary who could see more than merely a killer by looking into their eyes. Jack theorized that as a result of evolution, such a person would have to exist, and they would be able to see evil itself, and the shape it would take. In his notes, he said that he was still looking for that rare individual who could see those things that no one else could. Kate knew that she was the one he had been searching for. She now knew enough to complete the manuscript, but she decided not to. She had it, and that was enough. Jack believed that mankind would ultimately survive or not. He couldn't save the world. She couldn't save the world. She knew from Jack that it was up to each of them to live the life they had to its fullest in the world they were born into. Only in that way could they make their world better.
"How are you doing, Kate?" Gilad asked.
"My life is over," she said as she sat up. Gilad smiled as he touched her cheek.
"Jack would not like to hear you say that. He fought so that you might live."
Kate felt a flash of shame. She nodded. "You're right." He handed her something. She saw that it was an SD card. "What's this?"
"It's the card out of the camera that Victor was using to record what he was doing to you. The one from the camera filming Jack has been destroyed. No one will ever see it. I am returning this one to you because it is you on the video. It was difficult to watch. I was going to destroy it, but I thought that maybe you should be the one to do that if you wish. I think that someday, if you ever decide to watch it, you will see a woman who is brave, a woman who is inspiring."
Kate closed her hand around it and held her fist to her chin. Thank you. You are a very thoughtful man, Gilad. He huffed a brief laugh. He turned serious then as he gazed at her.
When there is great trouble in the world, God sends us angels. You never know what form those angels will take. You are one of those angels.
Kate shook her head. The only angel I ever knew was Angel Janek. She was an avenging angel. She protected lives. She died in this struggle. It was because of her that I met Jack. He gave her an admonishing look.
You saved the lives of hundreds of people about to board that plane. None of them will ever know of the angel watching over them, the angel who saved their lives from evil that day.
You saved me.
We all save each other, Kate Bishop.
She smiled a sad smile. I guess we do. Gilad reached into the inside breast pocket of his suit jacket.
Speaking of which, I have a problem. I hate to do this to you. Honestly, I do, Kate, he said, looking quite guilty. I am hoping that you might be willing to help me.
It's all right, she said, laying a hand on his. I understand. Kate took the stack of photos from him. She shuffled through the whole stack, then pulled one photo out of the rest and tossed it on the grass before him. It was a smiling, intelligent-looking young man, but he had the terrifying eyes of a killer. She saw that in his eyes, and so much more. This one, she said.
You are sure?
Kate nodded. You have 12 hours.
12 hours?
He has a bomb in a moped, or scooter, or whatever they're called. It's a faded red and has some rust. It's a big bomb, in the hollowed-out seat. He intends to set it off just over 12 hours from now. Gilad frowned.
Where is he? Where is he going to use this bomb? Do you know?
The Israeli embassy in Sweden. He stared at her.
You're serious?
When he saw that she was, he asked,
How can you know this, just from looking at his photo?
Kate arched an eyebrow. You're the one who said I was an angel. You tell me. She thought about what Jack had said in the manuscript about believing that there was someone who possessed the ability to do just such a thing. He had written that before he met her. Gilad hastily stuffed the photos back in his breast pocket as he clambered back to his feet.
I must go and tend to this. Thank you, Kate. Thank you for all the people who will not die in 12 hours.
He reached down to touch her cheek.
Shalom.
Kate looked up at him. What does that mean, shalom?
It means peace, he said.
Kate smiled. I like that. Shalom, Gilad. He turned back as he was leaving and waved.
I will call you. I would like to take you to dinner. Someplace nice.
I'd like that, Kate called after him. When he was gone, Kate went back to her silent vigil at Jack's grave. She touched the headstone with his name. He was part of the history of mankind now, the long history he spoke so passionately about. She knew that someday she would move on, but for the time being she felt that it was important to come every day to tell him that she loved him. She had been able to tell him that when he was alive, and she knew what it had meant to him. He had told her that he loved her, and she knew what it meant to her. It would last her a lifetime. By the time it was dark, the other visitors had long since gone. Kate didn't want to leave. It felt like she would be deserting him, leaving him all alone in the night. But she could see the caretaker waiting by the door of the reception area, a finger flicking the keys at his belt. He obviously didn't want to be rude and ask her to leave, but it was past closing time. In the gathering darkness, Kate made her way across the grass and then the asphalt path to where the caretaker stood, waiting to let her out so he could lock up. She was staring off into her thoughts of Jack as she walked past the caretaker. He reached out and gripped her upper arm to stop her. Beyond the man's filthy tan shirt sleeve, she saw the sign on the door marked Exit. Something had been handwritten under the exit sign with a grease pen. It said, "Not anymore." Kate looked over into his eyes. They were the eyes of a stone-cold killer. The eyes of the devil.
"We don't often get visited by an angel here,"
he said with a wicked grin. The grin faded as he leaned closer, peering into her eyes.
"Do I know you? You look familiar somehow."
Kate's thumb on the assist button snapped the blade of her knife open. "I should look familiar," she said. "Especially in this place."
"Yeah? Why's that?"
"Because I'm the angel of death." Chapter 61. "It's for you," the flight attendant said, holding out the handset of one of the 3 phones on the bulkhead. Seeing that it was the secure line, Dvora sprang up from the thick leather chair and took the handset. "This is Dvora?"
"It's Gilad," the voice on the other end said.
"Gilad." She was suddenly tense. "How did it go?"
"Kate Bishop was right. We caught the man before he could get to our embassy in Sweden. He had a bomb in the hollowed-out seat of his rusted red moped, just as she said he would."
Dvora let out a sigh. Kate Bishop just saved yet more lives. Jack never before found a subject quite like her.
"Yes," he agreed. "She is for sure a remarkable woman."
"I'm glad I had some time to get to know her a little better."
"Me too," Gilad said. "She has a warrior's heart."
Dvora knew why he was calling. She wished she had better news. She waited, listening to the constant muffled roar of jet engines. The monitor on the bulkhead said they were at an altitude of 42,000 feet, with a time to destination of just over 5 hours. Out the window, the setting sun behind them was mostly hidden by a haze of clouds far below. The surface of the ocean glowed golden in the late daylight.
"So how is he doing?"
Gilad finally asked.
"Any change?"
Dvora looked over at the bed locked down along the side of the cabin. An assortment of equipment stood clustered at the head of the bed, near the bulkhead, all of it alive with a steady stream of information. Lights blinked, green lines blipped in spikes, numbers flashed. Every once in a while, the blood pressure cuff inflated. She looked at the slow, steady rhythm of the heart monitor. "I think the same."
"No better?"
Dvora appraised the collection of tubes coming out of the side of his chest, the PICC line in his upper arm, the bags of fluids hanging over him with lines running to both wrists, all the information on the monitors, and the ventilator helping him breathe. 2 nurses sat below the equipment, monitoring it continually and hanging full bags of fluid when needed. The doctor was resting in one of the jet's plush tan leather seats opposite the bed. The doctor looked up at her. She lifted out the handset as if to say Gilad wanted a report. The doctor shook his head. "No, I'm afraid not," Dvora told Gilad. "His condition is the same."
"But he is still alive," Gilad said, sounding as if he insisted on it.
"Still alive," Dvora confirmed. "Jack Rains is a hard man to kill."
"This is good news," Gilad decided. "They did not expect him to live even this long. So this is good news."
Dvora didn't want to let him read too much into it. "Listen, Gilad. Dr. Lewin warned me again that Jack will likely never come out of the coma, and even if he does, there is no telling how long his brain was deprived of oxygen, so there is no way to know if Jack Rains is still Jack Rains, or if he ever will be again. Dr. Lewin knows full well how important Jack Rains is, and he's keeping a constant watch, but he doesn't sound optimistic.
But Jack is still alive,
Gilad said, the insistence still in his tone. Dvorah smiled. Yes, my friend, he is still alive.
When you get him to Tel Aviv, maybe the doctors there will be able to do more. They are remarkable. You will see. They will be able to do something.
Dvorah knew that while Jack might in fact live, it was likely that he would always be in a coma and on life support. From what Dr. Lewin had told her, people simply didn't recover from the kind of injuries he had sustained, or from having their heart stop for as long as his had. Maybe, she said, not wanting to crush his hopes. She changed the subject. Have you told Kate Bishop that Jack is still alive? The jet engines droned on as she waited for him to answer. Out the window, Dvorah saw only what looked to be an endless expanse of ocean.
No, I have not told her,
Gilad finally said.
I don't have the heart to give her hope when there is so little.
Dvorah let out a sorrowful sigh. I suppose it's for the best.
For now, I think it is,
Gilad said.
We will get him back to Tel Aviv and let the best people we have see what can be done. They have a team standing by, waiting for you to get there.
I don't think Dr. Lewin has slept for more than 10 minutes at a time, she said, looking down at the man. He's been by Jack's side continually. He's worried, Gilad. Something about the fluid drainage. Even though the opening down the center of Jack's chest does seem to be healing, Dr. Lewin says that as soon as we land, he thinks they may have to open up his chest again and go back in.
If it is possible to save Jack, I know our people will do it.
Dvorah twisted the phone cord around her hand. From your lips to God's ear.
With the funeral and all those who attended, Gilad said, everyone believes Jack Rains is dead. That is what we need. Now, if we plant some seeds in the right places, word will leak out. Then those who hunt him will also believe he is dead and buried. Having everyone believe Jack Rains is dead is the best way to protect him.
Dvorah nodded. You're right. He's too important not to do everything we can. Having the funeral to make people believe Jack died was the best thing to do. But if he recovers, he's too important to let anything happen to him.
We won't let anything happen to him,
Gilad assured her.
Jack Rains is again a ghost. He was always good at that. We will help keep it that way. He will once more be off the grid, so even if he lives, no one will know anything about him. As far as anyone is concerned, as far as anyone but us knows, Jack Rains no longer exists.
Dvorah laid a hand on Jack's arm as she looked down at him. It would be good to have him be safe. She didn't know if he would ever come out of the coma, if he had brain damage, or if he would ever be himself again. But if they had to, they would care for him in return for all he had done for them. He would be safe from those who hunted him. And if he did recover... Agreed, Dvorah said. Jack Rains will once again be a ghost.
This has been a High Bridge production, read by Elizabeth Rogers. Copyright 2016 by Terry Goodkind. Published by arrangement with Scoville, Galen, Gauche, Literary Agency, Incorporated. Recording copyright 2016 by Highbridge, a division of Recorded Books.